Fan, you need to face the truth about yourself. You're just an ordinary C-rank mage. Lu Shirshir stood at the library entrance, looking down at me. I hadn't slept all night. My eyes were red and my head was still buzzing. But I heard every single word she said, loud and clear. The Capital University assessment is 1 month away, she said, taking her time. I need to run higher-level dungeons to build up experience, and I need better gear. And those things, only Chun Xiannan, an S-rank mage, can give me. You get what I'm saying, right? The people standing behind her stepped up one by one to twist the knife. Su Fan, your damage output is slow. You don't even have area attacks. You know you've been dragging down our clear speed. Shirshir is an A-rank support with amazing talent. She can easily get into a top-tier university. What about you? You'd be lucky to make it into a third-rate one. We carried you all the way to level 10 out of friendship for old times' sake. Now that we've got a better mage, don't stand in the way of us getting into good schools. I clench my fists. Honestly, I only inherited this whole mess this morning. I'm not from this world. My soul crossed over last night, and my head is stuffed with the original owner's memories. So I understand all of it. We all came up from the same middle school. I was the first to hit level 5 and awaken a class, while they were still stumbling around at level 2 or 3. Back then they were nobodies. I beat my chest and told them, so what if my damage is low? You've got me, a mage. In the dungeons, I was the first to charge the toughest monsters. I dragged this whole crew up to level 5 through sheer effort. And then, after they changed classes, they turned on me faster than flipping a page. Inside the dungeon, they complained my damage was too low. Outside the dungeon, they complained I was leeching off the high-level runs. They found new teammates, held a unanimous vote, and kicked me out. Lu Shirshir was even worse. Back when I was the highest level, leading everyone through dungeons, the two of us became a couple. She wanted to be team captain, so I stepped aside. When she ran short on mana potions, I paid for them out of my own pocket. I thought the two of us could get into the same university. Turns out the whole thing was a one-man show. She got close to me only because she thought I was gullible and easy to fool. She squeezed me dry, then threw me away. The last message between us was a money transfer. She was short on mana potions again, and without a second thought, I sent her every last 3,000 I had, leaving myself just $219 for living expenses. The moment the money landed, she took it and blocked me. The original owner was hit by this whole chain of blows that night, couldn't sleep, and died suddenly. Thinking about it, I let out a sigh. In a way, it's a good thing he went early. If he could see what's happening now, he'd probably die of anger all over again. This woman deliberately blocked the path I take to the cafeteria today, and she brought along everyone left on the team to publicly draw a line between us. I stayed silent the whole time. Lu Shirshir's face went cold. Those things you gave me, you're not thinking of asking for them back, are you? A surge of heat shot straight up from my chest. I squeezed my palm and tilted my head toward her. Lu Shirshir, you should count yourself lucky you didn't come here alone today. She raised an eyebrow. What? You're an orphan and you actually want to throw hands? Chun Xiannan has top-tier talent. His father is a famous mine owner in Bridge City. One of his fireballs is worth 3 of yours. What have you got to compete with him? She glanced down at her phone and smiled. See that? Chun Xiannan is taking us into a level 20 dungeon. Bring you along? I'd never clear a level 20 dungeon in 100 years. Face the gap between us. Stop clinging to my team from now on. Let's go. We've got a dungeon to run. She turned and left without looking back, leading her people away. I stared at their retreating backs. Sooner or later, I'll pay all of this back, with interest. And that was when it happened. A crisp voice exploded next to my ear. Detected. Host has fallen into a savings crisis. Transmigrator benefits activated. Spend money to exchange for skill points. Recharge $1, receive 1 skill point. I froze in place. As someone who crossed over into this world, I knew exactly what this was. A system. This morning when I first arrived, I thought I was just an abandoned, unlucky soul. Turns out the trigger conditions simply hadn't been met yet. $1, 1 skill point. I did the math in my head. This is brutal. The rules of this world are simple. At level 5 you change classes and gain a profession, you learn skills, then you feed skill points into those skills to level them up. Even a level 50 veteran, when they learn a new skill, starts it at level 1 and has to build it up bit by bit. And at certain levels, a skill undergoes a qualitative transformation. The problem is the skill points. They're incredibly rare. They drop from dungeons, and the drop rate is low. On a good day, you might run a dozen dungeons and get 1 or 2 points. On a bad day, you get nothing at all. Want to trade treasures for them? That burns cash. Ordinary people shouldn't even dream of it. But me? I just spend money and it's done. Where others grind all day, exhausting themselves for 2 points. I just turn around and pay $2. With this, why would I worry about finding a new team? I open my skill panel. Flame Burn, level 10. Ignite one target within 3 meters, dealing 100 fire damage. A C-rank mage gets 3 spell slots, but I have just this one skill. Skill books also have to be farmed from dungeons. After all this time and effort, I only managed to get it to level 10. I looked at the $219 left in my balance and gritted my teeth. Let's test the waters with $10 first. Recharge successful. Gained 10 skill points. 10 shining skill points sat there on the panel. I almost laughed out loud. 10 skill points, the kind of haul an ordinary person grinds for a whole month. One flick of thought, $10, and it was in my hands. I stared at my only skill. If I feed it all into you, what happens? Not like I had any other options anyway. Getting stronger was what mattered. Confirm. The numbers went wild. Level 12, level 15, level 20. Flame Burn, level 20. Ignite one designated target within 3 meters, dealing 200 fire damage. The damage had doubled. What does 200 damage mean? An S-rank fire mage casting a level 10 flame burn tops out right around that. And S-rank fire users get a double bonus on fire spells. Me, a C-rank with 0 bonuses, push the damage up to S-rank levels through raw level alone. The power of $10 is still a little underwhelming. I looked at the $209 I had left and frowned. Here's the issue. I've got the system now, but I'm out of money. And these $10 came out of my meal budget. I pulled out my phone and opened a credit app. Good thing I kept a card up my sleeve back when I was spending. I filled in a few details and the limit popped up. $2,000. Withdraw. 10 seconds later, $2,000 landed in my account. Without hesitation, I opened the system. Recharge $2,000? Recharge. All of it. One flick of thought. The card was emptied, and on the panel, gained 2,000 skill points. 10 points takes a month to grind. 2,000 points, an ordinary person would grind for nearly 20 years. I frantically tapped the plus sign next to the skill. Damn this garbage interface. It doesn't even have a one-click upgrade. The numbers blurred upward. Level 21, level 29, level 30. The icon changed, and so did the description. Flame Storm, level 30. Ignite all targets within 3 meters, dealing 300 damage. It transformed. Single target became area of effect. My biggest weakness before was patched in an instant. Sure, it's only 3 meters, no match for the big wide-range skills, but AoE and single target are two completely different things. In a dungeon, range means efficiency, and efficiency means faster leveling and faster resources. It's a C-rank skill, no doubt about that, but with AoE now, its usefulness rivals an A-rank. That last round only cost 20 points. I still had 1,800 in hand. The upgrade cost had gone up, though, from 1 point per level to 10 points per level. Figures. The higher you go, the pricier it gets. No wonder mages would rather grind for high-level skill books. Leveling up a high-level skill costs about the same, but scales much better. An ordinary person should stop at level 30 with Flame Burn. Going past that isn't worth it. But I'm different. I've got one skill and nothing else, except that I never run out of skill points. Keep going. Level 31, level 40, level 48. Flame Storm, level 48. Ignite all targets within 3 meters, dealing 480 damage. The skill points were all gone, no further transformation. Over 1,000 points, and the damage went up a bit over 100. The more targets in range, the harder it hits. I'd burned this much already. Once the arrow leaves the bow, there's no turning back. I wanted to see exactly where its ceiling was. I steeled myself, and a crazy idea surfaced. Going all in is a form of wisdom. $2,000 was already the limit I could borrow as a student. The ordinary channels were tapped out, so it was time for the special channels. I opened the App Store and found an app called Man Alone. Its promo video was oddly catchy. A muscular guy hauling a greatsword casts a skill and wilts, then throws his head back and chugs a bottle of Man Alone. Instantly perks up, grabs his sword, and charges back in. The tagline read, "Low on mana? Out of mana at the crucial moment? 5 minutes to mana freedom." Having lived 2 lives, I saw through it in one glance. This is a loan shark. 30% annual interest. Borrow 10,000, pay back 13,000, and that's simple interest. Let time drag on, and the interest compounds into an astronomical number. Normally, I wouldn't touch this thing, but the capital exam is less than a month away. I'm out of time. Short of robbery, this is the fastest way to get cash. Download. Fill in the info, enter the loan process. Please look up. Please open your mouth. Please shake your head. I did as told. Ding dong. $10,000 received. Balance, $10,209. I didn't even glance at it. All in. Recharge $10,000 for 10,000 skill points? Yes. Recharge successful. Gained 10,000 skill points. Balance, 209. I glanced at that number and felt nothing at all. As long as I recharge fast enough, the pain can't catch up to me. The instant the skill points landed, I started leveling. Flame Storm, level 49. Flame Storm, level 50. Flame Storm at level 50 has undergone a strange change. Do you wish to respond? Just 2 levels, and the interface changed. My heart jumped. Here it comes. Respond. A flash of red light. Prairie Fire, level 50. Ignite all targets within 3 meters, dealing 480 damage, with a 10% chance to set them ablaze, inflicting 100 true damage per second for 3 seconds. True damage that ignores defense. What a premium bonus attribute. That true damage scales with level. I'm only level 10 right now, so it only comes out to 10 points. But once my level climbs, that number multiplies. Remaining points, 9,800. Keep going. Let me see your limit. Prairie Fire, level 51. Level 61. Level 64. Response successful. Prairie Fire has mutated again. Go check it out. Wheel of Wind and Fire, level 64. Ignite all targets within 3 meters, dealing 1280 damage, with a 10% chance to set them ablaze, inflicting 100 true damage per second for 3 seconds. Upon ignition, summon a Wheel of Wind and Fire down from the sky, dealing fire damage equal to 2% of the target's maximum health. Skill points, back to 0. This isn't the skill's limit. It's my wallet's limit. But reaching this point, I'm already more than satisfied. Area damage, true damage, percentage damage. Right now, there's nothing I'm missing. One lousy flame burn, a few rounds of transformation, and it turned straight into the Wheel of Wind and Fire. Its usefulness had left S rank in the dust ages ago. As for what lies beyond S rank, I'll only know once I try. Ding dong. My phone rang. In the class group chat, a crowd of people were tagging me. Atsu fan slacks off the whole dungeon, doesn't put out any damage, and on top of that gets caught freeloading and still refuses to leave Shirshir's team? Everyone's fighting the boss for their lives while you leech experience on the side. You deserve to get kicked. Atsu fan. Not being able to find a team is your own karma. Atsu fan. I frowned, scrolled up, and quickly understood. Lu Shirshir played it slick. While she came to corner me, she also set up a second move, painting me as the guy who slacked off the whole time and stubbornly refused to leave even after being caught. All to cut ties completely, and while she was at it, cut off my escape route so no other team would dare take me. But only I know the truth. Those teammates only changed classes in the last couple of days. Even in those 2 days, my damage may not have been high, but every dungeon run, I was the one calling the plays. Who stands where, who casts first, stacking all the buffs onto the main damage dealer. I was the one directing. I didn't put out much damage myself, but I maxed out the whole team's output. And now, I've become the useless one who slacked off from start to finish. Heh, Lu Shirshir, that's some clever scheming. The ones leading the smear campaign were all her clique of close friends. Behind them, a crowd of people who had no clue what actually happened just piled on. Only one person was the exception. A private message from my homeroom teacher. The capital exam is almost here. Do you have a team? Do you want me to help you find one? No accusations, no blame. Just genuine concern. In the original owner's memories, my homeroom teacher had always been good to me. She lost her own parents in a car accident when she was little and was raised by relatives, so she looked out for me, an orphan, especially. All my skills at battle formations and skill sequencing, she taught me privately. I can handle it, I replied. If something's wrong, just say so. Don't carry it all alone. I quietly turned off the screen. As for everyone else's messages, I couldn't be bothered to reply to a single word. Arguing with people like that is a pure waste of time. Right now, I only want to do one thing. Level up. With absolute strength, I'll shatter all the mudslinging and doubt with a single slap. Inside the dungeon, fire scorching the dark clouds. Chun Xiannan stared at the group in front of him, his face full of confusion. This is your real skill level. 5 people fighting one level 15 elite monster, and somehow it's a whole storm of wind and rain. Lu Shirshir looked at the level 15 elite in the distance, the bloodthirsty red wolf, and fell silent. She was baffled too. That last bit of teamwork, the priest casting a healing aura on the warrior, the mage summoning wind to disrupt the wolf's line of sight, the whole sequence flowed smoothly. And it only did 100 damage. Then Chun Xiannan stepped up alone, one fireball, over 100 damage. In other words, one casual swing from Chun Xiannan matched her entire team's total. Lu Shirshir felt a little awkward and quickly piled on a smile. Chun Xiannan, you're just too strong. One casual hit, and it's over 100, way better than that useless Su fan. Hearing this, Chun Xianin was thoroughly pleased with himself, and the sliver of doubt that had just surfaced was immediately pushed back down. Naturally, he's a C-rank mage. Give him 10 years, and he still couldn't catch up to me. He waved a hand. Have your damage dealer step back, dump all your support on me, and I'll deal with this monster. Lu Shishir agreed, but inside she couldn't stop muttering to herself. Strange. It never used to be like this. Before, they'd just find a good spot and crouch, and the monster would come blundering right into them. This time, they were getting chased around by an elite monster, chugging potions on the run, and barely scraping together any coordination. Where exactly did it go wrong? Did the monster get smarter? Their tactics were clearly correct. Su Fan used to be the one directing. Could it be because of him? The moment the thought surfaced, she flung it aside. What a joke. What ability could Su Fan possibly have? It must be because the earlier dungeons were just too low level. And that damage dealer, he must have been slacking. Once this dungeon's done, I'll find a chance to swap him out too. Anyway, with Chun Xianan here, this bunch of eyesores is useless. Lu Shishir, put a damage boost aura on me. On it. The moment the aura settled on him, deep red flames flickered around Chun Xuannan's hand, and the fireball flew from his grip. The fire slammed into the red wolf and exploded with a roar. The health bar emptied in an instant. Am I seeing this right? One big fireball, for 130 damage, instant kill. Nan is the man. If we swapped in Su Fan and stacked all these buffs on him, he'd be lucky to hit 150. Don't even mention him. He's nothing now. Chun Xianan pulled back his hand, smiling without a word. Truth be told, that one hit took a lot out of him too. He'd used his S-rank talent, double fire damage, and the cost was being unable to cast again for a short while. Combined with the whole team's buffs stacked together, that's what let him clear the health bar in one shot. This is the benefit of a party. Slam all the buffs onto one person, seize the moment, and one-shot the enemy. The boss won't be so simple though. Someone has to hold the aggro before he gets a chance to deal damage. But this isn't his first time in fire scorching the dark clouds. He knows it inside out. After the elite come the small mobs, then the final boss, a fire attribute giant black bear, with a scene that has map-wide damage. One person easily steps into it, but with a group, teammates can soak the aggro for you. Alright, everyone rest up and stock your mana potions. The boss is next. Chun Xianan started putting on airs. It's your first time fighting it, so let me go over a few key points, so nobody gets one shot in a minute. The boss arena has map damage, don't step around carelessly. Meanwhile, in front of the teleportation array, I stood still. This array leads to the entrances of various dungeons. The highest level dungeon I can currently run is Fire Scorching the Dark Clouds. Solo, this dungeon lets one person soak up all the resources. In a party, it's efficient with a big total payout. But it's a rare dungeon. One person can only enter 3 times a day. I was in a hurry to level up, so I didn't overthink it and picked the highest level directly. Warning, your level is far too low. This dungeon is far too dangerous for you. It is recommended you raise your level before entering. I didn't even look. I tapped continue. A flash of light, and I landed in front of Fire Scorching the Dark Clouds. Eyes from all around instantly gathered on me. Did you all see that? That guy just entered the dungeon. What's so special about entering a dungeon? The big exam is coming up. Who isn't grinding levels and gear? No, you didn't see clearly? He's only level 10, and he's entering a level 20 dungeon. The moment the words were out, a whole circle of people sprouted question marks. Holy crap, he really went into a level 20 dungeon? And alone? Are people this bold these days? Dying in a dungeon isn't real death. When your health hits 0, you get kicked out, but the cost is dropping all your equipment and losing all your items. He's probably a newbie who brought a teleport scroll, going in to try his luck scavenging materials, then bolting once he's grabbed some. That's a nerve-wracking gamble. If he can't recoup the cost, it's a huge loss. Teleport scrolls aren't cheap, you know. Sighs rippled through the crowd, and I had already stepped inside. The chatter outside the dungeon, I couldn't hear a single word of it, and I hadn't brought any teleport scroll at all. That thing is too expensive, and I'm too poor. I've never owned one. Fire Scorching the Dark Clouds has mountainous terrain. You climb all the way up, cut down the monsters along the path, kill the boss at the summit, and clear it. At the foot of the mountain, I casually flicked a skill at a small monster. An utterly ordinary little spark ignited on its body. The instant it touched, the monster collapsed and dissolved into nothing. Skill hit. Dealt 1280 damage to Wild Imp. Killed Wild Imp. Gained experience times 20. I stared at that string of numbers, and a comfort I'd never felt before washed over my whole body. You have to understand, This little monster standing in the path looks harmless, but its stats are terrifyingly high to me. It's level 16, and I'm a pitiful level 10. It probably went to its death never understanding why that tiny tuft of flame could deal over 1200 damage to it. After all, its full health is only 200. I'll admit your stats are decent. I click my tongue, but mine aren't bad either. With how squishy I am, one graze from a monster and I'm out early. But if I get to touch it first, then it can say goodbye. Monsters like this are everywhere in this dungeon. It was my first time running a high-level dungeon, so I was careful and did my homework before coming. 20 experience points. A few more kills, and I'll level up. Leveling up automatically refills mana. As long as I manage my mana consumption, steamrolling straight through is no problem. My damage is high, but casting skills still burns mana. Leveling up only refills mana once per level, so after that I have to stock enough mana potions or find a team. Some teams have a dedicated person managing supplies. Even without one, a group distributing skills sensibly can save a lot of mana. Every bottle saved is real money. Poverty is the downfall of heroes. I sighed. Once I hit 20, I'll have to figure out how to make money. The thought of shouldering 12,000 in debt at my young age put me under a mountain of pressure. A red blur suddenly darted into view. I raised my hand, wrote it off in passing, and kept walking. Halfway up the mountain, I walked and cast skills as I went. The monsters were too weak, so weak I never once saw the Wheel of Wind and Fire's special effect trigger. Level raised to 14. How did I jump 3 levels at once? I paused and looked back. In the distance lay a bloodthirsty red wolf, its name in purple text, different from the white text of the other small monsters. An elite monster. Oh, an elite. And here I thought some redhead had wandered in. I laughed. A level 20 dungeon really doesn't pressure me much. As long as I watch out for the monsters that might get in my face, I just steadily climb. Running solo, all the experience is mine, and with my low level, I level up incredibly fast, my mana never dropping below 80%. I steamrolled all the way to the final boss, the giant black bear, with 90% mana to spare. The surroundings were a sea of fire. The giant black bear crashed down from above, swinging a great axe, muttering under its breath. Making it this far is impressive. Now let me show you. Quite the stickler, giving a speech before the fight. Too bad I'm no stickler. I raised my hand. One wheel of wind and fire. Before it finished its line, the giant black bear was engulfed in flames. Then a streak of red light descended from the sky, slamming into it hard, knocking it flying, and it dissolved into nothing in midair. Seriously brutal, I sighed with genuine feeling. That's no wheel of wind and fire. That's a semi-truck. I picked up the dropped equipment in passing. There's a level requirement to equip it, but I'm only 18. The equipment the giant black bear dropped requires level 20 to wear, and killing it only got me to level 18. Fine. If once won't do it, I'll do it again. I triggered the teleport device beside the boss and exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, a few people were chatting, their eyes flicking toward the exit now and then. How long do you think that kid'll be in there? 10 minutes, tops. He's only level 10. He won't dare go deep. Look, here he comes. The moment I appeared, the crowd went off. Called it. Out in under 10 minutes. Probably struggled with one small monster for ages. Finally caught a chance to use his scroll and bolt. Guess you really do have to keep your feet on the ground. Wait. Hold on. Someone cut in. His level's wrong. He went in at level 10, and now he's level 18. The air froze for a moment. Holy crap, now that you mention it, I've got a bold idea. He didn't just solo, at level 10, in under 10 minutes, speed clear a level 20 dungeon, did he? The whole place went dead silent. That silence was deafening in everyone's mind. Listening to all this, I was a little confused. They're talking about me? Going from level 10 to 18, that does seem to be me. Whatever. Not important. I don't have time to dwell on this. I'm in a rush, pressed for time. Farming great equipment, but being unable to wear it because my level's too low. That feeling is unbearable. I turned around and stepped back into the teleport array. The moment I left, the breath the crowd had been holding finally burst out. I'm serious. I'm certain. He was level 10 when he went in. 8 levels in under 10 minutes. Other than a full clear, I can't think of any other explanation. God, clearing a level 20 dungeon at level 10. What kind of monster is this? Next to him, an old-timer like me at level 20 takes half an hour to clear it. I'm ashamed to show my face. And not long after I left, 6 more people walked out of the dungeon exit. None other than Lu Shirshir and her group, who had just finished slugging it out with the giant black bear. Chen Xuanan's face was full of excitement. Lu Shirshir, I knew you were my lucky star. In under half an hour, We actually dropped 2 skill books. 2 skill books dropped from a single dungeon run. How could Qin Xian'an not be thrilled? During the boss fight, this bunch had been a chaotic mess, and he'd cursed them out several times in his head. But the moment he saw those 2 skill books, all his anger melted away. The instant the skill books dropped, he negotiated it on the spot. Both books, all his. It was everyone else's first time in a level 20 dungeon, so they didn't dare make a peep. With these two, his fireball could go up another level, giving him a bit more confidence for the assessment. Hey, did you all hear that? Someone leaned in from the side. They say somebody cleared that dungeon in under 10 minutes. Qin Xian'an pricked up his ears, and sure enough, he caught a similar rumor. His first reaction was, nonsense. That's a level 20 dungeon. His group of 6 fought for a full half hour and only barely brought down the boss. Now someone's telling him a person cleared it in 10 minutes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Shirshir heard it too and dismissed it outright. The others chimed in one after another. These people love spreading nonsense. It gets more absurd with every retelling. Right? We only cleared it in half an hour thanks to Nan, our S-rank mage. How could anyone else pull it off? Unless the guy one-shot every monster he touched along the way. But anyone capable of that would have long passed level 20, couldn't even get in, and would have no reason to bother with a low-level dungeon like this. Qin Xian'an nodded. Exactly what he was thinking. He knew this dungeon well. Soloing a clear isn't hard, as long as you're willing to pay the price. But 10 minutes? Neither he nor any of the S-rank talents he knew could do that. At that thought, he felt much better and shook his head with a sigh. Do these people even use their brains? Believing something this ridiculous? With that, he ignored the commotion, his eyes glued to the 2 skill books in his bag, grinning ear to ear. With these, Fireball would go up another level. Whether for the assessment or for snatching a world boss, it made him 1 point more secure. He turned to look at Lu Shirshir. A lucky star. This afternoon's world dungeon. Should he bring her along too? Maybe he'd catch some of her luck. First time in a level 20 dungeon. How'd it feel? All thanks to you, Nan. Lu Shirshir smiled sweetly. I hit level 16. 1 more run, and I could probably jump straight to 18. Going from 14 to 16 in a single day, she was overjoyed, more and more convinced she'd played this move brilliantly. If she hadn't kicked Su Fan, how long would she have had to wait to run a level 20 dungeon? To reach level 16? At this rate, she might touch level 20 before the assessment. With a bit more luck, changing classes wasn't out of the question either. Once she changed classes, a top-tier university was a done deal. Even if she couldn't get into Capital University, she could take her pick of Sea University, Hang University, or River University. The thought of clinging tightly to Qin Xian'an's coattails was nailed firmly into her mind. There's a world boss dungeon tonight. Have your team rest up, meet back here at 5 this afternoon, and I'll take you all through a run. Is it to farm class change materials? Yeah. After level 20 you have to go to world dungeons to farm class change materials, and the equipment that drops there is far better than in ordinary dungeons. Lu Shirshir agreed without a second thought. She felt her good days were about to arrive. Meanwhile, on the other side, I watched the giant black bear dissolve into nothing for the second time and nodded with satisfaction. This run got me to level 20. Level 20. Now I can wear that gear from last time. I immediately put on the newly dropped level 20 equipment, refreshed from head to toe. My previous getup was level 10 junk, and this time the stats shot straight up. Next, I need to figure out how to fight the world boss. To level up, my only option is to run world dungeons and stockpile class change materials. Speaking of which, my luck is genuinely terrible. When I opened the chest after the boss died this time, the special reward was, of all things, a skill book. Why is it a skill book again? I sighed. Skill books dropped from solo dungeons go to whoever picks them up and can't be traded. But the one thing I never lack is skill points, so the single level this book adds is negligible to me. A skill drop would be more useful than this. Muttering, I touched the teleport array and exited the dungeon. Look, he's out. I was watching this time. Even faster than before, under 8 minutes. Look at his level. Level 20. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes that he was level 10 half an hour ago, and someone told me he leveled up 10 times in one day, I'd fight them. Is he some level-suppressing big shot? Maybe even a triple S hidden talent. Alright, stop staring. You can't learn to suppress your level, and without the talent, it's pointless anyway. I unconsciously rubbed my nose. Great. They really were talking about me. But I'm just a C-rank mage. A perfectly ordinary, utterly unremarkable C-rank mage. Running dungeons solo isn't level suppression, and it's not because I want to hog resources. It's purely because I don't have a team right now. Just as I was thinking about the team situation, a graceful figure landed in front of me. Hello, my name isn't Hondo. She was all smiles. It's Thursday today, and I saw you're on your own. The world boss this afternoon. Want to team up together? Team up together tonight. Any interest? Give me the details, I said. A few sentences, and I had a read on her intentions. And Hongdo was a team captain. The 5 o'clock world boss dungeon requires 6 people to enter, and they happened to be one short. I'd been planning to fight the world boss anyway, since that's the only place class change materials drop. But I didn't rush to agree. Instead, I shot back. Team up? What's in it for me? My thinking was simple. My wallet's empty, and I badly need income. And Hongdo saw right through me. She thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth. 5,000. Just team up with us, and the moment the dungeon ends, I'll give you 5,000. My heart skipped a beat. I took an enormous risk borrowing from a loan shark just to get 10,000. And now you're telling me one team up nets 5,000? What kind of blessed captain is this? Why didn't my old garbage team ever have a rich woman like this? What about the dungeon drops? I kept a straight face. Distributed through normal participation. Pleasure doing business. We agreed to meet at 4:30 in front of the world boss dungeon, exchanged contact info, and I left. The moment I left, a few people gathered around and Hongdo one after another. Hongdo, half a day until the dungeon opens. Did you find a teammate? Found one just now. She gazed in the direction I'd left. Oh, did we miss some good drama? And Hongdo smiled. An interesting person showed up. He's our temporary teammate now. You'll see him inside the dungeon this afternoon. Hongdo, we've got to keep a close eye out this time. Last time Chen Xianan turned on us, made us all lose our equipment, and he hogged everything for himself. Don't mention Chen Xianan. And Hongdo's face went cold, a faint chill in her eyes. He stopped being our teammate long ago. Let's get into the dungeon. In my room, I took stock of the morning's haul. Just 2 dungeon runs got me to level 20. 2 chests opened. 1 crude bracelet, level 20, which adds 100 to max mana when worn, and the other a skill book. Everything else was useless, either stuff my class can't use, or common materials. The skill book's dead weight, but the bracelet's decent. As for the world boss, I'd looked into that too. It's different from the daily dungeons I solo. In daily dungeons, you're either alone or with a team, and you'll never run into another team. But the world boss matches several teams inside at once. All resources are out in the open, first come first served, and boss ownership has to be won through damage. And the most crucial point of all, in the world boss, PvP can be enabled, meaning you can deal damage to other players. Picture this, everyone's heads down fighting the boss, and one person quietly enables PvP, and it just so happens he's got a wide-range AoE skill. I couldn't even imagine how beautiful that scene would be. That's why the death rate in the world boss is much higher than in daily dungeons. I need to prep first. I listed the junk gear I couldn't use on the exchange and sold off all my surplus materials. No choice, I'm broke. Luckily, soloing the dungeon meant all the materials were mine, and I scraped together over 2,000. Money in hand, I went for supplies. A return to city scroll costs 1,000? That's daylight robbery. My face went dark. That's enough for 2. Thinking it over, I couldn't bring myself to. Next time for sure. The world boss won't need it anyway. That place is easy to enter and hard to leave. Until the boss dies, nobody's getting out. I bought a few mana potions. Balance, 1140. Before leaving, I glanced at the prices for class change materials. Magic Crystal ×1, level 20 Mage class change material, price, 100,000. Soul of the Agony Golem ×1, level 20 Mage class change material, price, 1 million, currently out of stock. I immediately dropped any thought of buying materials. Fine, I'll grind them honestly from the dungeon. Buying class change materials with money is not a path a broke guy like me can consider. Time flew. I arrived at the teleport point for the world boss dungeon and waited. There are several entrances like this in the Silver Moon district, all leading to the same place. Before long, and Hongdo arrived with her 4 teammates. This is Su Fan, she said with a brief introduction. There was still some time before the dungeon opened, so she began going over the situation inside and the assignments. As she spoke, footsteps sounded from the other end of the teleport array. Huh, why does that guy look so familiar? Isn't that Su Fan? Holy crap, it really is him. Why is he here too? This is the entrance to a world dungeon. I frowned and turned around. Familiar faces. Lu Shirshir's teammates, along with her good man, Chen Xianan. Lu Shirshir, one arm looped through Chen Xuannan's in his fiery red robe, swept a disdainful look my way. Well, look who it is. It's Su Fan. What? You're only level 10, and you want to enter a world dungeon too. What for? To fill a gap in the boss's teeth. You're only level 10, and you're coming to a world dungeon too? Here to throw your life away. Lu Shirshir's face was full of contempt. The World Dungeon takes players up to level 20, and her team had a level 20 S rank mage, so she was confident. She genuinely couldn't figure out why a level 10, like me, was joining the fun. Didn't I know that dying once means dropping equipment and wasting several days of work? Her few followers immediately chimed in. Su Fan, get lost while you can. This isn't a place for you. Go run your low-level dungeons. If you run into a level 15 monster in there, don't come crying to us for help. There's other people's damage flying around too. Careful you don't get wiped out by a stray shockwave. Every line came with a barb. Before the dungeon opens, there are lots of people around, and the World Dungeon usually hides ID displays, so they recognized me by my face. Where's your team? Lu Shirshir raised an eyebrow. You surely didn't come alone? World boss ownership is decided by damage. You do know that, don't you? As she spoke, she pulled Chun Xian in closer and lifted her chin high. The meaning was obvious. So what if you found a new team? Can it compare to my S-rank mage? I was about to speak, and Hongdo stepped ahead of me first, leading her teammates straight to the front, walking right past me, her eyes fixed on Chun Xianan. Chun, Xian, Nan. One word at a time, squeezed out through her teeth. The few people behind her wanted to flare up too, but she pressed them back with one hand. She turned her head to look at me, her expression grave. Those women, they're your friends? Not really, I said. There's even some bad blood. And Hongdo visibly relaxed. Lu Shirshir sized up this team, and her expression gradually sank. Aside from Hongdo, there were 2 at level 20 and 2 at level 19. The whole team's quality left hers in the dust. On her side, the highest was just Chun Xianan at level 20, and the rest topped out at 18. Seeing me stay silent, Lu Shirshir grew more baffled. How on earth did Su Fan hook up with such a strong team? In just one day, and with that face of his? Her eyes darted. Right, that was it. Su Fan's no good at anything else, but his face really isn't bad. Damn it. How is his luck this good, snagging some woman who covets his looks and dragging him along to freeload in the dungeon? The more she thought about it, the more it fit. So you've started living off a woman, she said, changing her tone, smiling maliciously. No wonder you dared to enter a world dungeon. The words had barely left her mouth. Smack. And Hongdo lunged forward and backhanded her across the face. Are you sick in the head? Have you even looked at the 2 of your levels? That slap left Lu Shirshir stunned. I was stunned too. I hadn't expected Hongdo to stand up for me. The next second, I understood. Her few teammates couldn't hold back any longer. Chun Xianan, you actually dared to show up at a world dungeon? Last time you pulled your dirty trick behind our backs, cost us heavy losses. We haven't settled that score yet, and you've delivered yourself right to us? If it weren't for you, our captain would have collected her materials and changed classes long ago. Chun Xuanan's face darkened. Inwardly, he cursed Lu Shirshir. Of all people to provoke, she had to pick them. The world boss is strong to begin with. That I could take it, that's skill. His mouth was still stubborn, and Hongdo's teammates were about to rush him on the spot, but she blocked them with one hand and lowered her voice. Don't rush. Too many people are watching. Once we're in the dungeon, we'll settle the whole account with them. Only then did they hold back. Fighting outside would get everyone in trouble if the moderators caught it. But once inside the dungeon, there aren't so many rules. Ding. The teleport array opened. 5 in the afternoon, the world boss dungeon opened. And Hongdo turned to look at me. You've got a grudge with that little bitch, and we've got our own private score with Chun Xianan. Perfect. Watch out for that guy inside. He's got no integrity. I nodded. The 6 of us stepped into the teleport array. Let's go. Sure, the dungeon's open. Someone reminded the still-dazed Lu Shirshir. Once we're in, I'll get revenge for you. Okay. She snapped out of it. Watching my retreating back, a flicker of panic flashed through her eyes. Truthfully, she'd recovered from that slap a while ago. What really scoured away her reason was something else. Just now she'd taken a careful look at my level. Level 20. Higher than her. In under a day, how was that possible? She hadn't dared tell her teammates. This is impossible. It has to be fake. Now entering World Boss Dungeon. Molten Flame Golem. Matching teams. 1 of 4. 4 of 4. Match successful. Once inside, I scanned the info for each team. Exquisite dice. Sure not wet. Just turned 18. One more run. Wait. Sure not wet. Isn't that my old team? We'd actually gotten matched into the same run as Lu Shirshir's group. I laughed. This is getting interesting. And Hongdo's expression, though, wasn't so good. I remembered that quarrel at the entrance. From how you 2 talked just now, you've got history with Chun Xianan? She sighed and spilled the whole story. Chun Xianan was a member they'd temporarily recruited last time. In the dungeon, the boss had 5% health left, right in the desperate berserk phase. And Hongdo's exquisite dice team had the top damage, So as long as the boss died normally, ownership would be theirs. Everyone's attention was on the boss, and nobody noticed Chun Xian secretly contacting another team and getting them to enable PvP. As a teammate, Chun Xian not only withheld his damage, but at the critical moment deliberately blocked his teammates' movement, playing them in plain sight. The boss's attacks combined with the pincer of 3 teams enabling PvP, and her teammates fell one after another. In the end, even she couldn't hold on and died to a player's skill. The boss ultimately went to the second-ranked team. At that point, the boss's health was already under 1%. If her team hadn't been wiped, ownership should have been theirs. Afterward, Chun Xian brushed himself off and left the team. I sighed listening to this. This Chun Xian really isn't human, willing to stab his own teammates in the back. The world boss runs twice a week, Tuesday and Thursday. Miss it, and you wait another week. No wonder Hongdo was willing to pay a hefty sum to pull in a helper to fill the slot. Su Fan, I saw Lu Shishir's got a belly full of malice toward you two. Is there a story between you two? I weighed my words. I usually keep a low profile, which might have caused some people to misunderstand. Something clicked in Hongdo's mind. Yesterday, though she'd been far away, she'd watched with her own eyes as I shot from level 10 to level 20. 10 to 20, which meant I really had been only level 10 before I went in. And no matter how rotten Chen Xuanan's character was, he was a genuine S rank, level 20 mage. Latching onto a backer like that, how could Lu Shishir not be smug? She didn't wait for me to explain. In her mind, she'd already filled in a version close enough to the truth. This guy probably kept such a low profile that Lu Shishir got the wrong idea. But after that slap, Lu Shishir should have noticed my level by now, right? I wonder what expression she's wearing, whether she's melting down. The corner of Hongdo's mouth quietly curved up. Let's go. They've already made their move. We'll head over too. The group of us proceeded along the path. The world boss has no small monsters. Once inside, you set off from the starting point and reach the boss arena straight along the way. It saves the trouble of clearing mobs, but the boss's health bar is far thicker than in ordinary dungeons, and the threat is greater. In the center of the valley in the distance, a giant stone figure paced back and forth. World boss, the molten flame golem. Its head was covered in spikes, and every step it took kicked up clouds of dust. Right now it was chasing down another team that had matched in. And Hongdo conferred with me. Su Fan, I'm worried Chun Xian will hide somewhere and pull another dirty trick. You don't need to fight later, just keep a close watch on him for us. What about the boss damage? Don't worry, I've got that handled. You've never coordinated with us, so I'm afraid you'd be out of sync. Just keep an eye on him, and if there's real danger, I'll call you. All right, I agreed readily. I came in here for the money anyway. Not fighting means not burning mana potions. As long as that old crew doesn't stir up trouble, I don't have to do a thing, and I still get a share of the spoils at the end. Couldn't be sweeter. Think about the hard days I used to live, having to plan out strategies and count my teammates' mana to time the supplies. Nothing hurts like a good comparison. I shook my head and stopped dwelling on it, lifting my eyes to scan the damage panel. Boss ownership comes down to this in the end. Since it's all team-based, damage is tallied by team. I was stunned. I hadn't fired a single shot, yet the moment Hongdo entered the fray, our team's damage shot straight to first. Top damage, and the boss's aggro was locked firmly onto her team. The tank held the front and pulled the fire. The support stacked attack auras on the mage. The priest healed the tank. Their coordination was seamless, the whole rhythm pinning the boss down. I thought about it and let it go. This team is basically all level 20. It'd be a miracle if they couldn't pin the boss. But only 2 teams had entered so far, and the boss's health had dropped less than 2%. Ownership was a long way off. Before long, the other 2 teams joined the battlefield too. The numbers on the damage panel jumped wildly. Having an S-rank mage really is different. Carrying dead weight and still pulling second in damage. Someone remarked, doesn't matter. At this rate, the boss goes to Hongdo. I quietly did the math in my head. Just then, Chun Xian suddenly broke off from his damage position. Right after, his whole team pulled away from the boss too, edging over toward me. The corner of my mouth curled up. Finally can't hold back and want to make your move? I'd barely moved the whole time. Fighting monsters didn't need me, and Hongdo couldn't be bothered to direct me separately. So from a positioning standpoint, I was currently split off from the main group, standing alone on the outskirts. The moment Lu Shishir's crew got close, her voice drifted in over the nearby channel. Never expected this, Su Fan. I really underestimated you. Such good luck, latching onto a high-level team's coattails in a single day and scraping your way up to level 20. TSK, they really do care about you. But don't think being level 20 lets you compare to Chun Xian. You're a C-rank mage. Even at the same level 20, The gap isn't just a little. You mean to say, I said flatly, an 18-level support is even qualified to weigh me up? Lu Shirshi's face stiffened. She envied me leveling to 20 in a day, and she looked down on my leech my way up act. But if it really came to a one-on-one, she wouldn't dare. In the end, she was just a support. Even as an A rank, going head-on against a mage like me, she had zero chance of winning. Su Fan, you need to understand, a freeloader is a freeloader in the end. She steeled herself and shot back. However you leached your way up, today will knock you back down the same way. Right? That gear of yours looks pretty good. Once you're dead, we'll take good care of it for you. As the words fell, the names of her whole team flashed red. PvP enabled. From this moment, their skills could hit others, and others' skills could hit them. The boss had 12% health left. Chun Xianan, in the end, couldn't resist and enabled PvP at this exact juncture. At this point, most people's focus was glued to the boss. And once the boss's health broke 10%, it would go berserk, its attack power and frequency surging. The more so at times like this, the more dangerous. One slip, and it's a wipe. But in Hongdo's side had been schemed against by Chun Xianan once before and had long been guarding against him. The instant PvP went red, her few teammates' expressions turned frantic. That dog Chun Xianan enabled PvP again and picked this exact moment. He really knows how to time it. Where do we have the spare energy to deal with him, watching the boss and guarding against his ambush at the same time? Their coordination clearly skipped a beat. Captain, while the boss hasn't gone berserk yet, how about we hold the boss and you break away to take them out? And Hongdo pressed her lips. That method existed, but the risk was high, meaning she'd have to guard against both the boss and the ambush. And who could guarantee that the moment she went a deal with Chun Xianan, the other two teams wouldn't enable PvP too? If that happened, they'd be completely on the back foot. Their damage was highest, so boss ownership was almost certainly theirs. The other teams really might enable PvP to snatch it. She felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she should have dealt with Chun Xianan first thing on entering. But then she shook her head. Fixating on Chun Xianan the moment they entered would have cut a huge chunk out of their boss damage. And by the time she finished him and turned to the boss, it might be too late. So in the end, I still can't do it. She sighed quietly, as if seeing the last tragedy replay before her eyes. She'd already made up her mind. Once this ended, she'd definitely go to a public dungeon and settle the score. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she lifted her eyes toward the direction Chen Xuanan's crew was advancing. They hadn't charged her team first. Instead, they'd chosen their first target as that Su Fan out on the outskirts. A glint flashed through in Hongdo's eyes. No, it wasn't entirely hopeless. At the very least, to guard against exactly this, she'd specially recruited that person before coming in this time. He really was strong. But could he truly hold back this entire team? She gritted her teeth and made her decision. Lead the boss over to their side. If they won't let us have it easy, we won't let them sit off to the side and enjoy the show. By now the boss's health had dropped to 11%, ready to go berserk any moment. The tank pulled the aggro and came charging toward my side. Su Fan, I'll admit you've got a bit of luck. But if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for thinking too simply. This is a world dungeon. Lu Shirsher sneered. One-on-one, I might not be your match. But we're a whole team. When we can gang up, who's going to fight you one-on-one? She wasn't stupid. In a real duel she couldn't win, but here teamwork was the rule. She could gang up on me openly and with justification, so she wasn't about to fall for goading. My gaze shifted, moving past them to look behind. And Hongdo and the others were edging toward my side. Lu Shirsher followed my line of sight and smiled. Don't count on it. Today, unless you can wipe all 6 of us out single-handedly, you're destined to meet your end right here. When the world boss's health bottoms out, it goes berserk. You wouldn't know that, being new, would you? Your dear teammates are about to take the boss's berserk assault. They won't have time to save you. One buff aura after another had already stacked onto Chun Xianan. The words had barely fallen. On the other side, the molten flame golem threw back its head and roared, scorching lava bubbling out, its entire body wrapped in flames. Berserk. At the same time, the 3rd and 4th ranked teams moved too, unexpectedly enabling PvP at this very moment, closing in from left and right, pinning in Hongdo's team in the middle. And Hongdo's expression changed abruptly. She predicted Chun Xuanan's ambush, predicted the boss going berserk, but she hadn't predicted that Chun Xuanan's face could be thick enough for this. Seeing the other 2 teams strike in unison, she understood in an instant. Those 2 teams had been bought off by Chun Xianan too. Damn it! How could it be like this? Could it be? She really was going to fall a second time at the hands of this boss? Could she really be about to fall a second time? If it happened again, all her equipment would drop, she'd have to regrind, wasting huge amounts of time. And with less than 30 days to the capital exam, time was the most precious thing of all. And Hongdo's gaze went a little unfocused. She stopped walking toward my side. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she no longer could. Handling 2 teams plus a berserk boss at the same time, the situation had long slipped out of her control. It was as if she could already see the ending. Full of guilt, she spoke in the team channel. "I'm sorry, everyone. Once this is over, I'll definitely make it up to you. I'll grind the equipment back with you, and I'll deal with Chun Xianan too. It's not your fault, Captain. Chun Xianan is just too sinister. Pulling something like this, he'll get what's coming to him sooner or later. It's fine, Captain. The equipment was yours to grind for us in the first place. Getting wiped in a world dungeon is normal, don't feel too guilty." Her teammates comforted her one after another. By now, casualties had begun to appear on their side. One was killed by another team's archer with a single arrow and exited the dungeon. Not dead to the boss, dead to a person. And Hongdo finally turned to me. "Su Fan, I'm sorry. Dragging you down in our very first collaboration. When this ends, I'll do my best to cover your losses." She didn't finish, and no reply came. All she saw was, in the sky, a streak of red light plummeting. A wheel of wind and fire wrapped in blazing flames descended from the heavens, slamming hard into Chun Xuanan's team. Lu Shishir's health bar emptied in an instant. She only glimpsed a streak of red flash before her eyes before her vision went black. By the time she came to, she was already outside the dungeon. All her equipment dropped, and the unused items in her bag had vanished along with it. I died in the dungeon. Her eyes were full of doubt. 1 second ago, the 6 of them had been surrounding Su Fan, ready to strike. The next second, a fiery red armored truck appeared out of nowhere and carried her straight off. That red light, what on earth was it? The panel gave no notification, only showing that her health had hit 0 and she'd been sent back to the teleport point. While she was dazed, she noticed she wasn't the only one who'd come out. Her teammates had been teleported out one after another too, each face full of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I just stacking buffs on Nan? How did I end up back here in the blink of an eye? All I remember before coming back is a giant fire wheel crashing down from the sky. Was it that thing? A fire wheel? The boss's skill? Is the berserk state that fierce? Before long, Chun Xianan came out too. Everyone turned to look at him in unison, since he was the only one who'd been in a world dungeon more than once. But Chun Xuanan's expression was just as grim. He deliberated for a long while, then spoke under everyone's gaze. "I've never seen the boss use that move before either. Maybe it's the boss's hidden skill?" The moment he said it, everyone fell silent. A hidden skill, and we just happened to run into it? Our luck is way too rotten. But then again, if it's a hidden skill, Su Fan couldn't have escaped it either, right? Why haven't we seen him come out? Everyone scanned their surroundings in unison. Disappointment. Every other team was there, but there was no sign of Su Fan. Chun Xianan noticed this too, and the cloud of doubt in his heart grew heavier. As an S-rank mage, the resources he could pull were fairly terrifying. Before entering the dungeon, he'd studied a good deal of data on boss skills. Though bosses spawn randomly, there's some pattern to follow, and this molten flame golem had no such move at all. A terrifying thought surfaced in the depths of his mind. Could it be? That move wasn't the boss's hidden skill at all, but rather, cast by Su Fan? He jerked his head hard. He knew Su Fan. This morning, he was a level 10 C-rank mage, and he'd never given him a proper glance. Now to tell him that this very C-rank mage, with one move, in the instant he had no time to react, wiped out him and his whole team? He didn't believe it. To make him believe a person could grow this strong in a single day, he'd sooner believe it was a hidden boss skill nobody had discovered. But his equipment had already dropped. He had no mind to linger here. The thought that Hongdo hadn't died and would most likely take boss ownership made him too agitated to stay. Forget all this. Let's go to a healing point first and fill our health. Chun Xianan made the call. After dying out of a dungeon, health doesn't auto-refill, leaving just 1 point. In other words, if he wanted to enter another dungeon, it would be in a 1 health state, with 0 margin for error, 1 graze, and he'd die. Inside the world dungeon, Hongdo stared blankly at the scene before her, utterly stunned. Just moments ago, she'd already prepared herself to die. But one after another, giant blazing wheels of wind and fire descended from the sky, crashing down onto the heads of everyone except her group. The Chun Xianan team that a second ago had been clamoring to wipe them out, along with the other 2 teams that had closed in from left and right. The next second, all of them, under that streak of red light, crumbled to ash. At this point, how could she not understand what had happened? She instinctively looked toward where I stood. Sure enough, everyone around me was gone. And on my fingertip, a small flame still lingered, flickering between guttering and going out. Who? I gently blew a breath, and the flame dispersed. And Hondo looked around, gazing at the equipment scattered all over the ground at the boss's feet, and fell silent for a long time. If I remembered right, the boss still had 10% health at the time, and it had gone berserk too. But the moment I made my move, 1 second, and I carried off everyone on the field, and even the berserk boss couldn't withstand it. Along with those who'd enabled PvP, I'd swept up the molten flame golem too. And Hondo's teammates came to their senses one after another. Holy crap, Captain, where'd you find this new teammate? He's this strong. Am I seeing this right? One move took out a low-health berserk world boss, along with that damned Chen Xianan. Captain really does think ahead. Just now we really thought we were going to meet our end in there. A few teammates who hadn't been at the teleport array that afternoon were still in the dark, marveling nonstop. And Hondo didn't touch the boss equipment scattered across the ground. Instead, she earnestly introduced me to her teammates. His name is Su Fan. He's not on our team. He's someone I temporarily hired to help fight the world boss. With that, she walked up to me and thanked me solemnly. Thank you, Su Fan. If it weren't for you just now, we'd already be dead in there. I took your money, so of course I'll do the job right, I said. Besides, I found that Chun Xianan an eyesore for a long time too. That move just now was indeed my wheel of wind and fire. This spell, evolved from Flame Burn, had long since fully mutated, its effect and range utterly transformed, yet it still retained its original trait. It fires incredibly fast. In that brief second, I unleashed 3 wheels of wind and fire, sending one each at Chen Xuanan's team and the other 2 teams. As for the world boss, I paid it no attention at all. It was purely caught in the residual force of the 3 wheels of wind and fire, triggering ignition, and then got swept away along with them. You could only blame the molten flame golem's rotten luck. And Hondo gazed at the fallen boss, and a bold thought surfaced in her mind. That move just now, the boss had only 10% health. What if it had been at full health? That single move, what would the result have been? At that thought, she froze. Was this the strength of a specially recruited student? Both level 20, yet fighting the world boss was 2 completely different experiences. After this battle, she was already certain in her heart. Su Fan must be a specially recruited student. She asked cautiously, Su Fan, have you already been specially recruited into Capital University? I was startled at first, then understood. She'd taken me for a specially recruited student. I neither admitted nor denied it, only gave her a smile. That smile, and in Hondo understood everything. A big shot has a big shot's way of keeping a low profile. Best not to blab once outside, so as not to disrupt the big shot's arrangements. So she quietly instructed her teammates about this idea, telling them not to say too much no matter who asked once they were out, just to say their own team had killed the boss. Her teammates nodded one after another. Once that was settled, she spoke in the team channel. Our team's rule is that drops are split by dice roll. But this time, if it weren't for Su Fan stepping in, not only would we have failed to bring down the boss, we'd have been wiped by Chun Xianan and his lot. So this time's drops all go to Su Fan. Does anyone object? No. Brother Fan saved our lives and vented our grudge for us. These materials should be his to begin with. No objection. I've found Chen Xuanan's crew an eyesore for ages, especially that woman called Lu Shishir. Her mouth's too poisonous. Now that she's dead, she should behave herself. Right? Chun Xianan schemed against people in dungeons, and now his day has come. When I get back, I'll definitely send him a message to mock him thoroughly. They'd had a grudge against Chun Xianan to begin with. I'd avenged them and preserved all their equipment, so naturally they had nothing to say about this distribution. And Hondo nodded and pushed all the boss drop materials in front of me. Had I not stepped in, she'd have had everyone roll for it. But now, convinced I was a specially recruited student, she was all the more willing to treat these as a gesture of sincere collaboration. I didn't stand on ceremony either. Everyone finished sweeping the dungeon and left. As we parted, and Hondo sent me a private message. Su Fan, the fee we agreed on, I'll transfer you 5,000 once this ends. Also, thank you for saving the whole team. I'll add another 5,000. I thought for a moment. All right. Inwardly, I couldn't help marveling. Sure enough, pouring all my money into strength was the right call. Once my strength climbed, playing hired gun for people paid this handsomely. I was more than satisfied with this job. I got the boss rewards and took in a big chunk of cash. And Hondo moved fast. The moment I stepped out of the teleport array, the payment arrived. I accepted it and replied, "Pleasure doing business." Outside the teleport array, It was quite lively at the moment. The teams that had entered the dungeon in the same batch as me had made a round of the healing point and all crowded back at the exit. The moment we came out, we were pinned by the hostile stares of 3 teams in unison. Luckily, brawling is forbidden in the city-state, so all they could do was glare. Getting caught by the guards meant, at the least, being restricted from entering dungeons, an extremely severe penalty. Look, and Hondo and the others are out. Out this late. Could it be they dodged the boss's hidden attack? Impossible. We were closest to them at the time. Our main tank maxed out defense to guard against focus fire and still got one shot by that fire wheel. How could they have dodged it? Over this stretch of time, the several teams had put their heads together and already chalked that sudden strike up to a hidden boss attack. For them, the loss was actually minor. The reason they lingered here was to wait for Chun Xianan to make good on his promise. Meeting their gazes, Chun Xianan naturally understood. Inside the dungeon, to ensure his plan was foolproof, he'd roped in the captains of the other 2 teams. As long as they teamed up to kill in Hondo's group, he'd pay. Those 2 teams couldn't win the damage race anyway, and seeing there was extra cash in it, they'd agreed without a second thought. Rest assured about the promised payment. I'll transfer it to your captains shortly, Chun Xianan said. He already had a guess about that final fire wheel, but he stubbornly refused to believe it was real. Having gotten their reply, the several teams quieted down. Seeing in Hondo's group, especially that the 2 teammates originally at level 19 had both leveled to 20, the crowd wasn't stupid and instantly pieced together the truth. Everyone had been killed by the hidden boss move, and in Hondo's team had hogged the boss. Damn it, their luck is way too good, dodging the hidden move and soloing the boss all to themselves. But seeing the other side was all level 20, the several teams only dared grumble under their breath and didn't dare act. Chun Xianan and Hondo spoke. We haven't settled your account yet. Do you have the guts to face me in the arena? Chun Xuanan's expression changed. He'd come back only to confirm his guess and hadn't expected this woman to be so tough, demanding the arena the moment she opened her mouth. The words had barely fallen when an arena invitation arrived before him. The arena comes in 2 types. The balanced arena is for sparring, with both sides' stats leveled and no penalty for losing. The unrestricted arena has no restrictions at all, and the loser drops equipment. Chun Xianan thought it over and still tapped decline, his face going cold. And Hondo, you just got lucky and won once. I'm about to change classes soon. In the weekend's 100-person dungeon, I hope you'll have such good luck too. Back home, I opened my bag. This world boss run brought in a good deal of materials. Class change requires 3 fire lotus seeds, 3 magic crystals, and 1 wisp of golem soul. Of these, the fire lotus seeds and magic crystals were already collected. Just 1 wisp of golem soul left. I recalled how to obtain it. This thing can only be gotten in the 100-person dungeon, with a chance to drop from killing the final boss. There are many kinds of final bosses, and the one I wanted was the soul of the one called the Agony Golem. I glanced at my balance. Helping in Hondo on that run brought in a big chunk. First, I paid off the money I'd borrowed from the loan app early. The app's initial limit wasn't high. According to its intro, paying back early would raise the limit next time. Sure enough, the moment the repayment landed, the number on the loan app's homepage jumped. The limit rose from 2,000 to 5,000, and a plus sign appeared beside it. Tap to increase limit. I tapped it, and a dialog popped up. Congratulations on unlocking the exclusive level verification privilege. Tap below to verify and unlock the exclusive limit for your level. There's an operation like this. You can use level as collateral to borrow more. I followed the prompt and did the level verification. The limit jumped again, straight from 5,000 to 20,000. Without hesitation, I withdrew it. Ding dong. Before long, the text message arrived. Balance, 27,230. I opened the message box and suddenly found a huge pile of messages inside. Whether that Mana Loan app from before had leaked my info, or the ad systems these days were just too considerate. I'd only borrowed money yesterday, and today my inbox was stuffed with loans of all kinds. Tap the link to download. 0 interest for new users first month, up to 12 installments. New user loans, ultra low interest, starting from 6% per year. Tap the link for details. Still worried about not having mana to cast skills in the dungeon? Come try Mage Loan. Reply stop to unsubscribe. Anyone else, seeing these annoying ads, would have their head full of how to block and report them. Every one of these texts was exaggerated. The 0 interest first month was real, but they forced you into installments and charged high interest afterward. Starting from 6% was even more of a bluff, since anything from 6 to 60% could be called starting from 6%. Each scheme was deeper than the last. But I was different. Looking at these texts, I saw a field of glittering gold. This works out well, saves me from hunting them down one by one. I turned none away. 10 minutes later, my phone had 5 new apps, each name more considerate than the last. Mage loan, dungeon loan, equipment loan. After a whole round of operations. So this is how happy life is with money. Ever since setting foot on this glorious road of borrowing, I discovered that there's no need to worry about running out of money. These apps always scramble to cover your life's big expenses, terrified you won't dare to spend. And the limits were all sizable. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, and one even gave a straight 100,000. Can't spend it all. Can't possibly spend it all. Over this one day, I came to deeply understand just how important upgrading skills is. Looking at the row of loan limits, I didn't hesitate for a second and borrowed it all. Ding dong, ding dong. The texts came one after another. I smiled. 200,000 in 10 minutes. Nobody's faster than me, right? Of course, there's no free lunch in this world. These platforms' interest was terrifyingly high. However happy I was borrowing, that's how painful the repayment would be, easily 50 or 60%. I did the math. Next year, I'd have to pay back close to 400,000, doubling in a year. Anyone else would burst into tears on the spot, but I quickly made my peace with it. Next year's problems are next year's. Looking on the bright side, what if in a few days these apps get reported and taken down? Wouldn't that mean I don't have to pay back? Setting the thought aside, I opened the system panel. Exchange for skill points. My spending power kicked in, converting all 200,000 plus I'd just borrowed into skill points. A moment later, over 200,000 skill points appeared on the panel. Level up, level up. I jabbed away at the plus sign behind the skill. Every level up cost a 4-digit sum, which worked out to a month of my living expenses. I've put in serious money this time. Don't let me down. I muttered inwardly, my hand not slowing in the slightest. The skill points evaporated at high speed. My skill ushered in a fresh round of transformation. Wheel of Wind and Fire, level 64 to level 80, becoming Heat Wave Sense. Heat Wave Sense, level 80. Your affinity with fire is significantly enhanced, reducing fire attribute terrain damage. You can sense fluctuations of fire attribute energy within an area. Heat Wave Sense, level 80 to level 100. Transforming into Flame Servant. Flame Servant, level 100, 6th tier skill. Summon a Flame Servant that obeys your command, controllable within a certain range, able to cast skills below level 60. The servant's damage is affected by distance and skill level. Flame Servant, level 100 to level 120, transforming into 8-gate Escaping Fire. 8-gate Escaping Fire, level 120, 7th tier skill. Fire wheels of wind and fire in 8 directions to deal damage. You may choose to swap positions with any of the wheels. All skills below 7th tier can be freely cast. The interface jumped at high speed. It took me a full 3 minutes to digest that enormous flood of information. So skills have tiers on top of levels? Aside from my stash of skill points, nobody was extravagant enough to dump all their points into a single starting skill and let it transform all the way to 7th tier. I was the first person to level an ordinary skill to 7th tier. After 6th tier, the changes grew suddenly drastic. Especially at 7th tier, I discovered my skill could be broken apart. Before, my skill was one big nuke, crushing through raw levels, wiping out a whole team with one move. Now, I could break it apart and use it. In other words, as long as I was willing, I could call up any skill below 7th tier at will. One raise of my hand could be the lowest level flame burn dealing just 10 damage, or a world-ending 7th tier grant spell. Let the other side guess. You guess whether this wave of my hand is a little spark under 100 points, or a world-destroying great fire wheel. As for this newly transformed 7th tier 8-gate Escaping Fire, summoning 8 wheels of wind and fire at once, the gap couldn't be wider. You have to understand, the wheel of wind and fire comes with percentage damage built in. Cast at point-blank range, its power was almost unimaginable. On top of that came new abilities like summons and position swapping. Exactly how strong it was, I could only test in a dungeon. I closed the panel, the corner of my mouth lifting. Helping someone run a dungeon once earns several thousand. Such a sweet deal. I've got to make a few more trips. I came to the Bounty Hunter. This place specializes in posting bounty tasks. Employers like in Hongdo are far from rare. To speed up their dungeon farming, some hire fighters. The employer pays, the fighter runs the dungeon, and the drops generally go to the employer. This was exactly the money-making path I'd set my eyes on. Helping in Hongdo once brought in nearly 10,000. A good deal like that. Of course, I was willing to make a few more trips. Standing before the task board, I scanned the recently posted commissions. Seeking a carry for a level 20 dungeon. Bring your own supplies. Pay per run, 200 each time. Team up to farm materials, 5 and 1 short. Common materials split 50-50, rare rolled by dice. Bring your own supplies. Most of these were looking for teammates or someone to run dungeons on their behalf. What I wanted was the kind with a bounty. My gaze swept past quickly, and before long, I locked onto my target. Seeking farming of specified materials, 3-day time limit, ample supplies, bounty 10,000. Note, no payment if the material doesn't drop. Add contact info to discuss. This one was interesting. The time limit was far shorter than the others, and you had to farm specified materials per the poster's requirement, with no money if you couldn't produce them. But with such harsh requirements, the bounty was especially generous. But none of that was what I valued most. What I valued most was ample supplies, no need to bring your own. No choice, I was too poor. And after reaching level 20, my old refill mana on level up trick no longer worked. This one it is. I tapped the task and got the employer's contact info. After briefly learning about the materials to farm and which dungeons each could drop from, I took the job. In a residential area elsewhere in the city, a man in a short-sleeved shirt walked onto his balcony and made a phone call. Young Master Lu, the task you posted, someone just took it. The other end was silent for a moment. This is already the 5th one. The tone was full of disappointment, as if he'd long seen through the outcome. Hurry up, Zhao Cheng. Your sister doesn't have much time. Without the material, that doctor won't operate, and this is as far as I can help you. At the mention of his sister, Zhao Cheng gripped the balcony railing hard. I know. I'll speed things up. They talked a bit more, then hung up. Setting down the phone, Zhao Cheng let out a long sigh. His sister lay bedridden. Only a highly difficult operation offered hope of recovery. With his friend's help, he'd finally found a doctor able to perform it, one willing to accept any price. But the doctor didn't want money. He wanted a special material. That material was too rare. Though most dungeons dropped it, the chance was only 0.1%. It wasn't sold on the market at all, valuable but unavailable. He'd tried posting bounty tasks, but he'd gone through several fighters, and none had managed to farm that rare material. The bounty had climbed from 2,000 to 10,000, and one crop of people replaced another, still empty-handed. The first to take the job had farmed for a full 5 days, an efficiency so slow it drove one to despair. That's why he'd later added the time limit, to guard against those muddling through. Their time was too precious, they couldn't afford to waste it. What they urgently needed now was someone highly efficient. This one that's come, I hope he's a bit more reliable. The next day, I arrived at the meeting point as agreed and met Zhao Cheng, who'd posted the task. Hello, my name is Zhao Cheng. The task requirements were covered in the message yesterday. You're clear on them? I nodded. Then I glanced at his surroundings. He'd brought only one other person, and we were currently right at the dungeon entrance. In other words, only 3 people would be entering next. Zhao Cheng saw my confusion and explained. For some special reasons, there aren't many people, just 3. That's not a problem for you. I understood. This job had few participants, and the main labor was the fighter, not the kind of team with a commander overseeing things. But it didn't matter much, since the dungeon adjusts its difficulty by the number of people entering. Of course, solo running is another matter. Whether or not someone pulls the monster's aggro versus one person tanking it all alone is a world of difference. Fine. I'm pressed for time too. Let's get in as soon as possible. I didn't ask more. The task itself said urgent, which suited me perfectly. Right now what I lacked most was money, and only by earning enough could I grow stronger. And at this stage, I needed to improve my job efficiency to earn more. Let's go. The 3 of us nodded and stepped into the dungeon together. This was a level 15 dungeon called the Battlefield of Ice and Fire. The final boss, true to its name, had 2 phases. The first phase was Ice Attribute. When its health dropped to half, the second phase triggered, and the boss would draw a great sword ablaze with flames from the void, after which every strike carried both ice and fire dual afflictions. I ran through the boss's data in my head. Once inside, we didn't head straight for the boss. We had to clear the small monsters along the way and an elite monster first. Su Fan, what's your strategy? Zhao Cheng's eyes shifted as he looked at me. Reading the level and setting a sound tactic is what solves the boss fastest. His question was to confirm my thinking and to gauge my strength while he was at it. He added, let me say this up front, we can provide you resources, but not unlimited ones. Each time the dungeon ends, I'll refill your mana. If your mana runs dry inside the dungeon, you'll have to figure it out yourself. I smiled. That was nothing, all perfectly normal. The employer isn't a sucker and can't keep supplying for free. I looked ahead. Once will be enough. As for a plan, it's just a level 20 dungeon. What techniques do you need? It's just a level 20 dungeon. What techniques do you need? Hearing me say this, the two of them looked puzzled. Everyone was level 20, and the dungeons they ran were all level 22. They couldn't figure it out. Same level, same dungeon. Where did I get such confidence? I smiled and didn't explain much. Truthfully, I wasn't sure myself. I had no idea how my just upgraded skill would perform once inside. Su Fan, I want to ask, Zhao Cheng said, his face full of worry. Are you familiar with this dungeon? Are you clear on the final boss's mechanics? It wasn't that he'd never seen confident people. Confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence could easily doom the whole task. He needed to gauge exactly how sure I was before deciding whether to stake his precious time on me. I didn't answer, only smiled and shook my head. You two watch from the side. Just remember to refill my mana when it's done. Also, I'm pressed for time. I suggest you think now about which dungeon to hit next. With that, I walked alone toward the depths of the dungeon, leaving the two of them frozen in place, at a loss. The moment I left, Zhao Cheng's companion spoke up, deeply worried. Zhao Cheng, can this guy really do it? It's a level 20 dungeon. From his attitude, is he planning to solo it? We've already failed too many times. If this run flops too, we've only got 1 day left, and you know better than I do what that means. Zhao Cheng's brow furrowed tight. He had no choice either. He tried everything he could. Higher levels couldn't enter this dungeon, since it only took level 20. Beyond the bounty, he'd also called on personal connections for help, but right now everyone was busy, and few were willing to lend a hand. And that material called the Breath of the Void had a terrifyingly low drop rate. To get it in a short time, you needed either monstrous efficiency or explosive luck to be a grinding king or a luck god. But these past few days, he'd had neither. This is the only way, no other path works, Zhao Cheng said. Let's first see what Su Fan's got. If he really is a freeloader, I won't be soft. Once this run's done, I'll send him packing and find someone new. Actually, Zhao Cheng knew a thing or two about soloing. People who could solo often had skills with some special mechanic, and by leveraging terrain, mechanics, and sensible resource planning, one person could clear a dungeon. But this kind of ability had severe limits, usually only working in specific terrain, and once away from it, its effect dropped sharply. More crucially, grinding monsters to death via mechanics was often terribly inefficient. So blindly soloing only hurts people. His own team, actually, wasn't unable to beat this dungeon. It just took 30 to 45 minutes per run. That speed wasn't slow, above average even. But it depended who you compared it to. If the goal was speed farming, that was far from enough. His bounty wasn't about seeing who could show off their understanding or their execution. He only cared about results, only about how much time a single run took. Realizing this, Zhao Cheng regretted his oversight. Before entering, he hadn't made it clear to Su Fan that this wasn't a test of execution and understanding, but a race of efficiency, and that soloing was meaningless. He was about to catch up and explain. His teammate beside him suddenly cried out in alarm. Zhao Cheng, look, what is that? How is there a bear? Following where he pointed, Zhao Cheng saw it too. That bear stood a full 3 meters tall, its fur brown, and on one of its paws, of all things, burned a tuft of flame. Even as he watched, the big brown bear suddenly stomped the ground, its body rising upright, fists flying like rain, slamming hard into a boar knight charging head-on. The fists carried sparks. The boar knight, man and boar together, was sent bouncing high into the air, and with a wretched scream in midair, crumbled to ash. Zhao Cheng's mind went blank for a brief half-second. This? Su Fan made this. He'd run this dungeon countless times, knew the boss and small monster's skills like the back of his hand. There was no bear monster here at all. It didn't belong to this dungeon. Doesn't belong to the dungeon. Then it could only have something to do with Su Fan, who'd just gone in. Zhao Cheng looked all around, trying to find a trace of me. But raging flames churned and swarms of boar knights surged toward the bear, blocking his whole view. And for a moment, he couldn't find where I was. Still, as a teammate, he could see me from the status bar. My health, not a fraction lost. Only my mana, already down to half to begin with, had dropped another small chunk. So Su Fan really did make it. The two of them were utterly dumbstruck. They found that from the moment the big bear entered the fray, whether small monster or elite, none could withstand a single one of its punches. Gazing at the flames blazing on the bear's paw, Zhao Cheng's heart suddenly raced. What burned there wasn't only the fire on the monster's bodies. It was, even more, that flame of hope in the depths of his heart. The material, there was finally hope. After a fruitless week of bitter struggle, he'd nearly given up and resigned himself to fate. And precisely at this moment, Su Fan appeared. Su Fan, can you really do it? Zhao Cheng made up his mind. He wanted to see with his own eyes exactly what means Su Fan would use to send off the boss. So he led his teammate toward the depths of the dungeon. There waited the level's final boss. Along the way, he saw the surroundings clearly. Wherever the flames swept, not a single monster lived. Zhao Cheng silently marveled. This summoned bear is truly fierce. Looks like he's a summoner-type mage. Come to think of it, if it were me, could I take a punch from that bear? I should be able to. A person isn't a monster. I could anticipate the bear's strikes, wouldn't stand there dumbly taking hits. There'd always be time to dodge. Besides, the bear's attack range was limited. Just keep my distance and kite it the whole way. Boom. Just as Zhao Cheng was calculating the bear's weaknesses, a thunderous roar abruptly halted his steps. The two of them had only just reached the final boss's entrance, about to go in, when they heard that explosive blast. Right after, a dungeon notification popped up. Dungeon boss has been killed. You may choose to return to town or continue exploring within the dungeon. Zhao Cheng was dumbstruck on the spot. I just got here. It's already over. Zhao Cheng couldn't believe his ears. How much time had even passed? Under 10 minutes? Cleared? This has to be fake. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret, feeling he'd missed something extremely important. Had he known, he'd have followed in just now. What on earth happened? Why had Su Fan cleared the dungeon in under 10 minutes? Oh, you're here. Come collect the materials. I saw the two of them in the distance, turned to greet them, and casually pointed at the drops on the ground. These were the materials the boss had just dropped, though unfortunately that rare breath of the void didn't come out. But it was expected. If it really dropped on the first try, that'd be a miracle. The two of them didn't react for a long while, their eyes fixed and glazed, frozen in place. After half a second of silence, Zhao Cheng finally forced out his question. Su Fan, how did you do it? Clearing it in under 10 minutes. Even calling in an S-rank combat class wouldn't be this fast, would it? I shrugged. This stuff can't really be described. Next time keep up and you'll get to watch. Truthfully, on this run I hadn't deliberately sped up. I'd actually slowed down on purpose. Going all out, I could have been even faster. But that way, I couldn't test the new skill. That's right. The bear they'd just seen was my newly acquired flame servant. A bear ablaze with fire, named Ani. Ani could cast my earlier lower-tier skills, and its stats carried level bonuses. Under the terrifying skill level bonus, 1 punch per boar knight was only natural. Through this test, I also got a read on that decays with distance debuff. But in a cramped little dungeon like this, where the terrain wasn't open, its effect was minor. Seeing the two of them come over to gather materials, I asked, so, did I pass the interview? Passed. Very passed. Extremely passed. Zhao Cheng answered 3 times in a row. Though he hadn't seen how the boss died, the clear time already said everything. Then shall we hurry and continue? Yeah. Exiting the dungeon, Zhao Cheng had his teammate hand over a mana potion. I took it with a smile and refilled my mana. This was the deal in the task. The materials went to the employer refilled the fighter's mana, and paid the hefty reward once the specified material dropped. The 3 of us went back down. This time, the 2 of them had heads full of questions, watching my every move closely, trying to find out exactly what technique, or what undiscovered bug, my 10-minute clear was hiding. 10 minutes later, before the domain of the final boss, the Desert Lord. They watched wide-eyed as I ambled up to the Desert Lord. 8 giant fire wheels materialized out of thin air, 0 frame startup, and the Desert Lord's health bar emptied straight out. No way. That's it. That 1 second utterly overturned Zhao Cheng's understanding of running dungeons. He'd never imagined it was really as I said. A level 20 dungeon needs no techniques. Obviously, when a boss's health bar vanishes in 1 second, with means like that, what techniques do you need? Under the 2 of them's shocked gazes, I opened the Desert Lord's chest and sighed. Didn't drop. Hey, you two, stop spacing out. Grab the materials, next one. At my reminder, the 2 came to. Passing by me, Zhao Cheng couldn't help asking. Su Fan, are you really level 20? I laughed. Are you not awake yet? This dungeon only takes up to level 20. If I weren't level 20, could I even get in? Zhao Cheng fell silent. He understood the rule, of course. He just stubbornly couldn't believe it. How could a level 21 shot the Desert Lord? Utterly unscientific. But in the end, he didn't voice the question. The guy was strong, beyond expectation, but that was exactly what he wanted. The next second, I saw Zhao Cheng, done gathering materials, like a different person, looking at me with eyes that seemed to glow. A chill ran down my back. Zhao Cheng, you don't have some special fetish, do you? I'm telling you up front, I'm still a student. I only just turned 18 this year. Zhao Cheng. He figured I'd misunderstood. He'd merely finally glimpsed the hope of saving his sister. After a moment of silence, Zhaoqing thanked me solemnly. Thank you, Su Fan. Once this job's done, there's another special deal. If you're interested, we could talk. Me? No. 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 The way you say that gives me the creeps. Let's just settle up clean, cash for goods, and not get into any other deals. Zhao Cheng. How about we hurry to the next dungeon? In the end, it was the accompanying teammate who stepped in to break the awkwardness. I led the two of them and began speed clearing. Clear after clear, Zhao Cheng and his teammate went from initial shock and disbelief to gradual numbness. We're all human, so why was Su Fan this outstanding? This is no fighter. This is practically a god-tier carry. No matter which dungeon, the moment the big bear Ani appeared, no monster escaped that punch. And the final boss, under 8 fire wheels, couldn't last a second. A true one-shot man. No wait, one-shot monster man. Time flew. Looking at a drop on the ground glinting with golden light, I turned back with a smile. The thing you wanted, it dropped. Time to settle up. Zhao Cheng picked up the material, his eyes firm. Rest assured, my credit's good. Give me a moment. I'll make a call to arrange things. The money will be in by end of day. Out of the dungeon, I saw Zhao Cheng walk off to make a call, so I waited where I was. Looks like the one who really needs this material is someone else. Lu Jia, the thing that doctor wanted, we farmed it out. The other end of the line, that's good news. Now that I've got the material for you, my sisters matter. That's easy. I'll arrange people to handle it for you. Thank you. By the way, Zhao Cheng, you said this guy's name is Su Fan? You had decent luck. How many runs did it take to drop? Zhao Cheng blanked for half a second. In the past, this question would have been perfectly ordinary. Other fighters averaged half an hour per dungeon, so a whole morning of farming meant only a few clears. But Su Fan was different, under 10 minutes per dungeon, and a day of farming with him equaled 3 days for others. Zhaoqing thought about it. I didn't count exactly, but it should be over 50 times. The words fell, and the other end went silent. After a brief silence came deep bewilderment. How many? How many did you say? Over 50 times. Zhaoqing silently ran the math again. That number was, if anything, an undercount. If I remember right, he only just took the task yesterday, his first day on the job, and you ran 50 dungeons in a single day? Do you know what kind of concept that is? Lu Jia's tone was a little agitated, even carrying a hint of anger. Zhaoqing, let me lay it out here. You got the material, and I'll definitely do what I promised. But if you dare lie to me, that's another matter entirely. With his sister's life at stake, Zhaoqing's heart trembled. He knew all too well the weight of this matter. I wouldn't dare. I know it sounds unbelievable, but Su Fan, he's just too strong. I've never seen anyone this strong, under 10 minutes per dungeon. Over a full day, isn't that just 50 times? Farming the material out in 50 runs, there's a luck factor, but strength matters just as much, right? Truthfully, the three of them had decent luck today. This thing's drop rate was under 1%. With average luck, 50, 60, 70 runs might not produce it. But who told them to be both fast and blessed? Zhaoqing thought, perhaps this is fate, letting my sister be saved. Afraid Lu Jia wouldn't believe him. He briefly recounted the situation inside the dungeon once more. The other end listened quietly. 2 minutes later. Looks like you didn't lie to me. This Su Fan really does have some means. Interesting. A deeply hidden SS rank mage? Or a summoner type? Set up an introduction for me. I'd like to meet him. Zhaoqing nodded. Hanging up, he returned to where I was. Sorry, Su Fan. I just took a call and it held things up a bit. Thank you for farming the material out in a single day. I've thought it over, and I'll add another 20,000 to the bounty, paying it along with what we agreed on before. I glanced at my account balance. Sure enough, 30,000 more had appeared. Now this is real money-making. 30,000 in a day. What kind of hard days had I lived before? Can't go back, absolutely can't go back. The task done, the two of us talked a bit more. Zhaoqing said he had a friend who wanted to meet me. I thought about it and agreed. Not long after we parted, I got a phone call. After a couple of pleasantries, the other end spoke. I've got a task a friend of mine posted. Are you interested? I briefly learned the details and chose to accept. All right, I'll send you the task outline later. For the specifics, just ask my friend directly. Hanging up, I smiled. A good reputation really does make a difference. One big job just wrapped, and the next came knocking. Task details. Escort Yukiki out of Silver Moon City to the border city. Must cross the wilderness and deliver her to the teleport array in the next city. Note, the wilderness danger index is higher than dungeons. Death means true death, with no teleport to a respawn point. If a return to city is needed, you must reach the destination and use the designated teleport scroll. Bounty, 100,000. TSK, a sky-high job. I scanned the info Lu Jia sent, my eyes landing instantly on that amount at the very bottom. As far as I recalled, publicly posted bounties were never this high. Looks like the truly high-priced jobs only circulate within the circle. I contacted Yukiki per the info. When do we set off? 3 in the afternoon. We're still a few people short, so wait a bit. I nodded, confirmed the time, and began weighing the perils of this trip. The wilderness isn't a dungeon. In dungeons, there's no true death, and even in a world dungeon, dying just means dropping equipment. But in the wilderness, dying is truly dying. Still, risk comes with opportunity. The wilderness often drops rare materials not found in dungeons, but it can also spawn monsters far beyond your own strength. Before entering a dungeon, you can see its level and the monster's levels. The wilderness, though, is an open world, and those monsters don't care what level you are. Even though I was only level 20 and hadn't changed classes, I could very well run into a level 40 or even level 100 monster. I looked over my equipment and bag. I'd better prepare properly. At 3 in the afternoon, I arrived at the meeting point as agreed. At a glance, I spotted Yukiki, especially eye-catching in the crowd, dressed in splendid clothes, a pendant hanging by her ear, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. You're Su Fan, right? Lu Jia introduced you. Thanks for taking this trip. Once I reach the teleport station, I'll transfer the bounty to your cards, she said. There's an urgent matter at home, and I have to hurry back, so I'll be troubling you all. I nodded. Before coming, I briefly looked into her, the treasured daughter of Yufeng Bank. Her father runs a bank from a wealthy family. The other two arrived before long. For this escort, the main force was just 3 people, all level 20. Level 20 is a watershed, and class change materials aren't easy to farm. It's a struggle even for the wealthy, and for ordinary people, obtaining a set of class change materials often takes years. Consider that S-rank mage Chun Xianan hit level 20 a month ago and is still stuck at level 20 now. The 2 who arrived later were both middle-aged men past 30, while I, a student awaiting an exam, was naturally just 18. The moment the 2 saw me, their brows furrowed. Miss you. Where'd you dig up this student? Don't you know we're heading into the wilderness this time? The wilderness isn't the city's greenhouse. A kid under 20 like this, he's probably never even set foot in the wilderness, right? Yukiki thought about it. A friend introduced him. I'm on good terms with that friend. He wouldn't set me up. The 2 waited a moment, then slowly introduced themselves. Luo Juanda, level 20, B rank, warrior. Ling Yun, level 20, B rank, assassin. Yukiki spoke too. Yukiki, level 20, B rank, priest. The 3 of them turned to look at me in unison. Level 20, C rank, mage, I said. The moment the words came out, the whole group paused. C rank. Holy crap, brother, from the way Miss you talked just now. I took you for some school genius, and you're telling me you're C rank? The most ordinary mage? The air froze for a moment. A C rank mage isn't the most useless. There's still D rank below. But C rank is precisely the most ordinary tier. Grab at random, and you'll pull up a fistful of C ranks. And this task's location was out in the wilderness. A C rank mage, could he really manage? As bounty hunters who'd made many wilderness runs, Ling Yun and Luo Juanda were uneasy. I really am C rank. I nodded, calmly confirming my talent rank. Then what the hell are you taking the job for? No experience, no talent. With a bounty this fat, you're not thinking of coming along as a freeloader, are you? The 2 looked at me, doubt in their eyes. Yukiki had doubt in her eyes too, but she quickly suppressed it and stepped in to smooth things over. It's fine. It's dangerous out there, but as long as we're careful, arriving safely is no problem. The wilderness usually doesn't spawn creatures of too high a level, so you 3 needn't worry too much. Luo Juanda and Ling Yun seemed to know each other well, muttering privately for a while. After some discussion, the 2 all but concluded I was most likely a freeloader who'd squeezed into this job through who knows what connections. But with departure imminent and Yukiki in a hurry, the 2, having run many tasks, naturally understood that now wasn't the time to send someone packing. Looking at me, all the 2 could do was sigh again and again, resigning themselves to this bit of bad luck. Ugh, what a jinx. The wilderness is hard enough, and now we've got a deadweight like you on top of it. The way things are, money really isn't easy to earn. Once we're in the wild, you listen to us, do as you're told, don't wander off. Got it. No choice. An extra freeloader sharply raised the task's difficulty. But that 100,000 equaled over half a year of their income, the kind of job you might not run into even once a year. That's why they were willing to gamble their lives braving the wilderness. As things stood, the 2 only hoped I wouldn't cause trouble once we hit the wild. The three of them exchanged a few more words, then set off at once, heading out through the city gate. Along the way, Yukiki took out her phone and sent Lu Jie a message. I asked you to find someone reliable, and you found me a C-rank mage? Lu Jie replied with a question mark. Yukiki didn't get it and pressed. What do you mean? Nothing. Su Fan keeps a low profile, don't worry. If you truly hit danger, he won't let you down. He's more reliable than those two you found. Having sent that, Lu Jie nearly burst out laughing. Brother, are you kidding me? A C-rank mage speed clearing a level 20 dungeon in 10 minutes? The double S-rank talents I know can't even do that. Out of the city, Yukiki was full of doubt. Why did Lu Jie rate Su Fan so highly? A C-rank mage, how impressive could he possibly be? But Lu Jie's tone clearly wasn't a lie. Besides, the two were on good terms, and he'd have no reason to deceive her over such a small thing. So then, where exactly had things gone wrong? Yukiki couldn't help stealing a few more glances at me, a belly full of curiosity growing about this student. Luo Juanda and Ling Yun's gazes swept over now and then too, only with more wariness, especially after leaving the city, terrified this clueless student would cause them trouble. Being sized up and turned by 3 sets of eyes, I roughly guessed the reason, but felt rather helpless inside. There was nothing I could do. I really was only level 20, really was a C-rank mage. But so what? Was I supposed to tell them my skill level had already reached level 70? Or that if not for being stuck on class change materials, I'd have changed classes long ago? In the end, I didn't explain. After all, when it came to wilderness experience, I truly was no match for these two veterans. They'd clearly been here many times, and in a situation like this, letting the more experienced lead the way was safer. Of course, I wouldn't take the wilderness lightly. I knew clearly that my greatest reliance was my ultra-high skill level. With a high enough level, my own level mattered less. But this only held against opponents of a similar tier. The moment I faced a monster above level 20, things were entirely different. Level 20 was a threshold. Monsters above level 20 had natural stat suppression over those below 20. In other words, even with my skill level already at 70, I'd never dare pick a fight with a level 70 monster. Never mind the extra damage reduction high levels have against low levels. Just consider that many high-level monsters carry wide-range AoE. Though I had output now, at heart I was still a glass cannon. One touch, and I'd shatter. Forget level 50. Any monster above level 20 grazing me would peel off a layer. To guard against the worst, I was especially cautious, even spending a good deal of money to stock my personal space full of mana potions. Luckily, this lineup was reasonably complete. The employer Yukiki was a priest herself, so sustain and healing weren't a worry. Though there was no tank to hold the front, pull aggro, and absorb damage, the warrior made up for it with agility, better suited for wilderness mobility. Add a sharp-eyed assassin who could scout the surroundings at any time and spot approaching danger early. Our goal for this trip: cross the wilderness, reach the bridge city border, and get Yukiki to tomorrow's ultra-long-distance teleport array. As long as she safely stepped into the array, the task would count as complete. As for how to get back, Yukiki had long since arranged it. Upon arrival, she'd give us fixed-point return to city scrolls. That's right, fixed-point return to city scrolls. A kind of teleport scroll usable in the wilderness, only with a fixed landing point. With it, I could teleport back in one step from the distant border. Looking at it this way, as long as we were careful, nothing should go wrong, right? Time flew. The three of us had left the bridge city outskirts, and the surroundings gradually changed. The wilderness was nothing like the city district. The wild monsters here spawned randomly. The moment we entered the wilderness, the two veterans grew cautious at once. First, the assassin scouted ahead using his concealment technique. Then Luo Juanda led me and Yukiki to follow, giving any monster a wide berth on sight. Steadiness above all. According to the two veterans, they came to the wild not for equipment or materials, but purely to escort. Monsters that didn't need fighting naturally weren't fought. The less the ability, the less the responsibility. With this arrangement, I naturally found myself idle. I didn't even have to lift a finger, just follow Yukiki and stay alert to danger that could strike from any direction. I marveled inwardly. Lu Jie really did right by me, handing me a task like this on our first meeting. Truly sincere. This money was far easier than running dungeons. Dungeons still meant racing the clock and pushing for efficiency. This escort job was nothing but poking through roadside brush and cutting away branches in the way. If not for Luo Juanda up ahead leading with a grave face, glancing all around, I'd have nearly mistaken this for a spring outing in the countryside back on Blue Star. At this rate, was I really going to play the freeloader this trip? Swish. A white blur darted out of a small clump of grass. I raised my hand and snapped my fingers. Flame burn. This time it was a genuine, honest flame burn. Ever since my skill advanced to 7th tier, I'd actually gained ever finer control over those old lower tier spells. How much mana to burn, how much to amplify or shrink the power, all decided by a single thought. A tuft of flame shot up, and the long-eared rabbit died the instant it touched. Not that I was so strong. That rabbit was only level 5, and I was at least level 20. A little rabbit like that, with the least mana and the most ordinary flame burn, was naturally easy pickings. Luo Juanda hurried back from the front, a little tense, and seeing it was only a level 5 long-eared rabbit, let out a breath. Good thing it's just a rabbit. Even with the two of us watching, you've got to stay sharp. If you really run into a monster above level 15, don't rush into a fight. This is the wilderness, and a drawn-out battle draws other monsters. Avoid it if you can. If you've got a spell that can pin an enemy, next time just pin it. Understand, the assassin Ling Yun's figure flickered, seeming to sense the commotion here, and came back too. Glancing over and seeing no great danger, he vanished once more, returning to the front to scout. Listening to Luo Juanda's reminders, I nodded earnestly. These were all lessons the veterans had accumulated running the wilderness. As a rookie out for the first time, I was genuinely receptive. These precious survival tips truly were worth learning well. But my peaceful days didn't last long. At one moment, my steps abruptly halted. Luo Juanda turned back. What is it? Scared already? Want to go back? Heh, but we're long past the outer city now. If you really want to go back, it's no safer at this point. You've already missed the best moment to bail. He still took it for me getting cold feet, and considerately offered his advice. I was silent for a moment. Just now, a strong surge of fire elemental fluctuation had crashed into my senses. This was my passive fire sense. It needed no active trigger. Merely having it let my perception of fire far surpass an ordinary person's. If the fire element was intense enough, in my eyes it was almost like having X-ray vision. I was a fire mage myself, more familiar with the fire attribute than anything. Under fire sense, the more blazing the fire element I could see, the more powerful the thing emitting it. In the wilderness, that also meant the more dangerous. I didn't rush to reply, but focused and sensed carefully. I'd thought it was an illusion. After all, it was my first time using this passive. But once I concentrated, I could no longer hold it together. That surge just now had been only a single point. Sensing again, it had turned into a thick, vast expanse. Like a heat wave, a blaze of flame, wrapped in wind, rapidly spreading and closing in on us. I did the math in my head, and my face abruptly darkened. Not good. This fluctuation's intensity was over level 20, and it was moving extremely fast. There was one on the ground. And in the sky, there was one too. Especially the one in the sky, the most blazing of all. That thing, flying in the sky? Holy crap, could it be a flying dragon? Wide-range flame breath, continuous burning affliction, able to fly, extremely fast. Could it be a flame-spitting dragon? A head-on clash was absolutely out. This thing could fly, I couldn't even reach it. Worse still, though my skill had been upgraded into an area spell, that bit of range, compared to this vast sea of fire before me, was truly a grain of rice against the bright moon. Can't win, have to run. I looked at the two, wholly unaware. I sense a powerful energy fluctuation closing in ahead. We need to change direction. Luo Juanda blanked, not expecting my stopping to be for this. He immediately gave a signal and called Ling Yun back. Ling Yun, this kid says there's a powerful aura ahead. True or not? Ling Yun frowned, recalling carefully, and shook his head. I just scouted ahead. Through this stretch of woods is an open plain, clear line of sight, visible to the end, no powerful aura at all. Luo Juanda's look at me instantly turned sour. Su Fan, I let you comfortably play the freeloader, and here you are still trying to make yourself relevant? You're not trying to prove yourself with a trick like this, are you? His face was written all over with doubt. Ling Yun felt the mood turning off and said, 2 steps ahead, and we're out of the woods. See for yourselves. Sure enough, a few more steps forward, and the view suddenly opened up. Just as Ling Yun said, an endless plain, lush green grass, visible to the horizon, without the least sign of the colossal thing I'd described. Seeing both of them doubt me, Yukiki off to the side began to waver too, looking at me. Su Fan, are you sure you didn't sense wrong? My expression went anxious. I'm sure. It's very fast. I guess it's a flame-spitting dragon. It'll probably arrive in about 3 minutes. We'd best run now. But this explanation earned not the slightest understanding. I think it's your first time in the wilderness and something spooked you. You sense a bit of wind and rustling grass and take it for danger. Look for yourself, there's nothing here. Ling Yun pointed at the wide-open, unobstructed view. Yukiki hesitated too. This is the necessary route. Going around means an extra hour of walking, right? Do you realize, if you've misjudged and made us miss reaching the destination, how great a loss that is? We scouted this route in detail before coming. Many have walked it. It's a verified safe path. Seeing no monster with their own eyes, the two clearly didn't believe me. At the standoff, it was Yukiki who spoke. All right, everyone stop arguing. I'm in a hurry, but for safety's sake, this once I'll listen to Su Fan. Let's take another route. In the end, she made the call. Actually, Yukiki doubted my words too. She just recalled Lu Jie's line before departure. Su Fan won't let you down. Faced with the disagreement, she chose to believe me, which was also believing Lu Jie. Ugh, Yukiki, you've really been fooled by this kid. Ling Yun shook his head, leading everyone off on the detour. Su Fan, we're going the way you said, but you'd better be clear. This path can still see that direction over there. Luo Juanda said coldly. If you've misjudged, I'd really like to see how you clean up the mess later. Luo Juanda's face went cold. He'd already found me a bit of an eyesore. He wanted to see if there turned out to be no so-called danger where I'd put my face. A figure flashed, and Ling Yun, scouting ahead, returned. He was drenched in sweat now, without a trace of his earlier composure. It really is a flame-spitting dragon. How is this possible? This area isn't deep into the uninhabited zone at all, and we've walked it several times before. It's clearly a safe zone. How could a flame-spitting dragon appear? Seeing Ling Yun's expression change abruptly, Luo Juanda's face froze. No way. I'd only just finished speaking. Could what Su Fan said be true? Ling Yun, what do you mean? What did you just see? Ling Yun had no time to answer. With one leap, he hauled Yukiki up, his speed climbing a notch. No time to explain. The flame-spitting dragon's almost here. Once we actually see it, we won't get away. Move. Luo Juanda had no choice but to hurry after. The three of them moved fast, the mood suddenly taut. In fire sense, that shadow in the sky drew closer and closer. About another minute left. Good thing we'd noticed early, we should make it. At this point, Luo Juanda glanced back toward the way we'd come, that so-called safe plane. Had I not suddenly interrupted, he'd have long since stepped onto that grass by now. And at this moment, the plane had been turned upside down. The green grass was gone, replaced by a sky-swallowing sea of fire. Flames devoured a vast swath of the plain, and as far as the eye could see, the entire horizon had been burned crimson. This is the flame-spitting dragon, a level 40 wilderness boss, the flame-spitting dragon. One glance and Luo Juanda broke into a cold sweat. The level 40 flame-spitting dragon could fly, and with that earlier stretch of forest blocking the view, from where they'd stood, it couldn't be seen at all. But its speed was extreme, and by now it had flown right over that safe ground. It was real. Had it not been for my abrupt line, he'd only be seeing the flame-spitting dragon now, and to run only upon seeing it. With Ling Yun's footwork there might still be a chance, but he, a warrior, could never outrun a flying flame-spitting dragon. Most likely, he'd already be dead by now. Su Fan, what you sensed just now, was it this thing? The flame-spitting dragon? All doubt dispelled. Luo Juanda's back had unknowingly gone damp over a large patch. Looking at me again, there was no more contempt in his eyes, only the relief of surviving a brush with death. Good thing Yukiki hadn't listened to him in the end, or the one who'd wiped the whole team would have been him. Yukiki had looked back too. That half a sky of raging flames made her belatedly realize a single wrong thought had nearly cost her life. Perhaps in that sea of fire she could still use her precious fixed-point teleport scroll to save herself. But then she'd miss tomorrow's cross-city ultra-long-distance teleport array. Luckily, she was fortunate. At the last moment, she chose to trust Lu Jie, to trust me. And precisely because of her trust, the three of them had dodged the flame-spitting dragon head-on. Where they stood now was already at the edge of the flame-spitting dragon's attack ripple. With a burst of extra speed, they'd finally escaped. Surviving the disaster, the three gasped for breath, their gazes at me full of gratitude, especially Luo Juanda and Ling Yun. Thanks, Su Fan. Thanks, man. Never thought you'd actually have some real skill. What you said was true after all. Their attitude toward me had utterly changed. Ling Yun was curious. Su Fan, are you really just a C-rank mage? I nodded. Genuine article. Ling Yun was momentarily at a loss for words and didn't press further. Everyone has their own secrets. If I didn't want to say, he wasn't in a position to dig. Luo Juanda thanked me again. Thanks for the warning just now. Those things I said earlier, let me apologize first. Whatever the case, you saved my life this time. When the mission's over, if there's anything you need from me, just say the word." I was tickled inside. Brother, I still prefer the arrogant, unruly you from before. But aloud I said, "Let's wait till it's over. We're only temporarily safe. The flame-spitting dragon moves around, so let's keep our distance from it as much as possible." The three rested briefly, then set off again. Since the other two couldn't sense the flame-spitting dragon's position, they asked me to be their guide. But being my first time on this route, I still declined, letting them keep leading, and only promised, the moment I felt the flame-spitting dragon approaching, I'd sound the alarm at once. Only after shaking off that forest far behind did the three relax a little. No choice, that flame-spitting dragon was too terrifying, far beyond what people under level 20 like them could touch. Grazing even a bit of it meant death. What's more, it dwelt within a sea of fire, and for the low-leveled, failing to avoid it in advance meant utter annihilation. Compared to the three's tension, I was rather more at ease. I dared take a wilderness task with reason to back it. My greatest backing was that move, 8-gate escaping fire. As the name implies, it could both deal damage and save my life. I could clear monsters with wheels of wind and fire in 8 directions, then use the fire escape to teleport to any wheel's location. I just hadn't done so a moment ago. This fire escape could only take me alone. To really use it, the 3 teammates would have to be sacrificed on the spot. The sky gradually darkened. Though the flame-spitting dragon had cost us some distance, the wilderness at night was more perilous, so the 4 of us stopped traveling. Drawing on Ling Yun and Luo Juanda's experience, we found another safe route, chose a somewhat flat spot, and pitched a tent. After a hasty bite to eat, the 3 discussed taking turns keeping watch. Only the order of the watch stumped the 2 for a moment. By the original plan, each would watch 3 hours, and we'd set off at first light. But now that they'd seen I wasn't so simple, they still wanted to hear my opinion. I thought for a moment. The flame-spitting dragon won't move around easily after dark. I'll take the first half of the night, and after confirming there's no danger, you'll take over the second half. You go rest first. A whole afternoon of trekking and a brush with death midway had left the 3 utterly exhausted, and they unanimously agreed at once. After everyone entered the tent to rest, I settled down outside it. Unlike the others, thanks to fire sense, the flame-spitting dragon's position was always in my full view. This was exactly why, with my occasional corrections along the way, we'd never run into it. Only, Yukiki and the 2 others didn't know. The distance between us and the flame-spitting dragon had never truly widened, always held within a subtle band where the 3 couldn't see, but I could sense. I'd done this for a reason. I crooked a finger and flicked, a tuft of flame flashing and vanishing into the night. A level 40 flame-spitting dragon, just sitting out there in the wild. I really couldn't quite fall asleep. Or to put it another way, killing it, the loot it dropped should be worth quite a lot, right? Above the sighing wilderness, a fire dragon lay prone on the ground, its 2 great wings wrapped around its body. With each breath in and out, the very air steamed with wisps of heat. This had once been a lush, wooded forest. The moment the fire dragon arrived, it branded the place into a domain of flame. Even after it left, the blaze here would be enough to keep burning for days. Not far from the flame-spitting dragon, from an inconspicuous little tuft of flame, a small figure suddenly darted out. It was considerably larger than an ordinary person, but next to the flame-spitting dragon, it was still a size smaller, like a little potato. The Flame's Servant, Ani. This was the Flame's Servant I'd summoned. In the earlier bounty task, this docile little bear had already displayed astonishing combat power. But the Flame's Servant's uses went far beyond that. Its greatest value lay in being remotely controllable. Fire was everywhere around here, and this kind of terrain drained health continuously. Even bolstered by fire sense, with heat resistance far surpassing an ordinary person's, I'd never dare set foot here. This was where the Flame's Servant shone. Controlling it to approach, I forever sat safely beyond harm's reach, sparing me from being blasted to ash by a mouthful of the flame-spitting dragon's fire. Even if the little bear burned to death, I'd only spend a bit more mana, with 0 threat to my life. This was exactly why I hadn't put too much distance between myself and the flame-spitting dragon, all to see, at the right moment, whether I could scrape some good things off this big guy. Right now was the best chance. After the flame-spitting dragon baptized the sighing wilderness, it had become its new habitat, and it was resting within. With my level 20 body, if I could strike first, I really might be able to sorely disgust it, even one-shot it. But I was a fragile-skinned mage to begin with, and this terrain made it all the more impossible for me to take the field myself. One slip and the one getting one shot would be me. So I don't gamble. As the saying goes, don't gamble and you won't lose. Though the Flame Servant could only cast lower tier spells, that was no problem. What's wrong with lower tier skills? Lower tier skills work just as well. Fire sweeps the plane, ignites all targets within 3 meters, dealing damage, with a chance to ignite, adding true damage lasting 3 seconds. Wheel of Wind and Fire, ignites all targets within 3 meters, dealing damage, with a chance to summon a wheel of wind and fire descending from the sky, dealing fire damage equal to 2% of the target's max health. Looking at these 2 lower tier spells, I secretly counted myself lucky. Good thing the flame-spitting dragon hadn't leveled up further. Had it climbed above level 40, it would evolve into a blazing flying dragon, and the blazing flying dragon was fully immune to ignition, leaving me no options at all. Ugh, a single attribute really is a disadvantage. I sighed, but on second thought I made my peace with it. It was purely my rotten luck to run into a thing like this that came with wide-range damage and wide-range terrain damage, boxing in my performance. Against any other boss, 8-gate escaping fire at point-blank range, and I could sit back and wait for the wheels of wind and fire to grind it to dust. But no matter, with Ani here, I'll grind it down slowly. I controlled the little bear to approach the flame-spitting dragon. Fire sweeps the plane. A tuft of flame kindled on the dragon's body, extinguishing after a second. Dealt to the boss, a whopping 20 damage. Right, damn tier suppression, damn distance decay. Before level 20 was the threshold zone for class change. Before and after class change was like 2 different worlds, stats and combat power both reborn. A top combat talent might manage to one-shot a level 20 monster at level 10, but couldn't one-shot a level 25 monster. Of course, that was for ordinary people. The skills the little bear cast were all nerfed versions, their damage far inferior to the original. But it had its upside. Casting skills cost no mana, only waiting on the cooldown. It's just that the little bear itself had a time limit and would dissipate when it timed out or its health hit 0. This bit of damage didn't surprise me. Distance decay stacked with tier suppression, dealing any damage at all was a bonus. Besides, I could hit it while it couldn't hit me, already this safe. What more could I ask for? I never intended to grind it to death with skill damage. What I relied on was mechanics. That's right, mechanics. Fire sweeps the plane had a chance to deal true damage. The fire wheels summoned by Wheel of Wind and Fire had a chance to add percentage damage. Though these came down to luck, that damage was unaffected by level suppression and unaffected by distance decay. I controlled the little bear again, casting Wheel of Wind and Fire at the flame-spitting dragon. Luck was on my side, triggering on the first try. A giant fire wheel materialized out of thin air, crashing down from on high, striking the dragon's head dead center. The flame-spitting dragon reeled in pain, flipped into the air, and spewed fire wildly at the ground. The blaze surged, instantly burning the little bear to ash. But just before the little bear dissipated, I saw the afflictions popping up over the flame-spitting dragon's head. -20, -100, -100, -100, -80, -80, -80. In a single instant, the flame-spitting dragon's health dropped nearly 1/6. Outside the tent, I opened my eyes and looked toward that dragon's shadow in my fire sense. Promising. The 20 was the skill zone damage. No choice, tier suppression plus distance decay. That figure really was too painful to look at. But those strings after it were what lifted my heart. Those 3-100s were true damage, tied to my level. I was level 20, so 1 tick of ignition was 100, 3 ticks of burning totaling 300. Those -80s were percentage damage. The affliction lasted 3 seconds, and the flame-spitting dragon's health bar dropped nearly 1/6. Sure enough, when damage was high, percentage and true damage showed no advantage. It was precisely in a case like this, I can't dent it, that the 2 truly came into their own. Through fire sense, I kept my eye on the flame-spitting dragon. It circled once in the sky, then landed back on the ground. Its health began to slowly recover, regaining a point every 10 seconds. This was a wilderness boss trait. Within a specific scene, once out of danger, it slowly heals. So I summoned the little bear again and quietly crept up to where it rested. 1 fire sweeps the plane, 20 damage. This time luck was poor, no added effect triggered. But to my delight, the damage was so low the flame-spitting dragon just kept lazily blowing bubbles, wholly unresponsive. 10 seconds later, its health recovered another point. I was pleased inside. Well, low damage actually had this upside. This flame-spitting dragon had about 4,000 total health. Losing 20 at a time didn't even count as a scratch, and it couldn't be bothered to react. This was perfect. As long as I waited patiently, came back a few more times, triggered percentage damage a few more times, leaning on this special mechanic. Wouldn't this little flame-spitting dragon be mine to toy with? Ing Jio, an assassin of the Shadow Hall, code-name 9. He'd taken a job to assassinate a student named Su Fan. By rights, he wouldn't even glance at a task like this. But the client's money was just too much. After a few days of preparation and staking out, Ing Jio decided to make his move. He reckoned he'd found the best moment. Su Fan had, of all things, left Silver Moon City. Whether out of boldness or naivety so deep he didn't grasp how perilous the outside world was. But to him, none of that mattered. The moment Su Fan left Silver Moon City, the biggest threat was gone. Acting in the city meant guarding against the regulators. The wilderness had no such rules. Here, people died every day. Night had grown deep. The path Su Fan took was one of several safe routes, well-traveled and not hard to trace. Ing Jio tracked the trail all the way. But as he drew closer and closer to his target, an ominous premonition welled up from the depths of his heart. This was an assassin's intuition. As one who prowled the shadows year-round, Ing Jio placed great weight on intuition. He stopped, advancing no further, and scrutinized his surroundings carefully. Soon he found the source of that unease. A flame-spitting dragon? This place, of all places, had a flame-spitting dragon. Gazing at the giant dragon circling the sky, Ing Jio's expression changed drastically. What he excelled at was assassination, dealing with players. In other words, his PvP ability was extremely strong. But asking him to fight a flying dragon, and one at a level far above his own, he hadn't the slightest chance. No wonder I didn't spot it along the way. It was flying up in the sky. Ing Jio secretly counted himself lucky. Good thing he'd trusted his intuition right away, or one more step forward, and he'd have blundered into the flame-spitting dragon's attack range. He backed up several steps, distancing himself from that sea of fire. He himself had run into the flame-spitting dragon, so by rights Su Fan should have too. Could it be that Su Fan had already died under this dragon's maw? The thought flashed, but his movements weren't slow. His whole body turned into a black shadow, melting into the night, retreating swiftly. After opening up a large distance, Ing Jio sensed something off again. That flame-spitting dragon, of all things, was at low health. His heart suddenly raced. No wonder. No wonder a flame-spitting dragon would appear here. It was wounded. Most likely it had taken injury elsewhere and fled here at low health. Gazing at that health bar under 1/10, a bold thought rose in Ing Jio's heart. Should he take a gamble? Looking at that sliver of health, he set the task aside for the moment. Not everyone had perception as keen as his, able to detect the flame-spitting dragon in advance and respond in time. Even if Su Fan were still alive, the assassination wasn't urgent, and missing this chance meant another could be found. But once a low-health dragon was missed, that was truly missed. Compared to Su Fan, this low-health flame-spitting dragon was clearly worth more. That was a level 40 flying dragon, treasure all over its body. Scraping off even a bit of value meant no worries for resources right up until class change. If he snagged this steal, he'd strike it rich. Even if the rare material it dropped were useless to him, he could trade it for something. With luck, he might just trade it for someone else's key class change material. And then his class change would have hope, wouldn't it? The struggle in his heart lasted no more than half a second before Ing Jio made up his mind. A tap of his toe against the ground, and he turned into a black shadow once more. Only this time, he wasn't fleeing, but charging toward the flying dragon. The closer he got, the more excited his heart grew. Real. The flame-spitting dragon must have been wounded. Though no one was attacking it, its health bar was still dropping. A moment ago it had 1/10 left, and now only a sliver, tempting enough that one couldn't tear their eyes away. Heaven truly is helping me. 200 health. I'm an assassin, and as long as I use my skills well and hide my form, I can claim this first-hand resource. Though it had under 200 health left, he didn't plan to go up and finish it. Ing Jio's plan was simple. The dragon's health kept dropping, so even doing nothing, he could wait for it to die on its own. Wilderness bosses were unlike dungeons. There was no damage settlement mechanic. Whoever touched it first, the drops went to them. In other words, even if he wasn't the one who killed the dragon, as long as his hand was fast enough, this dragon was his. No wonder so many people are willing to brave the wilderness. Catch a break like this once or twice, and your whole life could turn around. Ing Jio was thrilled, and had even planned it out. Once he got the material, which big shot of his acquaintance to trade it to. But just then, a sudden change erupted. The flame-spitting dragon circled once in the air and spewed a mouthful of blaze at the ground, as if searching for something, yet never found it, and could only roar unceasingly in the sky. Just as its health bar was reckoned to have dropped below 100, the circling flying dragon did something astonishing. Its whole body suddenly spun at high speed, turning into a giant fireball that briefly lit the pitch-black night sky, then slammed hard toward the ground. That's immolating blaze. It's about to die. How can it cast this move? Ingyo panicked. This was an ordinary skill, but it carried a self-harm effect. Casting it deducted 100 health. When the dragon was at full health, that 100 was nothing. But now it had under 100 left. The cost of this move was its own life. And this skill was anything but ordinary. Immolating blaze. The lower the health, the larger the attack range. The flame-spitting dragon had only its last breath left, so this strike's coverage was naturally frighteningly vast. That range enveloped Ingyo and a large swath behind him. How could it? How could it? Didn't it flee here wounded? With only its last breath left, why can't it just wait obediently to die? Why cast a self-harm skill? Ingyo was utterly panicked, but the time left for him to react was nearly gone. The attack range was too large, and to grab the first-hand claim, he hadn't kept much distance from the dragon at all. Under a sky-blanketing strike like this, escape was already impossible. Damn, can't dodge it. He quickly realized. The level 40 flame-spitting dragon's do-or-die strike was simply not something a puny level 20 assassin like him could withstand. The blaze swept over, and by the time he reacted it was far too late. His whole body turned to a heap of ash. In the pitch-black night, the firelight only flickered on him for one moment longer. To his dying breath, Ingyo's heart was screaming. Just a little more. Why? When it was just a little more to bring down a level 40 boss, a life-turning chance of the greatest fortune. Phew. Finally dead. Really hard to kill. Beside the tent, I let out a long breath, tilted my head back, and drained the mana potion in my hand in one go. Though my expression was weary, my eyes were full of delight. An hour of hard fighting, 2 mana potions spent, and I'd finally, leaning on the skill mechanics plus the advantage of remotely controlling a summon, ground this boss to death. I summoned the little bear Oni again. Though the dragon was dead, I still didn't approach carelessly. A summon could pick up loot too. No need to risk my own life. Because I'd seen that passerby's death a moment ago, crystal clear. Good thing I was cautious enough not to rush up when the dragon had a sliver of health. Otherwise, I'd most likely have shared that passerby's fate. Everything went smoothly at first, so why did the flame-spitting dragon suddenly go berserk at the end? Hiss. At that time, there just so happened to be a passerby going by. Had the flame-spitting dragon mistaken that passerby for the one ambushing it? Thinking it was him hiding in the dark all along, playing tricks, so it went berserk in a dying counterattack? Based on what I'd seen, I roughly deduced the cause. Ugh, that passerby was really unlucky. And the flame-spitting dragon too. To its death it never knew who exactly killed it. I sighed inwardly. The flame-spitting dragon's dying counterattack I'd naturally seen. Oni was vaporized on the spot. Luckily what was lost was only a summon, and aside from losing some mana, there was no threat to my life. But that hapless soul who happened to pass by got buried along with it. This was the cruelty of the wilderness. Unlike the by-the-book monsters in dungeons, before it drew its final breath, you never knew what the next second would bring. I can only hope he's a bit more careful in his next life. I silently blessed that passerby for a second. I didn't know that passerby was actually a killer. Even less did I know that his appearing here was precisely to take my life. Nor did I know that he'd, out of his own greed, thrown his life away. First, let's see what dropped. The little bear I'd sent out was quickly recalled, bringing back the wilderness boss's drops along with it. I sent my thoughts into the bag. B-rank material, scattered feather X1. Fire dragon soul, S-rank item. A chance drop after a flame-spitting dragon dies. Can briefly summon a fire dragon phantom, dealing wide-range fire attribute damage. After use, requires 10 fire crystals to recharge. A-rank material, fire crystal X2. A-rank skill book, immolating blaze. Immolating blaze, learning requirement, A-rank, mage, talent, or level 30 and above. Casting consumes a certain amount of health, dealing area fire attribute damage. The lower the current health, the larger the range. S-rank. An S-rank item of all things? My heart leapt with joy. Not every flame-spitting dragon could drop an S-rank. The higher the level, the greater the chance of dropping high quality. As far as I knew, a level 40 flame-spitting dragon dropping an A-rank material already counted as decent luck. And I, of all things, got an S-rank. The fire dragon soul was an item, usable by anyone after recharging. It could be recharged again after use, and as long as I had enough fire crystals, I could summon it again and again. But for someone like me, carrying over 200,000 in debt, where would I get so many fire crystals? A thing like that was only for the imagining. My current charge was enough for just one use. I didn't rush to try it. Perhaps, unleashed at a critical moment, this S-rank item could give someone a surprise. Now I really am going to become a summoner mage. I put the fire dragon's soul away, muttering. Time flew. Before long, Luo Juanda and Ling Yun came to switch shifts, and it was my turn to rest. Lying down in the tent, drowsiness quickly set in. Though mana could be topped up with potions, my energy had been drained too hard. An hour of hard fighting left me utterly exhausted now, and I soon fell asleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, just as dawn broke, the three of us set off again on the road toward Bridge City. A person in a green robe appeared at the spot where the four had camped the night before. He observed for a moment. Looks like I'm a step too late. His name was Yi Bei, of the Bridge City Monitoring Team, specializing in monitoring abnormal energy fluctuations in the surrounding region. Upon detecting a large-scale anomaly here, he'd come at once to investigate. Strangely, the moment he arrived, that huge fluctuation had already vanished. To rule out a detection error, Yi Bei searched the vicinity another round, finally stopping at the spot where the flame-spitting dragon had fallen. There was a fierce battle here. From the traces, it looks like a flame-spitting dragon. Sensing the faint lingering fluctuations, he already had his answer. The flame-spitting dragon's ability to conceal its aura was extremely weak, impossible to hide from detection, which left only one possibility. It had been dealt with by someone. There are traces of a tent pitched here. Someone stayed nearby last night. They had real luck, staying not far off and yet not being attacked. Observing as he went, he walked toward that stretch of the sighing wilderness. The green grass that had once covered the plain was gone, leaving only a barren expanse, a layer of black ash coating the soil. For this land to recover on its own, several years would be nowhere near enough. Destruction over such a large area, and by these methods, a fire tribute creature. Looks like it's a flame-spitting dragon after all. The flame-spitting dragon has a self-detonation skill, and if triggered right before death, then aside from the drops, no other trace remains. That neatly explains why there isn't even a corpse on the ground. Drawing on the wilderness's current state, Yi Bei quickly reconstructed what had happened. A flame-spitting dragon had come here for some unknown reason and self-detonated to its death for some unknown reason. The drops were picked up by someone. No telling which lucky soul got the benefit. Could it be the people in the tent nearby? That didn't seem right, though. On his way in, he glanced at those four, all level 20. And by his detection, the flame-spitting dragon was at least level 40, its fluctuation at peak faintly even exceeding level 40. Level 20 couldn't possibly drive a level 40 flame-spitting dragon to its death. Yi Bei analyzed for a long while. He'd figured out this much. What died here was a flame-spitting dragon, and the materials had most likely been taken by the people in the tent. But he couldn't for the life of him work out what exactly could force a level 40 flame-spitting dragon to self-detonate. That was an extremely gruesome way to die, as if harboring some grievance of the greatest magnitude, taking someone down with it even in death. After pondering long with no result, all he could do was sigh. Perhaps the flame-spitting dragon was already gravely wounded when it came, and self-detonated in the end out of resentment, and some lucky soul just happened to scoop up the spoils. That would be a luck god. Never mind. No point guessing blindly here. Since the problem's resolved, better to finish recording and wrap up. With that, he took out an instrument resembling a crystal ball and swept it once across the sighing wilderness and the surroundings. Wherever it passed, the scene changed accordingly. The black ash on the ground slowly dispersed, and green grass sprouted anew. In the end, this entire stretch was restored to the way it looked before being burned. Everything set in order, Yi Bei glanced toward Bridge City in the distance and sighed. High-risk creatures are cropping up more and more often. This is no good sign. The Bridge City border. Ever since the flame-spitting dragon incident, Luo Juanda's attitude toward me had flipped completely. That affair had made him fully face reality and truly understand the gold content of those four words, C-rank mage. Earlier, Ling Yun had been scouting ahead and run into a pack of wolves. Judging a fight risky, he'd wanted to go around. I found detouring too time-consuming, gave a wave of my hand, and a bear taller than a person materialized out of thin air, swatting those wolf pups dead one paw at a time, clearing the field in under 10 seconds. After that, no matter what we did along the way, the two of them would first ask my opinion. The earlier matter was still vivid in memory. Had I not detected the flame-spitting dragon in time, they'd have long since perished in the sea of fire. After several more hours on the road, the four of us finally reached this trip's destination. Thank you, Su Fan. This whole way, it was all thanks to you. or I'd probably have died several times over. I won't say much else. Once we're back in Bridge City, if there's anything you need from us, just say the word. Outside the border city, Luo Juanda and Ling Yun thanked me again, then used the teleport scrolls Yukiki had given them to teleport back to the Bridge City district. After the two left, Yukiki pulled me aside. Thank you, Su-fan. There's still half an hour until the teleport array opens. You did me a huge favor on this trip. Without you, I'd never have made it in time. You saved my life. I'm sorry. I have to rush home to deal with a family problem, so I can't treat you to a proper meal. But to show my sincerity, I can grant you one request within my power. At first, she too had doubted. Could a C-rank mage really keep her safe? For that reason, though she'd suppressed the argument before departure, she'd privately gone and asked Lu Jia about it. But everything she saw and heard along the way had utterly swept away her doubts. What you hear may be false, what you see is real. Without me, whether she'd have survived the flame-spitting dragon's maw was an unknown. Whether I was C-rank no longer mattered. She counted herself lucky inside, glad that at the critical moment, she'd chosen to believe rather than to deny. Hearing, grant a request within my power, my heart gave a lurch. I'd already planned to head back with a scroll like those two, and hadn't expected an unexpected delight like this. A request within her power. Did that mean any special request was fine? Calculating that inside, aloud I said, I saved you only because it was part of the task. I took the bounty, and delivering you safely is only right and proper. Hearing she wanted to repay me, my heart had indeed stirred for a moment. But as I'd said, I wasn't one to leverage a favor for gain. Protecting her was the content of the bounty task to begin with, and besides, had she really died, no one would have paid me, right? Yukiki smiled. Then let me put it another way. I'm a merchant, and I came to Bridge City this time on business. Consider it making a friend. For a merchant, sincerity toward a friend means granting them a request. This is my heart's intent, and I hope you'll accept it. Since you've put it that way, could I refuse? In the end, I nodded and accepted this sincerity. What can I do for you, my friend? I looked at her again. In my heart, an idea had already taken shape. It's just that this request was a tiny bit excessive, and I wasn't sure she could accept it. Seeming to sense my hesitation, Yukiki added, Say it first, let me hear. Whatever I can do, I'll surely help. She was sincere. Her wish to make a friend was real, and her wish to thank me was real too. The misgiving in my heart eased a little. I weighed my words a moment. Actually, I have been in a bit of a bind lately. As you know, the Capital University assessment is right around the corner, and I've got no relatives to lean on, nor any resources to draw on. After all, I'm just a student. A flicker of difficulty crossed Yukiki's face. You want to get into Capital University? That is a bit difficult. I laughed and spoke my true meaning. No need. I'm just rather short on cash. You understand, equipment materials, class change materials, item consumption. Which of them isn't money? What did I lack most right now? Money. That's right, money. And what was the other party? The daughter of a bank president. The one thing she'd never lack was money. What a coincidence, right? Even a private bank, so long as it's a bank, has no shortage of money. Hearing this, Yukiki actually let out a breath and smiled. I thought it was something serious. Money? That's simple. Let me think. Setting aside my assets, I've got some spare change. How much should I give you? 1 million? 5 million? No. Considering you're about to change classes, which should be quite costly, let's say 10 million. Is that enough? Enough. That's more than enough. My heart was wild with joy. Enough. But though you call this the sincerity of making a friend, I'm not one to owe a friend a favor. Let's just call it a loan from you. Yukiki laughed with little concern. Fine, then it's settled. 10 million is a large sum, and big transfers take a bit of time, so wait until I get home to arrange it. Now we're friends, right? I nodded. Yes, this friend absolutely must be, today. Whoever dares say no, I'll take it up with them. Then it's settled. Since we're friends, the interest is waived. As for time, there's no rush, just pay it back at your leisure. My heart bloomed with delight. 10 million. This was 10 million. Who could have thought that one trip out and my bank card would gain 10 million out of thin air? As we spoke, the teleport array was about to activate. She and I confirmed the payment matter once more. The sum was too large, and it truly couldn't be done within a day. Confirming there were no errors, the two of us said our goodbyes. I chanted in place for 6 seconds, and a small teleport array surfaced beneath my feet, my figure dissolving with it. My consciousness swam for a moment, and when I came to, I was already back in Bridge City. So this is teleport magic? Crossing such a distance in 6 seconds, faster than an airplane. This spot wasn't far from the dungeon teleport array. All teleport magic landed nearby here. I glanced at my phone, and the task payment had already arrived. Looks like Yukiki had smoothly reached the other end. From how anxious she was to get back, I hoped all would go well for her. Everyone has their own secrets. She was so anxious she'd even risk danger, so there must be an urgent matter at home. Though we were friends now, since she hadn't said, I wasn't in a position to pry. Just as I was pondering, a phone call interrupted me. And Hondo, I answered. A familiar voice came through. A friend of mine farmed up a hidden boss. How about it? Interested in going to take a look together? A rare boss? Now that's a good thing. Running dungeons had a chance to spawn a rare boss dungeon. This kind of boss dropped far better than an ordinary dungeon, with a guaranteed minimum of a golden legendary. The specific rewards depended on the boss type, skills, equipment, items, materials, and so on. What type of boss is it? I asked. Skill-related. With good luck, you might drop some useful skills or skill points. How about it, interested? I thought a moment. By now, all my skills had evolved along one path from the most basic flame burn, and at the root, occupied only a single skill slot. And after that wilderness trip, I'd seen my own shortcomings clearly. Indeed, it was time to go farm some other useful skills. The last collaboration had been pleasant enough, and I'd never been in a rare boss dungeon, so it'd be good to see one. So I accepted Hondo's invitation. We settled on a time and hung up. A rare boss counted as a small dungeon, a party of at most 3 people, half the size of a regular dungeon. After spawning, it had a time limit, usually ranging from 2 to 8 hours. Once the time passed, whether or not you'd entered, the entrance would close. This time we'd set it for 2 in the afternoon. Checking the time, there were over 2 hours left, enough for a bit of rest. Yesterday, I'd made a wilderness trip, and at night I'd battled wits with the flame-spitting dragon, so my sleep had been pretty average. Back in the safe zone, with that taut string loosened, drowsiness surged up. Back in the dorm, I lay down on the bed and recalled these past 2 days. In a mere 2 days, my strength had turned upside down, and my money-making ability had been reborn. Gazing at the 100,000 added to my account, I smiled with satisfaction. Though this wilderness trip was hard, it was worth it. In a couple of days, another 10 million would arrive. When that time came, converting all 10 million into skill points, then putting them into my skill, what would happen? Thinking of this, I couldn't help laughing out loud. Unfortunately, the skill points converted were bound, usable only by myself, not resellable. Otherwise, sell the skill points, use that money to buy more skill points, back and forth a few times. Wouldn't I rake in a fortune with an inexhaustible supply of skill points? Actually, aside from the bound kind, skill point books came in a tradable type too. An ordinary skill point book went to whoever picked it up, and even if you died by accident before using it, no one else could use it. But the freely tradable book of skill points, tradable, as long as it wasn't converted into skill points, could be freely bought, sold, transferred, or gifted, far more free. But the more free, the more precious. Often a month might pass without even one more appearing on the market, and each time one surfaced, it hardly ever circulated within the circles of ordinary people. Beep beep. My phone rang, a message from Lugia. Yukiki told me she's already home. This time it was all thanks to you. But she didn't mention the specifics, and I'm quite curious, what exactly did you two go through? By the way, Xiaoqing finds it hard to bring up, so let me pass this along for him. Thank you for farming the material for him last time. That material was actually for a doctor. Once he got it, Xiaoqing cured his sister's illness. You may not know it, but the task you took wasn't just a task, you also saved his sister's life. On his behalf, let me thank you once more. 2 matters. One about Yukiki, one about Xiaoqing. I gave it a quick read. I hadn't expected Xiaoqing's material farming to be for treating his sister's illness. No wonder his eyes at the time looked like they'd seen the light. Seems I'd misunderstood him. I tapped out a reply. As for Xiaoqing's matter, I just took the money to do a job. No need for extra thanks. And thanks to his introduction, I gained another path to make money. Yukiki's matter isn't complicated either. On the road, we ran into a level 40 flame-spitting dragon's ambush. I detected it early and led them to avoid it, that's all. This was the agreed-upon content of the task to begin with. Reply done, I casually flipped through the class group. 2 days had passed, and the voices discussing me had lessened considerably, though I could still occasionally scoop up some useful info. Latest news, tomorrow's 100-person dungeon is set. It's a mage dungeon. Nice. Once tomorrow's 100-person dungeon ends, there'll probably be one more successfully class-changed mage. When will it ever be us warriors' turn for a dungeon? What if it is our turn? In the 100-person dungeon, only first place gets class-change materials. What are you going in for? Rushing to feed the enemy your head. Right, stop pining for the 100-person dungeon. That's a 1 in 100 place. Without the assurance of taking first, going in is just courting death. Rather than think about that, better to figure out how to farm more skill points and raise your skill level. I want to raise my skill level too, but you know as well as I do how hard skill points are to farm. With bad luck, you can't even farm one in a whole day. Speaking of which, word's going around out there lately that someone's been speed farming level 20 dungeons, clearing one in under 10 minutes. You all heard. Heard it. If only some big shot would carry me. I'll handle the squawking, the big shot handles the wild slaying. I heard it too, but it's fake, right? One clear in 10 minutes. If it were true, wouldn't it have shattered the historical record long ago? I think it's fake too. My cousin and his wife take more than 10 minutes per clear, and this guy's way too fast. I'd dub him the fastest man in history. Person above, tell us more about your cousin and his wife's story. Huh? You'd better be talking about running dungeons. I closed my phone. I hadn't expected the matter of farming from level 10 to 20 at the dungeon site last time to spread so fast. But it didn't matter. What had spread was already a last version story, long since iterated over. If I entered that dungeon again now, I'd already unlocked fully automatic idling, summoned the little bear on knee, idle in place, and could even lie down with 5 slackers in tow. It's just that for me at this stage, aside from the weekend's 100-person dungeon, unless it was for a task, running dungeons had little meaning. Though I could still improve by farming equipment, the stats equipment added were minuscule. I was only level 20, and the tiny bit of attack from level 20 gear, set against an extremely high skill level, wasn't worth mentioning at all. The only thing still useful was mana boosting gear. Since that stuff was directly tied to mana potions, and mana potions were tied to my money. Thinking and thinking, I unwittingly drifted off to sleep. How is this possible? In Bridge City, inside an upscale restaurant, Chen Xiannan stared at the message he'd just received, sinking into silence. The content was simple. The killer he'd hired had failed the assassination and was dead. Ying Jiao was dead. What happened? Lu Shishir set down the coffee in her hand. Do you remember the World Dungeon incident last time? The World Dungeon. Just those words, and Lu Shishir immediately recalled it. Of course she remembered. That time she'd been humiliated in front of everyone. And it was precisely that time she'd discovered Chen Xiannan was already level 20. But it didn't matter. These were all temporary. Chen Xiannan was a C-rank mage, while she was an A-rank support. Even if she'd been a bit slow reaching level 20, she'd surely go further than Su Fan in the future. A team could do without a mage, but not without a support. What's more, her talent was a notch higher, so there was no reason she couldn't do what Su Fan could. Wait, that's Chen Xiannan. Let me reread. The text says Chen Xiannan is an S-rank mage. Lu Shishir is an A-rank support. Let me recheck. Let me re-render that section correctly. Su Fan. Of course I remember. What about him? Chen Xiannan. After that dungeon last time, I had someone hire a killer to see if Su Fan could be taken out. Lu Shishir paused. A killer? Chen Xiannan had never mentioned this to her. But Su Fan really was annoying, disrupting her plans time and again, blocking her path to a better future and sniping her in the dungeon, truly too much. After the last dungeon, she'd entertained the thought too, only she'd merely thought about it, in the end unable to harden her heart, nor daring to. She hadn't expected Chen Xiannan to think along the same lines and put it into action. And then, Chen Xiannan, it failed. The killer didn't succeed and died on the job himself. Lu Shishir's face changed. The killer's dead? Was it Su Fan's doing? Chen Xiannan, not necessarily. I'm inclined to think not. The killer's last known location was in the wilderness. I checked, and Su Fan did leave the city yesterday, and the killer was headed for him too. But the wilderness has too many variables, and it's very possible he died not at Su Fan's hands, but to some unknown peril. Lu Shishir sighed inwardly. It actually failed, such a pity. But then again, if Su Fan really could kill a level 20 assassin, then she'd have to be careful. At equal strength, able to fight, and able to kill were two different matters, especially when the other party was an assassin highly skilled at concealment and tracking. In other words, if Su Fan really had the ability to casually slay an assassin, then killing her would be just as easy, wouldn't it? Luckily, Ying Jiao had died by accident out there, with little connection to Su Fan. As long as it wasn't Su Fan who killed him, that was fine. So what do you plan to do? Are you still going through with this job? I am. Not only that, this time I'll add money too. I want an S-rank talent assassin. I refuse to believe Su Fan could have such good luck again. Chen Xiannan was an extremely vindictive person, and Hongdo had some backing behind her, troublesome to move against. But you, Su Fan, with no strength, no talent, no background, On what grounds do you get to be the final winner of that dungeon? He hadn't tasted the flavor of death in a dungeon for far too long. The last death was fresh in his memory. All his equipment dropped, and to farm back the corresponding gear, he'd wasted no small amount of time. And at this critical juncture with the Capital University assessment imminent, time was the greatest resource. Dying once cost him double, and rounding it off, this was obstructing his Capital University entry. Can't deal with others, but you think I can't deal with you? So Chun Xianin tapped away on his phone, raised the bounty, and specified an S-rank assassin. 2 in the afternoon. I arrived at the appointed spot on time. And Hongdo had long since arrived, and another person stood beside her. Seeing me, she gave a slight nod. An extra person, and it clicked for me. Looks like she was the owner of this rare boss. Come, let me introduce you to. And Hongdo said, this is Su Fan, the one I mentioned to you before, a very impressive fire mage. Su Fan, her name is Hu Xian, my best friend. Don't let her frail appearance fool you. She's an S-rank support. Hu Xian and I greeted each other. An S-rank support. The people in Hongdo knew were no simple folk. Chun Xianan, Hu Xian, both S-rank of all things. And thinking of our class, we had only one S-rank in total, and she was aloof and cold, basically not associating with anyone, and wouldn't even party with our own class. Everyone's here, so let's do a bit of prep. And Hongdo said, you both roughly know the dungeon situation, so I'll just run through it. Rare boss. Everyone gets one chance to open a chest, regardless of damage, and whoever's chest it comes out of, it goes to them. No objections. I acquiesced to this distribution. And Hongdo was a qualified captain indeed, thoroughly versed in dungeons and reward mechanics. By the way, Su Fan, for a rare boss chest, one of the 3 chests is guaranteed to drop. The guarantee drops a skill book or skill points. The skill book is random, random class, random quality. Skill points are random too. Could be 1, could be 6. And with explosive luck, you could even drop a freely tradable skill point book, and that'd be striking it rich. She suddenly asked, what do you want most? A skill book, I suppose. I answered. For me, a single skill point brought hardly any improvement, but a skill book was different. I still had empty slots. This was the hidden benefit of stacking skill points into levels. The mutated skill still counted as the same skill, occupying no extra slot. What's more, I'd come on this trip for skill books to begin with. Hu Xian was a little surprised. You actually want a skill book? And Hongdo laughed too. Generally, people who come to a rare boss are basically after skill points. If you want to farm skill books, going to the corresponding dungeon is actually faster. Having said that, her expression turned a little odd, recalling the terrifying attack Su Fan had unleashed that day. That was surely his skill. She just didn't know what level that skill had been leveled to. It shouldn't be too high, right? The more monstrous the skill, the harder it was to raise to a high level. I didn't explain much, but asked back, what about you? My thinking's simple. I just want to save up more skill points, and tradable ones would be even better. Hu Xian spoke too. Same as in Hongdo. I just want more skill points. Whether they're tradable doesn't really matter. And Hongdo pointed at the already open teleport gate. All right, let's go, friends. May the wishes we just made all come true. We entered the dungeon. The rare boss was similar to an ordinary dungeon. This time we were still in the starting scene, and only needed to step into the boss's domain, clear the first wave of elite monsters, and the second wave would be a direct confrontation with the final boss. A glance around, and I knew who this round's opponent was. Rare boss, Chili Flower. What a coincidence, grass attribute again. For a fire mage like me, this was undeniably a stroke of great fortune. And Hongdo, I haven't coordinated with Su Fan before. How do we fight this? You arrange it. Hu Xian said. And Hongdo knew the 3 of us skills best, so she'd unwittingly become the one deploying the formation. Even she was a little surprised how she'd inexplicably ended up as temporary captain. As for the combat arrangement, with this person here, what arrangement was even needed? Even if one were truly needed, it'd be him arranging me. But considering Hu Xian wasn't familiar with Chen Fan, and Hongdo thought it over and still spoke up. Su Fan, Hu Xian's a support. She'll put buffs on us both. I'll take the first wave of elites and leave the second wave boss to you. How's that? I had no objection to this arrangement. If anything, I felt it needn't be this troublesome. Just clear both waves at once and wrap up. But since someone was helping shoulder a wave and save me some mana, I was naturally happy. Hu Xian, though, was a bit surprised. She'd assumed Chen Fan was just someone in Hongdo had dragged along to piggyback on the rewards. She'd guessed wrong again, and Hongdo had directly ceded the main DPS spot. Ready? Then let's go in. Stepping onto the field triggered the central activation aura. The ground in 4 directions floated up purple teleporter rays, a flash of purple light, and 4 elite monsters appeared, chili leaves. Also level 20, just weakened versions of the boss chili flower. And Hondo was a fire warrior, as the name implies, skilled in melee, and a fire-wielding melee at that. Sword of moon and fire. Her movement was crisp and decisive, a wave of her hand, and a flaming long sword condensed solid in her palm. ZZT, a flash of sword light, and a wave of flames swept out from the blade, tracing a gorgeous semicircle in the air. Speed boost, strength boost. Almost simultaneously, Huxian moved too, 2 boosts landing on Hondo. Red light suffused in Hondo's body, and she swung for more sword strikes. These 4 carried far greater force than before, faster too, and merged with the earlier sword light, slashing toward the chili leaves in all 4 directions. Boom! The sword light fell, flames leapt up on the chili leaves, their health bars plummeting, and within a few breaths they perished in the blaze. I watched silently. Looks like just as she said, the 2 had coordinated many times. This sword of moon and fire. The conjured sword was neither like equipment nor like a warrior's skill, more like a talent skill. Looks like this was in Hondo's S-rank talent. Interesting, summoning a sword at will. Last dungeon there were many people, and her teammates were there too, so I couldn't tell. But with just this handful of people now, I could all but conclude, this sword was her talent. As for Huxian, those 2 moves of hers just now were surely ordinary skills, not a talent. So what was her talent? After Hondo made her move, I noticed her mana bar drop from full to half in an instant. Continuously casting a talent skill was no small drain. Su Fan, I'm done on my end, the rest is up to you. No problem. Relax. Forget a level 20 rare boss. So long as the conditions were right, even a level 40 wilderness boss would die under Ani's fist. Huxian, though, was a little nervous. Su Fan, this is our first time coordinating. What buff do you want? I can put on 2 at most. There's speed boost, magic boost, strength boost here. Which do you want? I blinked, roughly grasping her talent. An ordinary support could only maintain 1 aura-type buff at a time. A so-called aura meant any allies within range receive the buff. No wonder Huxian's skills were all aura-type. You have to understand, in the initial stage everyone had only 3 skill slots, and every skill choice was crucial before running a dungeon. I thought a moment. Just give me the magic boost. I can put on 2. Huxian thought I hadn't understood, and stressed it again. I know. 1's enough, more is a waste. It really was a waste. With my current stats, at heart I was just a C-rank mage, and speed boost and strength boost were nearly useless to me. Alright then, give me a shout if you need help. I can put 2 auras on myself and deal a bit of damage too. Compared to Huxian's unease, Hondo was rather relaxed. Come on, Chun Fan could one-shot even a Berserk phase boss, so what was 1 rare boss? A world boss, because multiple parties participated, usually had over 10 times the health of an ordinary dungeon. In other words, even a world boss with under 10% health left had more than this chili flower's total health. What's more, this was grass attribute, and with the counter stacked on, it was even easier. So, under the 2's differing gazes, I strode alone toward the center of the field. Huxian looked at Hondo, and seeing her look so relaxed, couldn't help asking again. Hondo, how are you not worried at all? This is basically soloing the boss. For a normal rare boss, shouldn't it be several people working together, one tanking the aggro while another supports and DPSs? Hondo smiled mysteriously. That's the general case. Su Fan's far stronger than me, you just watch. Me going up there would only get in his way. That's right, that was exactly what she thought. At equal strength, team coordination amplified individual output, but with a wide gulf in strength, individual performance was the key. In other words, she felt that going up herself might actually drag him down. Huxian was struck. She'd heard Hondo's assessment of Chun Fan long ago, and knew it was high, but never expected it to be this high. 1 person, soloing a rare boss? At the center of the field. I silently counted the time. 3, 2, 1. 8 gate escaping fire. With the experience from last time's bounty task, I was especially precise now at timing a boss's entrance. In the instant the 2 waves swapped and the chili flower appeared, 8 wheels of wind and fire turned into a streak of red light, already riding on its face. As everyone knows, monsters have no pain response, so the chili flower didn't even get out a scream before vanishing. From appearance to vanishing, no more than a second. I nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, performance still steady. This was what dungeon monsters were like, so dull. As long as there was a cast time window, I could seize the output opening and max out the damage. But while I was calm, Someone else couldn't stay calm. Hu Xian, where's your aura? I looked at Hu Xian, still frozen in place, and blinked. Hu Xian was a little flustered. Sorry, I got a bit nervous just now, spaced out, and didn't react in time. She really had spaced out, but for no other reason than being startled by those 8 fire wheels. She actually felt a touch wronged inside. Chun Fan's movement was just too fast. 1 second, and that chili leaf had vaporized. Who could react to that? Seeing her like this, and Hongdo actually laughed. Your reaction is exactly like mine back then. How about it, Hu Xian? I said you'd get a scare, didn't I? Hu Xian was still a bit dazed. She finally understood why Hongdo had dared see the main DPS spot. Too fierce. She'd never seen anyone this fierce. And this was a level 20 rare boss. If she hadn't just cleared the first wave together with Hongdo, she'd have doubted she'd entered the wrong dungeon. How was the boss handled like it was a trash mob? She looked at Hongdo, her eyes full of confusion. Where did you find someone this fierce? A strong curiosity suddenly rose in the depths of her heart. If he could one-shot even a chili leaf, then could other dungeons, other bosses, still stop him? Was this the power of talent? Chun Fan, what talent was he exactly? So Hu Xian asked it aloud. Su Fan, forgive my forwardness, what's your talent? I was an honest person, and since someone asked, I answered sincerely, C-rank talent. Let me reintroduce myself, C-rank mage, level 20. The words out, not only Hu Xian, but even Hongdo was dumbstruck. Hongdo had seen a scene far bigger than this last time. That time Chun Fan hadn't just sent off the boss, he'd also wiped several parties along with it. Of course, strictly speaking, it couldn't be counted as Chun Fan's doing. He hadn't gone red. It was those parties who went red themselves, ran into his skill, and got carried off. Precisely because of that, from then on Hongdo had guessed. Chun Fan was most likely a double S-rank talent, even triple S. But she'd never expected the answer that popped out of Chun Fan's mouth to be an entirely different one. Brother? Are you kidding me? C-rank talent? If you're going to lie, could you find a halfway decent reason? Look at you saying that. Do you think I'd believe it? Hongdo genuinely didn't believe it. Not just her, Hu Xian clearly didn't either. Hu Xian knew all too well. A true C-rank talent, forget one-shotting a chili leaf, would struggle mightily even with the first wave elites. Don't be fooled by how easily the two of them had cleared the field just now. That was because both were at least S-rank talents. If they couldn't even handle a few elites, that would be a real problem. Hu Xian asked cautiously, You are really a C-rank talent? Hongdo cast over a doubtful look too. Meeting the two women's gazes, all I could do was sigh inwardly. What else could I do? Who told me to be an honest child? Was I supposed to say, next time someone asks, that I'm a double S-rank talent? But honestly, they'd have a hard time understanding that too. I couldn't very well tell them. I'd gone all in dumping all my skill points into the ordinary flame burn. And the skill you're seeing is actually the most ordinary, most run-of-the-mill flame burn transformed step by step. Explaining it that way was too troublesome, and carried the risk of exposing the conversion system. After weighing it several times, I didn't explain much, just smiled. You've come across too little. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. I'd already made up my mind. Next time someone asks about my talent, I really should switch up how I answer. Hearing this, the two women, oddly enough, both let out a breath at the same time. The two's thoughts at this moment were remarkably aligned. See, Chun Fan definitely isn't a C-rank talent. He just doesn't want to say the real reason. Enough about that. I pointed ahead. The chests are all out. You two don't want your rewards. That was the loot from killing the boss. When I'd one-shot the chili leaf just now, the chests had spawned. Only the two's attention had been entirely on me and they hadn't noticed. At my prompting, the two women finally reeled in their thoughts and looked toward the 3 chests. Each person could pick one to open. Whoever opened it kept it, 1 chance each. I'll go first, let's see what's inside. Hongdo stepped up and opened her chest first. The chest opened, and inside was a piece of equipment, a small shield. B-rank equipment, small round shield, warrior. Hongdo's face darkened slightly. Ugh, looks like my luck's not great, got equipment of all things. Heh, but no matter, a rare boss has at least 1 guaranteed drop, and since it's not with me, then it should be with you too. How about it? Excited? Hu Xian. She wasn't wrong. A rare boss chest was guaranteed to produce 1 high-tier reward. This was a skill book dungeon to begin with, so the high-tier reward was a skill book or a skill point book that leveled a skill. Since Hongdo hadn't hit it, then Hu Xian and I each had at least a 50% chance of getting this precious reward. This was exactly why a rare boss required a party, and mostly of acquaintances. It maximized the rewards, and made trading easy among acquaintances if you hit the jackpot. Hu Xian laughed. You've got some nerve teasing me, as if you don't want it? I got lucky last time and got a skill point, and if I get another, my support aura can level up once more. With that, she opened her chest. A flash of golden light, and a projection in the shape of a book materialized before her. Hu Xian blanked out. She hadn't expected the guaranteed drop to fall to her. What incredible luck. She hurriedly looked. S-rank skill book. Bathing together in holy light. Priest. Hu Xian sighed. Good news. Loot out. Bad news. What came out was a skill book, and a priest one at that. What a pity. If only it were a skill point book that adds skill points. She lamented, then looked at me, a touch of apology in her eyes. Because with the guarantee mechanic, she'd gotten the guaranteed reward, so by rights what I opened should be ordinary loot. It's fine. I actually didn't value skill points. I'd come here to try my luck to begin with, to see if I could get a useful skill book. If not, I wasn't in a hurry. In any case, I didn't have much money to level skills right now. The 10 million hadn't arrived yet. These few days were more than enough for me to farm a mage skill book from some other dungeon. I opened the chest without a care. Just then, to everyone's surprise, that chest also burst forth a streak of golden light. Another one. What? Two came out of all things. No one had expected it. Having already produced a special reward once, it could produce one again. Luck exploding through the roof. 2 special rewards in one go. Both in Hongdo and Hu Xian saw it. This was something only heard of in rumors. At an extremely low probability, 3 chests could produce 2 rewards. Normally, it was just the one guarantee. I was a little excited inside too. My luck really was good today, running into this kind of wonderful thing. I looked at the item within the golden light. The glow gradually dimmed, and the reward emerged. Book of Skill Points X5. A skill point book. 5 at once. Enviable to death. This thing caps at 6, and you got 5 in one shot. The way in Hongdo and Hu Xian looked at me was written all over with intense envy. Not a single skill point was useless. As long as you had them, your skill level could rise. But I, seeing the reward, was a little stunned. Among these special rewards, skill points had latched onto me for good. Huh. Nothing else came. Only this. I saw the 2 women's envious eyes too. I knew they were genuinely envious. After all, in the earlier chit-chat, including the wishes before opening the chests, both had said what they wanted most was a skill point book. And the result? The ones who wanted it most didn't get it, and instead the one who wanted it least did. I sighed again and again inwardly. This was the second time now. Getting a skill book would be more useful than a skill point book. These 5 skill point books, even converted entirely into skill points, wouldn't be enough to stuff between my teeth, couldn't even push a single level. But while I thought this way, and Hongdo and Hu Xian didn't. Hu Xian murmured, looks like I don't have that good luck. Just a little more, and I could have gotten a skill point book too. Just a tiny bit more skill points and my aura could level up once more. I looked at the 2's expectant gazes, and my mind turned. Wait, no? I'm wrong. This time is different from last time. Last time was in an ordinary dungeon, and the skill point book farm there could only be used personally. But this time it dropped from a rare boss, so it can be traded. In other words, though I can't use it, there are plenty of people who need it. I could totally trade it for the resources I want. At this thought, my originally dejected mood came alive again. Good, good, good. As long as it can be traded, everything's negotiable. I glanced at Hongdo and Hu Xian first. I didn't have many friends, so to trade, it was either the exchange or swapping with acquaintances for things I needed. The latter was clearly more reliable and more worthwhile. So, looking at the 2, I spoke. This skill point book isn't of much use to me. From your expressions, you need it a lot. What I said was entirely the truth. But in Hongdo's ears, it became something else entirely. Just that one line stirred up a tempest in her heart. Listen to that. This was a big shot's words. This was a big shot's world. That was 5 skill points, and it was of little use to him? And Hongdo gazed at Xin Fan, feeling as though his whole being was wrapped in a fog. Every time she thought she'd figured him out, guessed right. The moment he opened his mouth, she'd realize with a start how absurd, how laughable her guess had been. Sure enough, people just can't be compared. The skill points she'd prayed so hard to farm were, in his eyes, of no importance at all. I caught the astonishment in her eyes and added, actually, it's not that I can't use them, just that the quantity's too small, so they're not very useful. If you need them urgently, you can bring some things I need to trade. And Hongdo fell silent in her heart for a good while. Stop, stop, stop. No more humble bragging. What do you mean the quantity's too small? This is 5 skill points. One dungeon drops 6 at most. This is nearly full, and it's small? If this is too small, then how many counts as a lot? Wait, if everything Xin Fan said was true, then it meant These 5 skill points very likely couldn't even level one of his skills by 1. Even her own S-rank skill wouldn't dare say 5 points were useless. Could it be that Chun Fan's talent was double S rank, even triple S? Right. That's it. That's exactly it. I knew he definitely wasn't telling the truth just now. He must be a triple S rank talent, and the skill he unleashed was the same tier, and no low level either. That explains why 5 skill points are of no use to him at all. Got it. And Hondo felt she'd truly figured it out this time. Who would have thought that I and Hondo would have the fortune to know a triple S rank talent? Hu Xian didn't know much about Chun Fan. Ever since seeing him send off the chili leaf in 1 second, she couldn't quite read him. So hearing him say he didn't really need the skill point book, she wasn't as astonished as in Hondo. After all she'd asked earlier, and Chun Fan had said he wanted a useful skill book. She was only slightly surprised. At the time she'd thought it meant 1 skill point is useless, but now it seemed 5 skill points were useless? And Hondo asked, weighing her words, Su Fan, are you really willing to trade them out? If you truly are, I'll trade with you right now. I thought a moment. If you need them, I can trade 1 to 2 books each, and at least keep 1 for myself. The words out, both let out a breath. Hu Xian especially. Thank goodness it was a false alarm. Not that all 5 were off the table, which would have been a bit frightening. Actually, they didn't know. These 5 books really were of little use to me. The reason I kept 1 was because I'd just suddenly thought of another arrangement. Getting my answer, Hu Xian took something out of her personal space. Just as the small round shield was useless to an Hondo, she, a priest, also had some things useless to herself but quite useful to a mage. A-rank equipment, goddess's tears, an accessory. In a non-combat state, recovers 1 mana per minute. All classes can use it, but a mage gets the best value, so it should be of some use to you. I nodded and accepted the equipment. Goddess's tears, recovers mana. Now this was a good thing. With it, I could save an astronomical amount of mana. To this day, I hadn't owned a single accessory. This kind of thing, though not high quality, had an extremely low drop rate. The stats it gave were low too, but it came with some special auxiliary functions. The goddess's tears Hu Xian gave, for instance, achieved the effect of recovering mana out of combat. Confirming the effect was decent, I accepted the trade. So 1 skill point book was gone, and I, at last, had my first accessory. Su Fan, you know my situation. And Hondo said, not long ago, because of the Chun Xianen affair, I lost quite a bit of equipment, and I'm not carrying any now. Reserve a book for me, and I'll find you an item as soon as I get back. Sure, pleasure doing business. I accepted her reservation. Having been through the previous 2 world dungeons, and Hondo had grown wary and no longer carried important things on her. I made a silent note too. Next time I'd store crucial items in the toolbox outside, and though I couldn't retrieve them inside a dungeon, at least I needn't worry about losing them. As the rare boss ended, the 3 of us completing our trades, we were teleported out of the dungeon at the same time. After parting, we each went our way, and then Hondo and I agreed on a time to do our item exchange. I opened my phone and sent Lu Jia a message. I've got a tradable skill point book here. Interested in a deal? Perhaps the words tradable skill point book held too much appeal, for Lu Jia replied quickly. A tradable skill point book? You're sure you want to trade with me? He didn't question that I'd have such a thing, as if it were ordinary. He'd just never expected I'd be willing to put something like that up for trade. Last time you helped me, this time I help you, isn't that right? I replied, all right. A skill point book, no one thinks they have too many. If you truly are willing, I can buy. The most recent transaction price was around 130,000, and I'll offer 150,000. How's that? I accepted the deal. Hanging up, the 2 of us closed the deal directly online. A skill point book could be traded remotely, as long as both parties were within a certain range. Confirming the money received, I transferred the book to Lu Jia. 1 transaction, happily concluded. This was the benefit of having connections. 1 phone call, and something I couldn't use was passed off. Without Lu Jia, I'd have had to go to the exchange, get a cut skimmed off, and wait a while from listing to sale. Not this fast. Looking at the 150,000 added to my account, I didn't spend it recklessly. I already had a plan in mind. Tomorrow was the 100-person dungeon, and I planned to wait a bit, until Yuki's 10 million arrived, before touching this money. For now, there were more pressing matters to handle. Finding a quiet spot, I dialed a number. Yes, this was exactly why I'd wanted to keep that skill point book. In the original body's memory, Wang Jing had always treated Chun Fan extremely well, yet Chun Fan had never found a good chance to repay her. So, having obtained this tradable skill point book, I thought of this matter. After a few rings, the call connected. What is it, Chun Fan? Run into trouble. Sister Jing, I found a new party. It's Class 4's and Hongdo's party, called Exquisite Dice. You found one? That's good news. All right, I'll register it for you later. There was gladness in Wang Jing's tone. I continued, I'm already level 20. Wang Jing paused and looked me over carefully. You really are level 20. Not bad at all. Then put in a bit more effort, and maybe you can get a good result on the Capital University assessment. She encouraged. I got a lot of help from Hongdo. Her. I know her. She's a fine girl. How did you two meet? Met in a dungeon. The doubt in Wang Jing's heart eased somewhat. If he was on a team with Hongdo and the others, then it made sense. Hongdo had been level 20 for a while, held up only on class change materials. With Chun Fan joining, his level could indeed rise quickly. You've worked hard. You must be worn out these past few days. Wang Jing sighed, gestured for me to sit, poured a cup of water, and handed it over. She knew that behind these few words there must be countless hardships hidden. To reach level 20 within 2 days took not just teammates, but diligent effort of one's own too. I stayed silent, took the water, and sipped it. These few days really had been quite hard, taking bounty tasks and wilderness tasks back to earn more money. Good thing I could finally catch my breath now, just waiting for tomorrow's 100-person dungeon. Pulling my thoughts back, I said, Sister Jing, let me show you something. A stir of thought, and I took a golden book out of my bag. A skill point book. A skill point book? Wang Jing recognized it at a glance and remarked, Not bad. Looks like you've reaped quite a harvest these few days. This is a tradable skill point book. Wang Jing was momentarily startled, then it registered. Only a tradable skill point book could be manifested after picking it up. A bound personal use one couldn't be manifested. This book's of no use to me for now, I said. Wang Jing nodded, seeming to understand my meaning. I get it. I'll find someone to convert it into the resources you need. Tell me what you're short on lately. I shook my head. I'm not looking to trade it for resources. I plan to give it to you. The words out, Wang Jing didn't come around for a moment. What did you say? Give it to me. She was stunned, unable to believe it. A skill point book was universal across all classes. Everyone could use it, and this was precisely what made it precious. Even though Wang Jing had long since class changed and was above level 20, she needed skill books all the same. Every new skill obtained started at level 1, and raising it meant spending a great many skill books. What's more, the skill slots one could bring into a single dungeon were limited. Different dungeons called for different skills, and having skill books on hand could greatly boost dungeon efficiency. A skill point book was useful to Wang Jing too. It's just that she'd always looked after Chun Fan like a little brother next door, and when he mentioned getting a skill point book, it never crossed her mind that he meant to give it to me. Do you know what a skill point book means? Do you know how much one sells for out there right now? Wang Jing's expression turned solemn. I nodded, I know. A skill book, the last market transaction price was around 130,000. I'm clear on all this. I'm giving it to you to thank you, teacher, for looking after me all these years. Don't worry, teacher, this is one in Hongdo and I opened from a chest in a rare boss. And besides this one, I've got others here. Please, teacher, do accept it. Wang Jing pondered a moment, and in the end smiled and accepted the book. Seeing her accept it, I was at ease. We chatted about some other things, then I took my leave on the excuse of needing to run a dungeon. Wang Jing gazed in the direction I'd left, and silently placed that skill point book into her own storage. She didn't plan to use it, though it truly was a treasure to her, and she coveted it too. She wouldn't use it. She accepted it only because this was the first time Chun Fan had given her something, and she could see that sincerity and couldn't bear to let it fall flat. But she didn't plan to touch it either. She'd keep this book, and when a fitting moment arrived, return it to Chun Fan in another way. Coming out of the office, I headed for the exchange. That business of gifting the book, I didn't dwell on it much. This was the original body's wish to begin with, and I'd merely settled it in passing. In any case, to me, it was just a skill book. Giving it away was giving it away. Tomorrow was the 100-person dungeon, and for that I needed to make some preparations. Before then, I still had to find time to finish the exchange with Hongdo. After handing the skill book to Hongdo, I set off for the exchange. And it was just then that a message popped up on my phone. One glance, and it sent a jolt through my heart. Bank card deposit, 10 million yuan. Balance, 10,221,450 yuan. My expression shifted, and my whole being instantly perked up. The 10 million had arrived. The 10 million agreed with Yukiki had landed in my account. Gazing at that long string of numbers on the account, my eyes actually swam for a moment, and I nearly couldn't count it straight. I counted twice over. Oh no, confirmed twice over, it really had arrived. So this is how rich people feel. In all my life, I'd never felt this wealthy. Thank you. Having received the money, I replied to Yukiki. Then, I turned my attention to the system. This time, I was going to do something big. Recharge 10 million to obtain 10 million skill points? The system popped up a confirmation. I clicked confirm. Whoosh, the 10 million just deposited flew from the card in the blink of an eye. I was long used to it. As long as I spent fast enough, sorrow couldn't catch me. It's just that having spent this money, I'd now have to work for Yukiki going forward. This was 10 million after all. Luckily, she hadn't pressed me on when to repay, so I could take my time. Compared to what I'd borrowed from Yukiki, those loans in the phone apps were simply not worth mentioning. In the briefest instant the money arrived, it turned into skill points. I opened the panel again, and there was that string of skill points as long as a phone number. I couldn't help doing the math inside. By Lu Jie's account, the last transaction price was about 130,000 per skill point book. So these 10 million skill points of mine, if they could be traded, wouldn't that fetch 100 million? Just this calculation, and I felt a little dejected again. Pity, the skill points the system gave couldn't be exchanged. Otherwise, trade for 100 million, then go buy skill points, and back and forth like that, 10 million skill points could snowball into 100 million. Of course, if I really could churn it that way, I'd probably crash the price of skill points single-handedly, and whether I could trade for that much would be an unknown. I reeled in my thoughts and looked straight at the skill panel. Add points. Tonight, add my fill in one go. The point-adding interface had no one-click upgrade, but as the skill level climbed, leveling up one level was no longer a single point spent, but 1,000, a full 1,000-fold increase. That did save me some clicking. Each press, an 8-gate escaping fire shot up a level. Successfully spent 1,000 skill points. 8-gate escaping fire raised to LV 121. Successfully spent 1,000 skill points. 8-gate escaping fire raised to LV 122. Successfully spent 1,000 skill points. 8-gate escaping fire raised to LV 123. Successfully spent 10,000 skill points. 8-gate escaping fire raised to LV 200. Successfully spent 100,000 skill points. 8-gate escaping fire raised to LV 500. Successfully spent 1 million skill points. 8-gate escaping fire raised to LV 808. 8-gate escaping fire has undergone super evolution. Respond? Here it comes. My expression turned serious. I set down the drink I'd just finished, unable to help a touch of anticipation. This was my entire fortune. 10 million hard-won, all shoved in. I hoped this time it wouldn't let me down either. 8-gate escaping fire had shot up over 600 levels straight without transforming, only reacting at level 800. This too was thanks to my having enough skill points to be reckless. For anyone else, even if they somehow amassed a colossal number of skill points with explosive luck, and then carelessly dumped them all into one skill, and then carelessly transformed it to 7th tier, once past 7th tier, even knowing that raising it further might transform it again, one look at that astronomical skill point requirement would be enough to turn anyone away. The only one able to reach this step was me. Only because I had the skill point conversion system. The skill points others treasured, in my hands, were spent as easily as breathing. Oh no, more exaggerated than breathing. One breath took at most a second, and in a single second I smashed 1 million skill points, a figure an ordinary person might never touch in a lifetime. Yet even so, it was squandered clean within a dozen-odd breaths. But thankfully, this expenditure was rewarded. When 8-gate escaping fire rose to level 800, it finally transformed once more. Respond at once. Without hesitation, I clicked respond. Response successful. 8-gate escaping fire successfully transformed into Final Meteor. Final Meteor, after a brief chant, summons 10 giant sun-type spatial white holes around the body, continuously raining down wide-range meteors, dealing world-ending damage. You dwell in a sea of fire. This night, the starry sea too shall be clear and bright under your will. This skill can actually summon giant suns. Now that's settled, I really am going to become a summoner mage. My heart leapt with joy. Just a glance at the description, and I knew this wasn't a loss. What did world-ending damage mean? What did continuous wide range mean? Could it be that this was a skill that lasted long enough and burst high too? I was quite excited, and could already picture the scene. Riding on the flame-spitting dragon's head, chanting Final Meteor, wasn't that just a large area field-clearing weapon? As for that damage entry, marked directly as world-ending, exactly how great a threat it could pose to monsters, that would only be known by running a dungeon and giving it a try. It's just that the cost of growing stronger was steep too. The 10 million plus I'd just gotten was nearly all spent, leaving only a final 300,000. Enough, Enough, go buy some equipment and raise the mana cap a bit. My mana was still too low right now. I couldn't cast this skill at all. But that didn't stump me. With this bit of money left, I only needed to buy or farm a few pieces of mana cap boosting equipment, and the problem would be readily solved. I'm already a little excited to see Final Meteor's performance. The exchange. I'd always assumed I needn't buy equipment anymore. My skill had improved so much that the boost from leveling had long since eclipsed the stats of the vast majority of equipment. Equipment brought me minuscule improvement, except for those with special attributes. And the mana cap was precisely one of them. To cast the 8th tier Final Meteor required 500 mana. But my total mana was only around 300, still over 200 short. Without raising the mana cap, I couldn't even cast this skill. After a look around, I hadn't found equipment to my liking. The few passable pieces gave too little boost, couldn't hold up Final Meteor. But that didn't stump me. There was another way. Borrow some special one-time items to aid the skill's casting. Hat Trick, a rank item. After use, the mana required for the next skill cast is halved. My gaze swept over and quickly locked onto it. Don't be fooled that it was only a rank, with no direct effect, and gone after one use. For a mage extremely reliant on ultimates, this was all but a high-tier essential. The higher the level and the larger the mana cap, the more practical it was than a mana potion for this kind of skill. Mana potions came in a few types, the worst restoring 300 at a time, which for me now was as good as a full refill. But one skill cast took 500, and even if I really had that much mana, a mana potion's value fell far short of this A-rank item. Of course, there was also an S-rank mana potion that could restore all mana in one go, but that price wasn't for me to look at. I even noticed there wasn't a single S-rank item for sale at the exchange at all. Just as I'd expected, this kind of high-tier item only circulated within the circles of a small few. Item in hand, I left the exchange and came to the party registration desk. Leaving a party was simple, but to join one, some necessary registration procedures still had to be done. After trading with Nhongdo, I'd arranged with her to come register later. But before Nhongdo arrived, I first ran into an acquaintance. Lu Shirshir, of all people, had come too. The moment I spotted her, she spotted me. Chen Fan. From the other end of the registration desk came a voice of confusion. Her gaze was evasive at first. Then, as if she'd thought of something, it turned resolute. After the last world dungeon, Lu Shirshir had thoroughly awakened. No longer soft-hearted, she'd hardened her heart and left the party herself. That's right, she'd cast off her teammates. Oh no. To be precise, abandoned her teammates. After all, she was the captain. Only because in that battle, her teammates had all fallen in the dungeon, losing every piece of equipment and every item in their bags. These teammates, in her eyes, were deadweight. What good was keeping deadweight? Naturally, just kick them straight out. No output at all in the dungeon, and now stripped of equipment too. Keeping them in the party purely delayed her own future. With Chun Xuanan's help, Lu Shirshir had spent just one day farming back the equipment she'd lost, while those teammates remained bare as ever. The level 20 dungeon, already a struggle, was even more prone to a wipe without equipment. At this rate, who could hold on? Lu Shirshir had no regrets. She'd come to the registration desk today precisely to formally disband the old party. She wasn't worried about lacking teammates. Chen Xianin had long since promised that once she left, he'd bring her into a brand new party averaging level 20, with other S-rank mages in it too. By that comparison, she looked down all the more on this bunch of pig teammates she had now. Just let them rot on their own. Lu Shirshir, was about to welcome a new party. So today she'd come. But she'd never expected to run into Chun Fan at the registration desk. Chun Fan, him again. Every time she ran into him, nothing good came of it. Why wouldn't he just go die? Isn't that the big slacker Chun Fan? What's he here for? Before I could even move, I heard someone beside Lu Shirshir start murmuring. Following the voice, I recognized the arrivals, Lu Shirshir's two close best friends. The two of them weren't on the same team, but privately were close little sisters. What a coincidence, too, that they'd all gathered today. Seeing Chun Fan, then seeing Lu Shirshir, they recalled the Chun Fan deeds Lu Shirshir had exposed in the group earlier. Slacking in the dungeon without dealing damage. While others fight the boss, he goes window shopping. So they'd slapped the labels slacker and slacker fish on him. In their view, someone like Chun Fan didn't deserve teammates, much less to take part in the Capital University assessment. Lu Shirshir had originally had some misgivings. She knew clearly that the Chun Fan of today was no longer the trash of 3 days ago. Even if he'd been garbage before, latching onto a big thigh now, he was a solid level 20. However much she hated him, without Chen Xian in there to back her up, She alone wouldn't dare say these things. But now, with her best friends backing her, more people meant more momentum, and her heart wasn't so timid anymore. Once her friends finished, she added a line too. I hope your luck can stay this good forever. 100-person dungeon. Go in and get randomly distributed points. Only first place could take the final reward. The deadliest part was that there were no teammates inside. Everyone by default dealt damage to one another, all self-reliant, and the one who ultimately won the reward could only be a single person. This made the contest for the 100-person dungeon exceptionally brutal. Inside, there was only cooperation, no true teammates. Even genuine teammates had to personally eliminate the other in the end to claim the reward. Yeah, that's no concern of yours. I answered calmly. These past few days' experiences were, to me, not just a rise in level. I'd also come to know some normal people, like in Hongdo, homeroom teacher Lian, Yukiki. These were all normal people. If it really came to hashing it out, I preferred a more direct approach. I saw last time, you seem to have something on your mind. How about we go into the No Limits arena and have a match? Not convinced. Take it to the arena? Lu Shirshir's face darkened. Chen Fan, you're only arrogant right now. There's no partying up in the dungeon tomorrow. I'll see what you do then. I laughed. Worried about me? You'd do better worrying about yourself. You're just a support. Do you really have the guts to go into a 100-person dungeon? Lu Shirshir was instantly at a loss for words. Right. At the end of the day, she was just a support. Going into that kind of large solo dungeon, she could only rely on herself. And Chen Fan, whatever else, was a mage, and in a solo dungeon, he'd always fare better. Then again, that wasn't necessarily so. As the saying goes, there are no trash classes, only trash people. Even as support, some could reach the top. What a dungeon relied on wasn't just raw strength. You also had to be clever enough to survive to the end and take first. After all, however strong you were, surrounded by a dozen-plus people, you'd still have to run. But if you could rally a dozen-plus into an alliance, then everyone would have to run at the sight of you. Enough. Sure. Why waste words on someone like this? He's just not worthy, get it? Right? I don't even want to spare him a glance. Talking to him is a waste of my time. The two best friends had none of Lu Shirshir's misgivings, sneering incessantly off to the side. Chen Fan had always been a slacker in the party before, and those were words from Lu Shirshir's own mouth, so the two naturally had no good impression of him. You're only wild in front of our Shirshir. If you've really got the ability, why not go challenge Chen Xin in one-on-one? Why not challenge Mo Lin? One girl spoke up, face full of contempt, convinced Chen Fan bullied the weak and feared the strong. Mo Lin was their class's only S-rank class holder, only that person rarely associated with anyone. You dare go into a 100-person dungeon, you'll surely get beaten to a pulp by Chun Xianan and them. A C-rank mage like you, in a one-on-one, isn't worth a single hair of Chun Xuanan's. Lu Shirshir, you did the right thing. Someone like this should be kicked straight out of the party. If I were you, I'd do the same. The quarrel here gradually drew in the surrounding people too. Lu Shirshir felt a little conflicted again. She'd come this trip to disband her own party, but that was clearly not something suitable to say at this moment. And it was just then that, in the distance, the person I'd been waiting for appeared. And Hongdo. Yes, she'd come too. Having invited Chun Fan into the party, to show sincerity, she naturally came in person this time. Not only that, she'd brought those teammates along, those familiar faces who'd run the world dungeon together. The moment Hongdo arrived, she quickly drew the attention of everyone at the registration desk. She was an S-rank talent after all, the focal point wherever she went. Huh? Look, who's that? In the crowd, someone suddenly cried out in surprise, drawing all eyes over. Isn't that Hongdo? Why has she come to the registration desk too? Yeah, if I remember right, she's an S-rank warrior. Would an S-rank party ever be short on people? What's she here for? Haha, now this you wouldn't know. I've got some inside word here. And Hongdo's party got backstabbed by a temporary teammate a while back, and now there's an open teammate slot. Whoa, someone actually backstabbed Hongdo. Whoever did it is way too shameless. That's not the point. The point is, Hongdo's party has an open slot, and she's here with her teammates now. Could she be here to recruit a new teammate? At the registration desk's entrance, the discussion rose and fell. Everyone was guessing. Why hadn't Hongdo come? And with so many people? If she really was swapping teammates, who would be her party's new member? And Hongdo's appearance had drawn away most people's gazes, so much so that hardly anyone noticed my side. Seeing her arrive, Lu Shirshir's face sank slightly. Others didn't know, but she knew clearly. Last time in the World Dungeon, Chun Fan had only slipped into Hongdo's party. And now the two had come together again. Damn it. He wasn't really about to become a formal member of Enhongdo's party, was he? He'd just left the Dragon's Gate like this? A C-rank mage on what grounds? It had only been a few short days. He'd clearly been a broke level 10 nobody just days ago. Amid the crowd's adoration, Enhongdo walked into the registration desk. She swept a glance around, locked onto her target, and strode over, the discussion growing denser too. Wait, the direction she's heading, doesn't it seem a bit off? This looks like she's heading over there. The spot where Lu Shishir and I stood, because Enhongdo had appeared just now and drawn people away, was rather empty instead, and one glance made clear there were only a few of us. So, as Enhongdo drew near, we once again became the focus of the whole scene. All eyes turned our way in unison. She? Why is she coming over? Could it be? She's here for me. What are you thinking? She probably doesn't even know you. If you ask me, it's even less likely she's here for Chen Fan. Only A-rank support Shishir might know her, maybe. The two best friends, each by their own understanding, guessed at Enhongdo's purpose. Their thinking was simple too. The two of them were B-rank classes and didn't know Enhongdo. Chen Fan was only C-rank, so it was even less possible he knew her. By that elimination, that left only Lu Shishir here. So the two naturally guessed the target was Lu Shishir. But to their surprise, when Enhongdo passed by, she didn't spare Lu Shishir even a glance and walked straight toward me. What? At this, the two short-circuited a little, unable to make sense of the situation before them. And amid their dumbstruck stares, Enhongdo spoke. Sorry I'm late. Come on, shall we go register? The two women's faces instantly went pale. Hold on, she really was here for Chen Fan? How is that possible? An S-rank warrior and a C-rank mage. These two people have nothing to do with each other. What on earth is wrong with this world? What surprised them more was that Enhongdo's tone held not a trace of distance, and was instead very gentle, even carrying a hint of a lowered posture. Not only that, her teammates all gathered around too, each greeting Chen Fan. Intentionally or not, Chen Fan had, of all things, become the one standing at the very center of this group. Did I see wrong? Enhongdo is actually talking to some guy. This is Enhongdo's new teammate. Looks pretty ordinary. Aside from being a bit handsome, there's no powerful aura about him. I think I just heard, this handsome fellow is called Chen Fan. The onlookers had thought Enhongdo was here for a new teammate, but never expected the one she sought to be someone who looked so ordinary. Before Lu Shishir, the two best friends watched the scene before them with dazed faces, looking at each other, eyes full of confusion. The shock was too great, so great they thought their eyes were playing tricks, that they'd seen wrong. Chen Fan was a C-rank mage. The two of them weren't even from the same world, right? How could it be? Here for Chen Fan? What? Lu Shishir's mood was rather spectacular too. No, this was just too infuriating. Letting a petty man like Chen Fan get his way. Chen Fan, you just wait. Chen Xiannan is already prepared to act, and this time even an S-rank talent couldn't save your life. Just let you be happy a couple more days. In a fit of anger, she didn't stay at the registration desk any longer. Clenching her palm, she quietly stepped back a few paces and left. Her movements were so careful that even the two best friends didn't notice. Those two were still sunk in the earlier shock, not yet recovered. Only when they came around a little did they sense something was off. Where's Shishir? How did Shishir disappear? She was clearly still here just now. The two were bewildered, having no idea when Lu Shishir had left. I said a few words with my teammates, then got to discussing the party registration with Enhongdo. Actually, the registration was simple. Fill out a form, the template was long prepared, just enter some basic information. Done in under 2 minutes. Since I'd been surrounded by teammates the whole time, I hadn't been able to see the situation outside at first. And my teammates had come with the form, so by the time I finished filling it out, there was no sign of Lu Shishir at the registration desk. But the discussion outside hadn't stopped with Lu Shishir's disappearance. Whoa, it's actually true. Enhongdo's teammate, really him? Why though? I've never heard of anyone called Chen Fan before. Someone who could make Enhongdo this courteous, coming to invite him herself, should be an S-rank talent too, right? How come I've never heard of him before? Could it be a hidden S-rank? Amid the crowd's confusion, I came to the registration counter. The person in charge checked the form I'd filled out, glanced at me, then looked at Enhongdo with a bit of hesitation. Chen Fan, you want to join her party? Let me confirm, a C-rank talent. The form had columns for class and talent. The person in charge stared at that talent description, eyes full of doubt. C-rank talent. I answered. C-rank? What? He's actually a C-rank talent. Whoa, an S-rank fire warrior woman. In love with a C-rank talentless little pretty boy. I think I smell some gossip. Who was it just now saying he was S-rank? Step forward quick, there's still time to take it back. I know this Chen Fan guy, he's in my class. He really is a C-rank talent. I even chatted with him about dungeon stuff before. A C-rank talent. How did he get into a party like in Hongdo's with an S rank? Look at me. If a C rank can get on board, I'm B rank, I want on too. Off with you. Maybe he makes up for it with diligence, a hard work type. Perhaps he's already class changed? Right. To be in Hongdo's teammate, his family must be loaded. The onlookers clearly couldn't believe it either. Chen Fan, of all people, was a C-rank talent? C-rank. On what grounds could he join an S-rank party? Everyone speculated in turn, some even guessing his family was rich and he'd class changed early. Listening to all this, even I could only smile helplessly. Class change? When did I class change? How come I didn't know there was such a thing? Just then, the person in charge asked a second question. Level. Level 20 mage. I threw in the class too. All right, no problem then. The person in charge, having finished verifying, though finding it strange, still nodded and did the registration as usual. The person in charge's questions were done, but Lu Shishir's two best friends' questions were now a big deal. Their thoughts were the same as everyone else's. They didn't believe a C rank could join in Hongdo's party. They'd rather believe Chen Fan was a hidden high-tier class holder than believe everything before them. But reality was cruel. The moment Chen Fan spoke, it thoroughly snuffed out all the fantasies the two had. Chen Fan really was level 20, really was a C-rank talent, really did know in Hongdo, and had a new teammate too. Any one of these alone, they could still comfort themselves and accept. But all crammed together, it got a bit unbearable. Just moments ago, they'd been mocking Chen Fan for having no party, unable to find teammates. Now look, Chen Fan had not only found a new party, but the captain was an S-rank talent too. Information confirmed, the remaining procedures just needed a bit of waiting. By the next day at the latest, I'd be a formal member of an Hongdo's party. At that point, we'd formally cooperate and hone our coordination, and perhaps take part together in party assessments, competitions, and dungeons. Having handled all this, I left together with my teammates, leaving the two dumbstruck women behind. The two racked their brains and still couldn't figure out what on earth the reason was. But that was no longer any concern of mine. For now, I had a more pressing matter, focusing on preparing for tomorrow's world dungeon. By the way, Su Fan, you must know the content of tomorrow's world dungeon by now, right? On the way, and Hongdo asked, intentionally or not, it's a mage dungeon? Your levels hit 22, so you definitely have to go to this one tomorrow. Is there anything I can help with? She asked patiently. And Hongdo had been stuck at level 20 for a while too. Like me, she lacked the core material for class changing to warrior, and her core material wouldn't surface until Sunday, a step behind me in progress. If she could smoothly take first in the 100-person dungeon and claim the final reward. Thanks, but I'm pretty much all prepared. Thank you for the skill point book, and Hongdo said. I didn't have much assurance to begin with, but with a few more skill points, I feel I'm not far from a successful class change. May we both succeed. The night passed without a word. The next day at 8, I arrived on time at the 100-person dungeon's preparation area. Here, many people had already gathered. I observed silently and waited quietly. The 100-person dungeon opened at 8:30 and ran until 9 at night. Open for nearly a whole day, yet its popularity was undiminished. A dark mass of over 1,000 people packed the entire plaza. Of these, most were mages, though there were other classes too. This Saturday's class change dungeon was for mages, and the final drop was the mage class change material. But that didn't mean others couldn't enter. Other classes could enter too. Only the final material was useless to them, though it could be taken to trade. On the market, this kind of exchange was usually 1 to 2. If you could win first place twice in a row, then even though this dungeon's material wasn't for your own class, you could use 2 of others to trade back 1 for your own class. This exchange was provided by the exchange, a sort of public channel for the strong. The exchange skimmed off a portion, then helped you find someone to swap with. The person supplying material on the other end was the same, and the exchange earned the spread on both ends. As for those with wide connections and ample resources, they could naturally skip the exchange and find acquaintances or friends to swap with themselves. In short, going through the exchange was more convenient and safer, but you had to pay an exorbitant handling fee. Finding people yourself was more troublesome but cheaper. So, the 100-person dungeon was mixed with other classes too. These out-of-class people were, in a way, harder to deal with than those of the dungeon's own class. After all, those who came into a mage dungeon were, whatever else, a horde of fierce men and women with formidable combat power. Outsiders who dared enter had to have some self-awareness. You could say that every single one who could walk out of a 100-person dungeon and successfully class change was a 1 in 100 strong. Under this kind of harsh screening, the 100-person dungeon had one benefit. After death, you lost nothing. Aside from the corresponding class change material that first place was guaranteed, you could also farm some basic materials in the dungeon, and with luck, trash mobs might even drop skill books or equipment. However, if you died inside, these couldn't be brought out. Don't think that made it easy. Of the people who entered, only one could come out alive, and it was far more brutal than an ordinary 100-person dungeon. I hadn't observed long before I spotted an acquaintance. Chen Xianan. What rotten luck! In this crowd of a good 1,000 people, the two of us ran into each other again. Chen Fan. Chen Xianan had no goodwill for Chen Fan. In his view, he'd already hired a top-tier killer, and Chen Fan was, to him, nothing but a dead man walking. This time Hongdo wasn't by his side, which made sense. With Hongdo's strength, she was fully capable of taking part in this kind of out-of-class dungeon. But Sunday was the warrior dungeon that belonged to her, and if she burned everything up elsewhere, that would be a loss not worth the gain. The two had never gotten along, and the last dungeon had bred no small grudge. Meeting again now, naturally neither wore a pleasant face. Chen Fan, didn't expect you'd actually have the guts to come to a 100-person dungeon? Not afraid of getting whipped around like a spinning top in there? Chen Xianan said, you're just a C-rank mage, and even at the same level 20 with the same equipment, you and an S-rank are worlds apart. Get it? I gave a slight smile. Whether I get it or not, I don't know. But I do know that a certain S-rank mage died in the world dungeon last time. And over that, I imagine, he had quite a bit of running around to do. At the mention of last time, Chen Xuanan's face turned a little ugly. He remembered that failure crystal clear to this day, and being poked at like this by Chen Fan, an inexplicable surge of emotion rose up. Just one failure, it proves nothing. Last time Hongdo was there, otherwise, even if we all died, you'd never have survived the boss's berserk. I smiled and said nothing. Chen Xianan had died early last time and didn't know what happened afterward. And I didn't feel like explaining much. I could hardly tell him. Last time I not only took you out, I also casually one-shot the boss. Berserk boss? No, drop-dead boss was more like it. My silence only made Chen Xianan more irritated. You're a C rank. Didn't you just get lucky last time and win once in the dungeon? Who gave you the confidence to think you're on the same tier as an S rank like me? An S rank together with a C rank? Are you worthy? When they weren't face to face it was fine. He could still press down the thought in his heart. But with these words, and the person right in front of him, the more he thought the angrier he got. No, I won't allow it. Even though I've lined up a killer, and you're already a dead man, I still can't let you live this comfortably right now. I even went to refarm my equipment, so on what grounds do you get to be perfectly fine over there? So, a bold thought sprang up in Chen Xuanan's heart. What? Seeing you not make a sound, do you think you're strong? How about it? Set up a match with me, one fight in the arena, and let you taste what even among mages there's a gap means. I was still mulling over the dungeon business inside. This trip, not only would the monsters add trouble, but those 99 people who entered with me were all my opponents. I hadn't expected Chen Xianan to toss out this kind of proposal. A moment's thought, and I saw through his intent. An S-rank mage, wanting to set up a duel with a C-rank like me? What did that mean? I could figure out the answer with my eyes closed. Clearly, I'd ruined his plan in the last dungeon, and now he wanted to prove himself outside the dungeon. At this thought, I didn't rush to answer, pondered a moment, and asked back, a duel? On what grounds should I agree to you? Haha, Lu Shishir says you're a kept man. As a fellow man, I didn't believe it before. But seeing you today, I understand completely. You're just a coward. I frowned, my breathing quickening slightly, my tone seeming to carry a hint of displeasure. What arena do you want to fight in? Seeing this, Chen Xianan felt a rush of delight inside. There we go, sure enough. Strength rushed up by relying on others ultimately didn't match the mindset that level should have. One goading, and you hook yourself so obediently? Little Chen Fan, laughable, truly laughable. On the surface, though, he explained patiently. If we fight, it's definitely the No Limits arena. There, you can use any means, rare items, enhancement potions, whatever. I'll let you taste what the deepest despair feels like. How about it? Do you dare come for a match? Do you dare come for a match? Chen Xianan looked at me, face full of provocation. He'd made this choice after some calculation too. In a fair arena, one slip and Chen Fan, this kid, might really flip him over. But fighting in the No Limits one was different. The No Limits arena had a nickname too, the Unfair Arena, where what you pitted wasn't just strength, but in certain cases, financial power and influence too. A C-rank mage, who'd merely gotten lucky and hit level 20 same as himself. What did he have to fight with? Seeing me stay silent, Chun Xianan sneered. Haha, I imagine. You don't dare either. I'll come if it's a match, I said. You think I'm afraid of you? As we spoke, it happened to be the hour for the dungeon to activate. Chun Xianan stepped into the teleport array, turned back, and said, Good, good, good. Chun Fan, I really didn't misjudge you. Hope you can still talk this tough after we fight. And don't blame me for taking advantage. I'll give you 3 days to prepare. This coming Monday, see you at the arena. Hope you won't turn coward. A stamp of his foot, and he stepped into the teleport array, his figure vanishing. Watching him leave, my originally somewhat gloomy face turned into a smile. The plan complete. I had some understanding of the arena too. The terrain there wasn't wide. If I dropped one final meteor, could it cover the whole field? Chun Xianan, could you catch that? I shook my head and reeled in my thoughts. These things, I'd only know once I stood in the arena come Monday. Wasting no more time, I too stepped into the dungeon. A blur before my eyes, and I saw a palace of flame. Around the palace, several giant pillars held up the dome. Beneath the pillars was scorching molten fire, and just drawing near sent one's heat value surging madly. The only path to the outside was a single massive iron chain bridge. I'm in. I looked around, saw no one else, and recalled the homework I'd done beforehand. The dungeon had a special rule. As time passed, that molten fire would gradually spread across the entire map, and the safe zone would keep shrinking from a large expanse, until at the end only a small hut remained, or even nothing at all, until everyone had died in full, and only that one first-place winner could take the final reward. At the same time, aside from the terrain's peril, one also had to watch the local native creatures. Don't get entangled with them lightly. Once you got tangled up and couldn't break free, and someone drew near and found you, it would be a huge disaster. After all, in this 100-person dungeon, there were no eternal friends. Even a brief cooperation was destined to end in clashing arms. Not great luck, right at the map's border on arrival. The molten fire hadn't spread out yet, so the spot I was in was naturally the edge of the map. Once the hour for the next wave of spreading came, if I was still within this area, I'd be scorched by the molten fire and steadily lose health, and by a mechanic that lost more and more. Early on I might still tank it with healing spells and health potions, but later on, it would nearly be hopeless. This too was exactly why one trip into a 100-person dungeon costs a great deal of materials. Though there were some natural resources in the dungeon, they were limited and random. Fortunately, this map allowed the use of the bag, so it became a contest of comprehensive strength. I crossed the suspension bridge. The heat value finally dropped a bit. This was still thanks to my high fire resistance. Someone else coming might have been sent back by the scorching of a maxed heat value before even getting off the bridge. Fire Servant, Ani. A casual wave of my hand, and Ani came along with me. Ever since the skill upgraded, Ani had changed too. I used to have to split my attention to control it, but now not at all. It was as if it had gained a simple mind, able to judge the surrounding dangers on its own, and step in to resolve a crisis as it approached. If ambushed, I needn't lift a finger. Ani could send the attacker off with one punch. The fully automatic feeling really is nice. Pity it can only handle these dumb monsters. Run into people, and people won't stupidly stand there and take a beating, still have to control it a bit. I summed up at ease as I observed. This was the benefit of a summon, preserving oneself to the greatest degree. Even if Ani died, I could summon it again. Losing a bit of mana was always better than losing health. Walking along, a thought suddenly popped up. The 100-person dungeon was randomly matched, so before seeing anyone, I didn't know who the remaining 99 opponents this round were. Then I might as well default them all to opponents. Since Ani was this strong, one punching any monster it passed, then after Ani beat a person to death, couldn't it automatically take over the role of those monsters? I looked at Ani, still fat thrashing a wild giant white crab. Not bad. By appearance alone, Ani wasn't much different from the monsters in the dungeon. I just needed to avoid a few acquaintances, and if I didn't say so myself, who could tell this wasn't a local monster? I thought a moment. Though I'd had this skill for a while and run many dungeons, not many people had seen me use it in person. Yukiki, Luo Juanda, and Zhao Cheng who'd posted the key bounty material earlier. These few weren't likely to come to a 100-person dungeon. That settled, I'd made up my mind. Very good, this idea was worth a try. In any case, there weren't many rules in the dungeon. Surviving to the end was all that mattered. Since everyone but me was an opponent, then why not just play more fiercely? Thought and done. I recalled in my mind the route I'd just walked. No help for it. Ani was too strong. That white crab earlier had been stuck on the required path and ended up thrashed into a red crab by it. so it hadn't blocked the way at all. No matter, the people you can't block, I'll block for you. This trip into the 100-person dungeon, I was set on winning. To take first more surely, my preparation was, one could say, quite thorough. I took the items out of my bag too. It was a small piece of fiery red crystal, on which a fire dragon flickered faintly. A-rank item, Fire Dragon Soul. After consuming the soul crystal to use, summons a flame-spitting dragon. For the duration, it's as though a true fire dragon has descended. I also took out the soul crystals needed to activate the Fire Dragon Soul. A-rank material, Flame Crystal. It's you, flame-spitting dragon. These few soul crystals alone had exhausted every last bit of my remaining savings. You could say that before running the dungeon, I'd once again spent myself clean. Thanks to this dungeon not dropping equipment on death, otherwise one careless death inside, and I'd have to start over from scratch. Though I'd learned from Hondo last time, important things you needn't carry could well be tossed into storage, useless in a dungeon, but no worry of losing them. But afterward, I'd awkwardly discovered I didn't have much of a fortune to stash in storage at all. So I could only let it go, waiting until the day I had money. Plan in mind, I hesitated no more, gave a gentle squeeze, and the flame crystal in my hand shattered accordingly, turning into wisps of light that melted into the fire dragon's soul. The fire dragon on the crystal actually began to move, growing more and more lifelike. In the end, the fire dragon's soul cast a huge shadow toward the sky, and as the crystal in my hand rapidly melted away, that figure somewhat familiar to me appeared once more in my vision, solidifying bit by bit. Long time no see, flame-spitting dragon. Jianhongtu was a bounty hunter. As the name implies, as long as you paid, he'd run dungeons and farm materials for others. This time, he'd taken the order for this 100-person dungeon. Actually, he could have class changed long ago, but he'd never done so, staying at this realm instead to save up more class change materials, so he could rapidly spread out his progress right after class changing. Many who reached level 20 were like him, not rushing to class change, but quietly accumulating. Before level 20 was the foundation building stage, and the firmer the foundation, the smoother the leveling later. In other words, still not having class changed, he was at the ceiling of this stretch. Any dungeon he could enter, he cut through like chopping melons and slicing vegetables. But once he class changed, he'd have to start over from the lowest tier. At that point, any wild monster in a dungeon would give him a headache for a good while. This too was why many got stuck and stopped progressing after class changing. So, before you were fully prepared, don't class change lightly. Once you did, you couldn't return to low-tier dungeons, and in the high-tier ones, you were the bottom dweller. Only with everything ready could you go, otherwise, you were left to be trampled. Brother Jian, we should have no problem this time, right? Beside Jianhongtu, a mage gripping a staff was looking around nervously, afraid something dangerous might suddenly leap out from somewhere. Compared to his nerves, Jianhongtu seemed much more composed. Relax, this is my third time here. It's not as scary as you think. As long as our luck isn't too rotten and we run into a fellow S-rank talent, this time's first place is yours. Daring to take this kind of job, he naturally had the confidence. His talent was S-rank Thunder Mage, most skilled at extremely high burst thunder attribute damage, which was especially strong in a solo dungeon. No one fought a war of attrition inside, and even when forced to fight a monster, it was a swift battle and swift decision. With this excellent talent, he'd already obtained his own class change material and successfully helped the client class change too. And this Suing Fa before him was precisely his second client. In any case, entering this kind of dungeon, even a slip-up wouldn't truly lose anything, as long as you didn't use some especially rare item inside. At least, over 2 trips, Jianhongtu had yet to slip up. Just then, a giant python shot out from the grass, flicking its tongue, charging at the two. Suing Fa nervously raised his staff, about to chant. Boom. Jianhongtu waved a hand. A palm thunder streaked past, yellow lightning striking the giant python, and the snake instantly went limp on the ground, motionless. Brother Jian, you're really amazing. Are all S-rank talents as amazing as you? Hearing this, Jianhongtu shook his head. Haha, only I'm like this. I'm a thunder attribute mage, and in startup speed and burst damage, I'm in a class of my own. He explained patiently, a hint of pride in his eyes. Business like his relied basically on acquaintance referrals. He knew both his clients somewhat, and even without dungeon business, they exchanged words privately. With an opportunity now, he naturally had to promote himself a bit more. Maybe a new order would come tomorrow? Understood, brother, I'll listen to you. Suing Fa said. Right, good that you know. Let me see. Next, let's head this way. Following the direction Jianhongtu chose, The two soon encountered a green ox in this area. Jian Hongtu strode up, leapt high, and mounted the ox's back in one go, one hand gripping the green ox's horn, the other suffused with yellow light, rubbing the fur on the ox's back. Yellow light spread across the ox's body, and the green ox visibly shuddered, yet didn't dare make the slightest move. Come, get on. Jian Hongtu pointed behind him. Suing Fa's gaze was shocked. Huh? There's such a move? You can even ride it. He really hadn't thought of it. In other dungeons before, he'd never think along these lines at all. You can't in other dungeons, Jian Hongtu said, but you can in this 100-person dungeon. The terrain here is special, and the monsters are far more lively than those outside. You can not only ride oxen, but in a water attribute dungeon, you can even swim in the water and ride dolphins to travel. Learn something. Suing Fa obediently sat on the ox's back, nodding docilely. Jian Hongtu, like an old veteran, explained attentively again. It's normal you didn't know. Even I only discovered it after a few trips. Only later did I learn that those high-level players knew it inside out long ago, but by tacit agreement none of them said so. The words weren't spelled out, but the meaning was plain. See, what others are unwilling to reveal. I've told you. I treat you well, don't I? Yes, this was a key piece of information. The 100-person dungeon's map was far larger than a world boss's. With a world boss, you reached the boss fighting spot not far in. But in the 100-person dungeon, all 100 people were dropped at random positions. And by Jian Hongtu's observation, the safe zone's shrinking wasn't in a fixed place each time, which meant the earlier you determined where was safe, the earlier you seized the terrain advantage. The two's progress was extremely fast, and riding the green ox around a circuit, they soon found a flame palace cut off by molten fire. Seeing that palace, and the molten fire constantly surging around it, Jian Hongtu smiled. Good luck, found it. See this kind of special terrain? This means this is the danger zone. Over time, the molten fire spreads across the whole map. Now that we've confirmed the danger spot, the safe zone is roughly in the opposite direction. With that, he added a bit of force to his hand and yanked hard, and the green ox turned around. Suing Fa nodded. Sure enough, sister was right. Following brother Jian, you really do learn a lot. Jian Hongtu shook his head with a smile. There's plenty more for you to learn ahead. He was under no pressure, long since not belonging to this bracket. Having taken first 3 times, coming to the 100-person dungeon again was like returning to his own home. Walking along, ahead of the two, a little bear wandering about suddenly appeared. That little bear had a faint flame burning on it, yet within the fire, its fur was completely unharmed. And this happened to be a narrow stretch of path, a one-way path at that, which meant the two either turned back or could only find a way to slip past from the front or defeat it. Brother Jian, what's the call? Do we head back? Suing Fa looked at the bear ambling at the path's mouth and felt it was harmless, probably not too fierce. After all, what bad intentions could such a cute little bear have, right? But recalling the agreement made beforehand, he still asked Jian Hongtu's opinion. Jian Hongtu pondered a moment. This place is a required path, and going around is too far. We've already spent quite a bit of time just now confirming the safe zone. What's more, this bear blocking a required path, I imagine, must be an elite boss this dungeon designed. Come on, let's go up and give it a try. Show you an elite monster in a class change dungeon. Since we can't go around, then let's give it a try first. Come, up we go, Jian Hongtu said to Suing Fa. Right. Suing Fa hadn't made a single move from entering until now. He'd been hiding behind Jian Hongtu the whole time, and every time danger approached, before he'd even touched the incoming monster, Jian Hongtu had dealt with it, leaving nothing for him at all. Right up to this moment, his mana was still full. At long last, Jian Hongtu had given him a chance to perform, and he treasured it especially. The little bear looked so cute and adorable. It shouldn't be dangerous, right? Carrying this thought, Suing Fa cautiously walked to the very front. Jian Hongtu cast encouraging glances his way now and then. It's fine. Go with an easy mind. I'm watching from the side. With the encouragement, Suing Fa gained a bit more confidence. He kept pumping himself up. You're a mage, and the opponent is a dumb monster. You've observed carefully just now. As long as you don't provoke its aggro, you can chant off to the side with an easy heart, and when the moment comes, deal 1 wave of perfect output. Suing Fa took out his magic staff. As a level 20 fire mage, he had his own means of attack, and the staff was his weapon. Though holding a staff slowed his casting somewhat, the damage it bought in return could climb by a large margin. O Lord of Molten Flame, heed my summons, grant me your fire. He gripped the staff, muttering. The brown little bear, just as he'd expected, paid no heed, only continued idling at the path's mouth, like a trash mob on a fixed route, back and forth. Suing Fa had picked a marvelous position, just close enough to reach it, yet where it wasn't easy for it to notice him. He'd already grasped this bear's pattern. As long as he didn't draw near, it wouldn't attack on its own. In short, he wasn't in a combat state right now, charging up out of combat. The enemy in the light, me in the dark, the advantage is mine. A smug smile rose on Suing Fa's face. An elite monster in a 100-person dungeon was no more than this, dumb like the ones outside. With just a bit of thinking, you could deal a dimensional reduction strike. He hadn't rushed to charge in, but found a good position to charge up. This scene, Jian Hongtu nodded at with satisfaction too. These days, being a bounty hunter wasn't easy either. You had to complete the client's task and provide emotional value too. Sigh. Luckily, this client wasn't hard to carry. He knew to use the terrain, didn't charge in right away, but first seized the best position. Jian Hongtu himself would have fought this way too. They were both mages, and what was a mage's greatest advantage? Ranged, of course. Leaving perfectly good range and used and rashly charging in, sliding straight into the bear's arms. That was just throwing your life away. Woo! Woo! At the other end of the path, that pacing bear suddenly stopped and, seeming a little puzzled, glanced towards Suing Fa's side. Suing Fa's face tightened. Oh, spotted? Seeing the bear not walk the route he'd imagined, he knew he was exposed. But he didn't panic. With the earlier preparation, he'd completed the minimum charge up. Charging further would still boost the power, but the current situation clearly didn't allow it. While the opponent hadn't reacted yet, he swung his staff. Come, take a flame impact of mine. The staff swung out a red flame ripple, spreading out in all directions, flame light surfacing from within, and from the ripple's center burst a strong glow, turning into a red shockwave. That flame's color was more vivid. The firelight on the bear, the instant it touched the ripple, was entirely engulfed. Boom. The shockwave instantly swallowed the bear, turned into a straight line, passed right through it, and slammed straight into the rock wall behind, knocking down chunks of rubble. Having done this, Suing Fa withdrew his staff. His skill just now hadn't vanished immediately, but lingered in place for a while. This lingering could last a while, and was exactly why he chose to cast with a staff. Though slower to act, it bought higher damage, and made up for the window after an attack. If outside, this lingering pillar of light could buy him time to restore mana or retreat from a perilous spot. Sigh. Poor little bear, should have gone easier had I known. Thinking of that little bear hopping and jumping on the path just now, back and forth, playing with its own fur from time to time, Suing Fa felt a little regret. Had he known it was this fragile, he should have held back some just now. Pity, no chance now, only next time. Then again, per brother Jian, some monsters in this dungeon could be tamed, so next time they met, could he find a way to tame it into a pet? Taking such a glowing pet wherever he went, come to think of it, was rather nice. Suing Fa's thoughts drifted further and further, and the lingering glow left by his flame impact gradually dissipated too. Just as he thought it was all over, he suddenly sensed something off. As the firelight grew fainter and fainter, that wisp of somewhat different red actually surfaced again. Suing Fa was a little dumbfounded. Wait? How could it be? And in the instant he was dazed, that red flame impact thoroughly dissipated. Across from him, the bear, one hand pinching the fluffy fur on its own leg, was staring at him fixedly with a pair of big eyes. The two people, oh no, to be precise, one person and one bear, stood face to face like this, dumbstruck. The air fell into a brief silence. 1 second later, ah! Suing Fa suddenly screamed, backing away rapidly. The next time we meet, he'd imagined was definitely not this kind of meeting. Looking at that bear again, the joy in Suing Fa's heart was swept clean, turning into deep terror. How could it be? Though that wasn't full force, it was at least 80% of his strength, and this bear was totally fine. Full of questions, Suing Fa was scared out of his wits, backing away frantically, his voice trembling into a mess. Brother Jian, save me. Save me. Save me. Can't try it. One try and you die. He practically howled out his heart's words. He really didn't want to die here. He still wanted to keep running the 100-person dungeon, still wanted to class change. He'd given far too much for this trip. So, the moment he found he couldn't win, Suing Fa immediately chickened out. No, absolutely not. He had followed his heart. Wait, I'd only just praised you in my heart, saying you were easy to carry. It hadn't even been a minute, and you surrendered? Jian Hongtu watched Suing Fa flee in a rout and shook his head helplessly. But whatever else, this was his own client. the honored Moneybag's father. If he really let him die here, it would be hard to answer for back home. As for the bounty, don't even think about getting a cent. So, despite the helplessness filling his heart, Jian Hongtu still made a move. A flick of his finger, and a yellow bolt of lightning shaped like a caterpillar flew from his fingertip, sailed past Su Yingfa, and landed on the ground behind him. Boom! The lightning's power was no small thing, blasting a large crater into the ground. Sensing movement behind him, Su Yingfa glanced with the corner of his eye. A large crater had appeared behind him, and on the other side of the crater, that terrifying bear hadn't followed. This crater gave him a stretch of safe distance. Phew! Seeing he was finally safe, Su Yingfa let out a long breath. That scene just now, to him, was simply like seeing a ghost. The bear he'd thought thoroughly dead had suddenly appeared before him, staring at him fixedly. And wasn't that just like seeing a ghost? Thank you, Brother Jian. Su Yingfa came around and hurriedly gave his thanks. In his view, it was Jian Hongtu who'd made a move and used an attack to block the bear, saving his life. Jian Hongtu made a pondering sound, but knit his brows. That's right, he had indeed meant to intervene and block just now. But he'd made a prediction, and that move hadn't struck the bear directly, landing behind Su Yingfa instead. Because Su Yingfa had already tried his own move, and for some reason it did no damage at all. In that dire moment, Jian Hongtu hadn't dared risk a hard test, using the safest method instead, that yellow lightning, saving the person over dealing damage. But he hadn't expected the bear to stand in place, not moving at all. This left Jian Hongtu a little unable to make sense of it. He didn't know whether his own prediction had been counterpredicted by a bear or whether the bear had simply never intended to give chase. Su Yingfa hadn't thought that far. Just now his mind was set on running, and he hadn't paid any attention behind him. Only after silently circling around to behind Jian Hongtu and reclaiming his position did his courage finally recover somewhat. Brother Jian, how do we handle this bear? It seems a bit uncanny. I swear I absolutely didn't hold back just now. That hit, aside from not using my talent skill, was already my strongest means. The questions in Jian Hongtu's heart were no fewer than his. But his experience was, after all, richer, so he made a judgment then and there. Let's not discuss this for now, we'll go around the side. Su Yingfa nodded obediently. Jian Hongtu then led him around the side in a small arc. Only a few steps in, and a certain guess in Jian Hongtu's heart was gradually confirmed. It wasn't that his prediction had been predicted, but that the bear, for some reason, had suddenly stopped moving. His attention had never left the bear. He circled a bit to the left, and no matter how the two of them moved, the bear no longer spared them a glance, only standing dumbly in place. Strange, what was the principle here? Jian Hongtu had come to this class change dungeon several times and had never encountered this kind of situation. But on second thought, class change dungeons were many and vast, so it was normal there'd be things he didn't know. So he didn't dwell on it further. The two, careful and cautious, circled past this bear full of mystery. If the bear had kept moving before, there was no way they could have pulled it off just now. Only because it guarded the required path's mouth. But now was different. It wasn't moving, and though still guarding the mouth, it was like an intersection that stayed a green light forever. Passage unobstructed, no effect at all. Under the tense atmosphere, neither of them made a sound, slowly circling past the bear and arriving at the rear. Only when they saw the new path, and the view gradually opened up, did Su Yingfa let out a long breath. He looked at Jian Hongtu, saying with relief, "Good thing you were here, Brother Jian. If I'd been alone in this place, I definitely would have died just now." Su Yingfa was sincerely grateful. Jian Hongtu let out a breath in his heart too. By his reasoning, that bear, for whatever reason, whether some bug or some hidden mechanic, in short, had gotten stuck, which was why they'd been able to get through. He'd actually been on edge the whole way too, afraid the bear would suddenly go berserk. If it really came to that, he could only try whether thunder magic would work. But he had no great confidence in that either. Su Yingfa's flame impact just now, he'd seen with his own eyes. His own advantage lay only in fast startup and high burst. If Su Yingfa were allowed to prepare fully before striking, the single-round damage was actually not far apart. Had the bear gone berserk midway, he wouldn't have had much assurance of protecting Su Yingfa. But none of this stopped him from maintaining his image before his client. Just basic operations. Jian Hongtu said blandly. The next moment, he suddenly figured it out. This was very likely a mechanic monster. To leave here relied not on brute force, but on the mechanic. As long as one found a way to pull it out of its attack range, it would lose all ability to act. That's right, exactly so. A mechanic monster, the hardest part was grasping the mechanic. Once you grasped the pattern, you wouldn't panic meeting it again next time. A jolt ran through Jian Hongtu's heart. Right, I should have thought of it earlier. This is a mage dungeon, and designing a monster with overtuned stats, but a major flaw in its mechanic, to weaken ranged output, seen this way, made sense. The more he thought, the more he had a sense of pleasant epiphany in his heart. In just a few short seconds, Jian Hongtu adjusted back from his earlier state, once again putting on that air of having victory in hand. How about it? This trip, did you learn anything? Su Yingfa looked at him with a dazed face, then shook his head with a dazed face, saying honestly, no. Jian Hongtu smiled, seeming unsurprised. Here's a hint, mechanic. Su Yingfa thought seriously for a while, then suddenly went wide-eyed. This is a mechanic monster? As long as I'm not in its range, I won't be attacked? Brother Jian, did you know it would be like this all along? Which is why you had me go up. Because I wouldn't be in any danger at all, and even if I really was, you had the assurance to save me. Is that it? He blinked, voicing his conjecture. Jian Hongtu was silent for half a second. I only just now realized this might be a mechanic monster. Truth be told, I had no assurance of saving you either. But, no matter, just think of it that way. Though the process was all wrong, the result was right. Thinking this in his heart, Jian Hongtu answered with great composure. Exactly. Now you understand, right? Intelligence is part of strength too. The envy in Su Yingfa's eyes grew thicker. Brother Jian, you're just too cool. At the same time, in another direction, my hurried steps abruptly halted, and I looked back. Hit the limit. The class change dungeon's range was extremely large. Just now, so the later plan could succeed, I'd specially tested Ani's control distance, first tossing it at that narrow path's mouth, having it, per the instructions I'd set, walk back and forth in place, simulating a monster in the dungeon, and at the same time waiting like watching for a rabbit by a tree stump, waiting for a fated one. The test came out to this. Beyond 2,000 meters, I could still share its vision, but could no longer control it in real time. Only give Ani some vague instructions, and those vague instructions carried a bit of delay too. Once the distance exceeded 2,000 meters, I no longer watched Ani's vision and put my attention on the surroundings. Upon reaching 3,000 meters, my perception of Ani cut off entirely. In other words, maximum control range, 2,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters I can micro it manually. 2 to 3,000 meters I can only issue instructions, and at 3,000 it's completely out of control. In this dungeon, that's enough. Test over, I headed back. Ani's vague sense of direction relayed back again. Though I couldn't yet sync operations in real time, I could already see its current picture. I only looked away for a moment. How did it break off the route I set? What happened? Borrowing Ani's viewpoint, I found its position had changed. A large crater had appeared on the ground, and there was a pitch-black hole in the rock wall not far off, with lots of rubble scattered around. And Ani, cut off from the signal, was standing there dumbly on punishment duty. By the traces, there was a fight. Someone came by. Let me see which lucky soul it is. Unable to directly control Ani standing punishment in place, I could only issue a return by the original route command. Ani stood in place a few more seconds, and only after the delay passed did it receive the instruction. The confusion in its eyes slowly clearing, it turned its head and looked toward that path's mouth again. Two people of all things. Must be that Ani suddenly disconnected just now, letting them slip past. Once the shared vision came through, I quickly deduced the sequence of events. Pity the distance was too far right now. I could only give Ani vague instructions, not control it directly. So I issued a command. Follow them. The plan was long laid out, and these two fated ones, waited for with such difficulty, couldn't just be let go like this. Ani turned around. The two, Jian Hongtu and Su Yingfa, who'd only just breathed a sigh of relief, felt the heartstrings they'd just relaxed abruptly tighten again. Jian Hongtu grabbed Su Yingfa and went. Quick move. The bear's mechanic time is up. It's heading back now. Once it comes back, it'll be trouble. The two retreated at a fast pace, heading out past the path's mouth. Past the mouth the view was wider, and the space to maneuver was greater too. By Jian Hongtu's thinking, away from the mouth, the bear wouldn't give chase. It was a mechanic monster, with its own turf, active only along a fixed route within its turf. Su Yingfa glanced behind with the corner of his eye. Just this one glance, and his whole being nearly exploded. He'd thought, discovering early that the bear had signs of recovering, and getting far from that dangerous mouth, meant safety. But that bear hadn't kept to its original route at all, and had long since left that fixed mouth. It had actually left the mouth and chased in his direction. If someone were to pass by there right now, it would be unobstructed instead. In that instant, Suing Fa began to doubt his earlier judgment. What's going on? Wasn't it agreed that this was a mechanic monster, that leaving its attack range meant safety? Keeping up the chase like this, what the hell is this? Suing Fa wavered in his heart. It wasn't his fault to be afraid. In this kind of dungeon, he didn't fear the sort of one-strike-decides-life blitz. If he couldn't win, he'd just die at worst. What he feared was running into the hard-to-shake kind that cared about nothing, chased you all the way beating you, and you could do nothing to it. This bear now was exactly that kind of situation. He could do nothing to it, yet it dogged him relentlessly from behind, exactly as if it had taken a fancy to him. Brother Jian, something seems off. Suing Fa said. Could it be? I gave it a hit just now, and it holds a grudge? Not a big problem. Don't panic. This is a compensation mechanic. Jian Hongtu said. This is a lord. It's not that easy to get past. What we did just now was only clear the first phase. At this prompt, Suing Fa seemed to have a realization. I get it. This is the boss's second phase. Jian Hongtu smiled bitterly inside, but feigned calm on the surface, nodding. Yes. But that's not right. It's not slow. At this rate, we're going to get caught up too. To keep the commotion small and play it safe, they'd released that green ox on the way over, and now traveled entirely on two legs. That bear wasn't slow, though, half walking, half running, hopping and jumping, as if it had run into some enormous delight. Seeing them get farther and farther from the mouth, Jian Hongtu felt a little gloomy inside too. Could I really have judged wrong? Not some mechanic, but this bear simply got stuck? Beyond that, he couldn't think of another reason. What boss second phase? Fooling Suing Fa was fine, but he'd better not tangle himself up in it too. The next moment, the bear behind them suddenly raised a paw. Not good. Jian Hongtu shouted, hauling Suing Fa to hurriedly change direction. A small clump of flame flung from the bear's paw, landing rapidly at the two's former position. The vegetation on the ground burned clean away, and the stones nearby charred to a scorched black. Though the two dodged this one, it cost them time. The bear was less than 100 meters from them now. This distance was, one could say, quite dangerous. Hiss! Suing Fa watched the commotion and drew a cold breath. When he'd first met this bear, it was across exactly this distance that he'd attacked it. At this distance, if the opponent's attack could reach him, that meant it could have reached before too, but before it hadn't attacked. This far, it clearly could hit. So at the mouth, why didn't it? This wasn't quite the same as the mechanic monster Brother Jian spoke of, was it? As if seeing his confusion, Jian Hongtu explained with a straight face. For a second phase boss, some first phase mechanics no longer apply. I've already grasped its mechanic. Phase 1 is how we avoid its attacks. Phase 2 is how we escape for our lives under its attacks. Next, focus on escaping for our lives. Suing Fa nodded obediently. Good thing Brother Jian is here, otherwise I'd have to give my life up here again. How many times is this now that I've nearly given it up? Never mind. Not important. Listen to Brother Jian. Running is what matters first. Still too slow. I walked toward Ani's direction. Just now, under my command, Ani had made a probing attack. This move might work on monsters, but against a real person, it easily left the opponent room to react. Add to that the distance being too far and the instructions delayed, and the two of them dodged it easily. It's fine, the goal's been achieved. Right, just head this direction. Wait a bit more. I'll be able to enter manual operation mode soon. I too was actively closing in toward Ani, the distance from those two shrinking steadily. Watching the distance shorten bit by bit, I didn't issue an attack command anymore, only having Ani follow closely, and in my heart, I was gradually getting a little excited. On the other side, Ani chased all the way, the two ran all the way, and it stayed at this stalemate for a while. It looked tense, but there was actually no great danger to the two. Brother Jian, where are we headed? After chasing for about 2.5 minutes, Suing Fa wasn't so nervous anymore, glancing back at the bear still chasing behind. Head this direction first. We'll find a place with lots of people. This was Jian Hongtu's plan. He hadn't fooled himself. He'd already faintly sensed this monster most likely wasn't any mechanic monster. This whole way, he wasn't just running, but also thinking of a solution. He'd been able to take first in the previous two dungeons, relying not just on raw strength, but on excellent on-the-spot adaptation. Since he couldn't deal with this bear, then he'd stop wasting effort. He'd made a judgment at the first moment. Lead the bear away. Lead it to a crowded place. In any case, everyone here was in a competitive relationship. Though he didn't yet understand the bear's person-chasing logic. In short, more people wouldn't hurt. If a crowd of people made the bear stop chasing him, wouldn't he have a way out? And if he could even use this bear to take out other competitors, wouldn't that be even better? Jian Hongtu silently laid his plans. He was quite satisfied with this plan. He could always integrate the resources at hand and do what was most beneficial to himself. Even when the situation was this unfavorable, he could find a way to steady it and keep it from collapsing rapidly. Plan set. He put more attention on the surroundings, feeling out where there might be lots of people. This wasn't hard. He just needed to imagine. When people just entered the dungeon and didn't yet know the concept of a safe zone, what were most of them doing? There were quite a few rare resources in the map that could greatly boost strength in a short time. Tamed green oxen used to speed up running the map, some aggressive monsters that could serve as combat companions once tamed, and even those who didn't know these things would explore nearby, looking for underground trials to see if they could farm some one-time items usable in the dungeon, or searching houses for hidden chests. These things couldn't be brought out without surviving, but scraped up layer by layer. The one who survived at the end could pick the ones they needed from all the loot and stuff their bag full. So, as long as he focused on finding places with houses and buildings, he should be able to run into a gathering spot of people. Effort didn't betray the diligent. He found his target, a small town. It looked derelict, but plenty of figures flickered out from within now and then. Looking from afar, those people were gathered in one spot, seeming to be discussing something. Jian Hongtu wasn't surprised by this. Though ultimately all in a competitive relationship, they might first band together and plot how to take out others. The instant he saw them, Jian Hongtu's eyes lit up. Good, it'll be you lot. He took something out of his bag. B-rank potion, agility potion, after drinking, boosts movement speed for a short time. In plain terms, it sped up running. He hadn't been willing to use it even when being chased just now, but seeing others this time, he took it out without hesitation and handed a bottle to Suing Fa. Take it. When I tell you to drink it later, you drink. Right? I'll listen to Brother Jian. Jian Hongtu glanced back once more at that bear dogging them relentlessly. A streak of ruthlessness added to his eyes, and fished out another thing from his bag. B-rank reagent, lure potion. Pour it at a specific spot to draw the attention of nearby monsters. He didn't know whether this thing would work on the bear behind him, but it counted as one more layer of insurance. Jian Hongtu wasn't a hesitant man. Having settled on this drive the tiger to devour the wolf scheme, he resolutely began carrying it out. My dear bear, since you've come all this way, with so many people here, surely you've got to take a few before you go? Inside the small town, 14 people were gathered in one spot, discussing animatedly. Many thanks to this big brother for sharing. Only now do we know there's so much know-how in a class change dungeon. Yeah, I've come twice already, and had no idea there was a safe zone or map resources to use. Every time I spawned, I'd go find someone to brawl with. No wonder I'm the also ran every round. The man in white surrounded in the middle smiled. It's fine, everyone knows now. As long as we join hands and take out everyone else, I can promise you all, aside from the final class change material, the resources you lot drop in the dungeon, I'll help carry them out for you. Well said, well said. As long as we work in one mind, we can surely drive everyone else out of the dungeon. Just as everyone was discussing how to team up and drive everyone else out of the dungeon, from outside came a burst of hurried footsteps. Everyone looked toward the sound, and the ones arriving were precisely Jian Hongtu and Suing Fa. Walking in front, Suing Fa spoke up. A trash mob got pulled over. Sorry to trouble you all, to help block it a bit. The words barely fell, and with a single glance from him, the two simultaneously downed the agility potion, their speed abruptly surging by a large margin, and while the dozen-plus people hadn't reacted yet, they dashed off without a trace. The man in white at the head raised his eyes, looking toward the direction Jian Hongtu had come from, and his whole face went black in a flash. He said nothing, turned, and ran in that same direction, not even caring about the group he'd just temporarily gathered. A flash of his body, and he vanished. When he reappeared, he'd actually overtaken Jian Hongtu and Suing Fa, shooting to the very front. Then another flash, and his whole being vanished right into thin air. Watching this man who ran even faster than himself, shot to the front, and in the blink of an eye vanished without a trace, Jian Hongtu was completely dumbfounded. He'd recognized him. That man in white was precisely this group's leader. How could he have run off with a teleport item after just one glance? And two in a row, this stuff wasn't cheap. Was that thing behind me this frightening? Though chased the whole way, and it looked perilous, there'd actually been no great mortal danger. Am I too strong? Or is this so-called leader a coward? But before he could think much, those people who'd been surrounded actually slowly caught up too, at a speed exactly like they meant to fight him to the death. Jian Hongtu was even more dazed inside. Come on, guys, a bunch of grown men. Is a single trash mob really worth being this scared of? Just as he thought this, another fast runner caught up beside him, glared at him ferociously, and cursed out loud. "Screw you, man, a dragon this big, and you call it a trash mob? A flying dragon, this massive standing right here, and you call it a trash mob? Screw you, man, trash mobs at your house grow this huge." The moment those words came out, Jian Hongtu was completely dazed. What flying dragon? What I led over was a bear, wasn't it? At most, a slightly fierce bear? What does this have to do with a flying dragon? Head full of question marks, he turned halfway around with doubt, looked back. Holy, what is that thing? Jian Hongtu couldn't hold it together anymore. Where's my little bear? How'd it get this big? He saw that the bear that had been following behind was gone. In the same position, at some unknown moment, a flying dragon had appeared. The dragon beat its massive wings, suspended in midair, and just standing there, its enormous body covered a huge swath of sky, the oppressive pressure at maximum. It slowly closed in, and its giant shadow shrouded the entire town. Seeing this, Jian Hongtu felt his heart enduring continuous impacts, like riding a roller coaster that had just touched down only to be yanked back up to a thrilling peak, wave after wave. A flame-spitting dragon? How could this dungeon have such a thing? This wasn't something a dungeon of this tier should have, yet there was little time for him to ponder. The flame-spitting dragon in the sky had not the slightest intention of explaining, and beat its giant wings, sending flames ceaselessly pouring down from the firmament. In this moment, the sky rained down, and the ground ignited into a sea of fiery red. Brother Jian, isn't this dungeon difficulty a bit too high? Suing Fa was in full panic. Facing a bear, he could still rely on intelligence to maneuver around it. But facing this flying giant dragon, he felt only a deep powerlessness, the powerlessness of being hit with a dimensional reduction strike. It had wings. An area of effect attacks. See that rain of fire falling from the sky? One touch, and Suing Fa felt he'd be done for right here. I know you're anxious, but don't panic yet. Let's escape for our lives first. At the critical moment, Jian Hongtu had no time to fabricate a reason, grabbed Suing Fa, and ran once more. His earlier doubts were now all resolved. At last he understood why that man in white decided to run at first glance, running without the slightest hesitation. This wasn't the guy being timid. Put anyone else facing a flying dragon like this, and who wouldn't run? Those who don't run, those are the real heroes. Having confirmed that the bear behind him had somehow turned into such a filthy thing, Jian Hongtu dared hide nothing anymore, took out the life-saving items he'd prepared, and shared them with Suing Fa. Their speed surged, and once again they caught up to the person who'd overtaken them before, continuing to pull the distance open. Jian Hongtu knew. This time, there was real big trouble. If he didn't handle this well, today might very well be a wipeout. How could this be? Per the information he'd looked up, in a class change dungeon, they shouldn't run into such high difficulty monsters at all. Could it be the version upgraded? Did I fall behind? He ran while doubting himself. Fortunately, he'd caught on quickly, and had come prepared mentally to run, so he hadn't been caught in the first wave. But not everyone was so lucky. Behind them, the flame-spitting dragon's massive shadow enveloped everyone. That shadow pressed not only on the ground, but invisibly into the hearts of all the remaining people in the town. The flame-spitting dragon was too strong, something they simply couldn't shake. Its body too enormous, so that even a dozen-plus people together seemed utterly minuscule beneath its wings. They ran slowly, but the flame-spitting dragon wouldn't slow down to match them. With a dragon in our face like this, how do we even fight? That guy, I remember you now. You're so shameless. I want to go home. Wah. I'm not playing anymore. This is too scary. Seeing the flames about to reach them, some cursed Jian Hongtu's family nonstop. Others simply stopped running and sat down to give up. But no matter which, the massive fire descending from the sky wouldn't stop just because they cursed a bit more. On the contrary, it burned even fiercer. The towering flames rolling and swallowed several of the slowest runners. The last 5 died miserably in the sea of fire in an instant, their figures vanishing completely from the dungeon. This meant their once-a-week class change opportunity, they had failed. The wins and losses ahead no longer concerned them. Brother Jian, I think I heard them cursing at us. You heard wrong. Jian Hongtu refuted with a straight face. He felt no great psychological burden over this scene. To be the one who laughed last and took first, you had to send others away one by one. During that time, any method was fine. Having come to the class change dungeon twice, he was long used to it. What's more, better a dead fellow Taoist than a dead pauper. These people were already in a competitive relationship with him, and their dying early relieved some of his pressure. Then, as if remembering something, he added with heartfelt sincerity, You must know, if we'd run slower, the dead would be us. It's only because we were a bit faster that we survived. Brother Jian, where do we go next? Suing Fa followed tightly behind. With the enhanced potions Jian Hongtu had prepared early, he was temporarily safe for now. But safe now didn't mean safe ahead, and he had zero confidence in his heart. This flying dragon, I don't think we can shake it off anytime soon, Jian Hongtu said. Continue our earlier plan. Better to share the joy than hoard it ourselves. This kind of good thing, we can't keep to ourselves. Let's keep running toward crowded places and let others feel the power of flame too. As he spoke, he calculated rapidly in his mind. Who says a flying dragon appearing is necessarily a bad thing? Looking at this dragon's strength, it kills whoever it touches. So this class change dungeon will probably end extremely fast. The thinking could shift. He didn't necessarily have to personally kill everyone else. As long as I die slower than everyone else, wouldn't that work? So how to make others become the lucky one who dies fast? Naturally, they couldn't do without accepting the baptism of flame. The two continued burying their heads and running wildly. The flame-spitting dragon was far faster than the bear. In just this short while, 2 more people had died under its flames. And as the two kept fleeing, they drew the attention of more and more people who couldn't help but look. This scene was simply too spectacular. That flame-spitting dragon in the sky, as if seeking a suitable dwelling, left nothing alive wherever it passed. After the flames, not a blade of grass grew. Seeing the flying dragon high in the sky, those who'd been killing each other or searching for treasure everywhere all stopped what they were doing. What is that? Where'd the flying dragon come from? I heard there's a mechanic in the dungeon where the safe zone shrinks. This couldn't be the marker of the safe zone shrinking, could it? Damn, sending a dragon to seal off all our escape routes. Is this the prestige of a class change dungeon? Really not leaving people any way to survive. A crowd of people fled everywhere under the dragon's pursuit. Time passed bit by bit. The number of people gradually decreased, and the area where they could move kept shrinking. In the end, the space left for everyone was only the size of a soccer field. Just when everyone had nowhere left to flee, the flame-spitting dragon vanished. What happened? It's gone. I told you, it should be the safe zone shrinking. The goal's been achieved, so naturally it disappeared. On the ground, flames still burned continuously. Outside, it was a sea of fiery red. No one dared go out, only kept congratulating themselves. Surviving that wave just now wasn't easy. Jian Hongtu was a bit baffled too. Just now, he'd thought those people would all perish in dragon flame. Yet, that flame-spitting dragon that kept attacking had just vanished into thin air like that. Was it really because the safe zone shrank?